Please note that this content is for adults only. Viewer discretion advised. If you haven't yet, hit the subscribe, like, and share. Hello everyone and welcome back to another live stream with me, Grizzly. This is Grizzly True Crime and we meet again today to watch day 5 of the Adam Montgomery trial. If you've missed day 1, 2, 3, and 4, then remember that day 1 and 2 we combined because on day 1 the jury went for a jury view, and so we combined day 1 and 2. It's all time stamped for you, very easy to catch up on, okay? Day 3 and 4 as well, you can catch up real quick there. Looking at the key moments of every trial day. If you don't know what timestamps are, in the pinned comments, I always leave a comment and then I pin it. So it's the comment right on top, okay? There's like numbers, chapters. You could just click on those. It'll take you to whatever I've chaptered out there for you. So welcome everyone. Welcome to all my moderators. Thank you so much for everything you do. The moderators are working hard, you guys, especially during these trial days. They're long trial days. And they keep the chat Grizzly, as we say, which is like a grizzly bear, right? Keeping the Grizzly True Crime standard, which is just let's be kind to each other, even if we disagree on things. So welcome to all my patrons, members, subscribers, and everyone who's lurking and might subscribe today. Welcome to you as well. Today, as you can see, the defendant is not in the courtroom. No, he's not. Adam Montgomery is not in the courtroom. So if you don't know anything about this case, you could read the description box because there's a case background right up there for you. And please remember that we have done 2 weeks before this trial started, we did a deep dive trial prep. Part 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Because since yesterday, I have people sending me the police interview saying, have I seen it? Yeah, we watched it together, you know? So when there's lots of people sending me the same thing, I get a little worried. Like, guys, we watched it together. It's on the playlist. So please go check out the trial prep. I don't just say it for fun. I mean, for real, like you'll see all the things we did together. There's a timeline, there's a case overview, there's a deep dive into Adam Montgomery's dark criminal past. So go and check it out if you haven't yet, because it definitely helps to make informed, opinions, educated guesses at what is going on here. Because, for example, when people just want to feel very sorry for Kayla, did you hear everything she said? I have no more empathy for her, as I said yesterday. Oh my goodness, the things that she did and didn't do, the things that she especially didn't do for Harmony, wow. It's heartbreaking, okay? Remember, the victim in this case is Harmony Montgomery. This case is very heartbreaking, okay? So, thank you so much all for being here as we can watch this together. Now, let's get ready to start the trial day. As you know, we start 2.5 hours after the actual start time of the court day so that we never have to wait around through coffee breaks or lunch breaks and things like that, and we can watch it efficiently as well, which also helps me with the time zone too, because now it's almost 6 p.m. here in Europe, So thank you so much for being here with me. Are we ready? Here we go. Please like and share. I boosted the sound for you, so the sound should be good. And let's see how many witnesses they're going to have on today. There's some law enforcement officers, just from a quick peek I looked at earlier. Remember, we don't want spoilers. There's some law enforcement officers, and we'll see what other witnesses they have today. Okay, so let's have a listen.
All right.
Also, I have one correction to make, actually. Let me just tell you, the judge, right, is Amy Messer. The state attorneys, the prosecutors, are Ben Agati and Christopher Knowles. I always thought this tall guy here was Ben Agati. But somebody in the comments yesterday, thank you, Grizzlies, when you tell me stuff like that, it really helps. Someone said this is actually Christopher and this is Ben. So my bad, I'm so sorry about that. Okay, and then the defense is Caroline Smith and James Brooks. Here's Caroline Smith and James Brooks. Okay, just in case you didn't know. Oh, we're getting some ASMR water pouring. Did you hear that, you guys? Getting some water pouring fluff. makes me want to drink my coffee. Look, there's even lipstick on it.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. You may be seated. When the state is ready, you may call your next witness.
Thank you. Your Honor, the state calls Officer Neil Pentinnen.
Ooh, first witness. This court is so on time. Don't we just love it? Just how they just get going. Okay. Whoa. First, let me say, maybe they're not. I just mean from when they get going, because I think there was a bit of a delay in the start time today. But from when they actually get going, damn, they're just like so, productive, efficient. They keep doing their thing. Back the Blue said the Patreon pics show harmony, full of constant joy. If you guys didn't know, there's posts on Patreon that are available to everyone. It's free, okay? So go and check out my Patreon page, mods, if you wouldn't mind sharing the link. And then I posted some pictures there. I tried to find as many as possible, of Harmony. And she really does. She's smiling in every picture. What horrible people, besides her foster parents, they sounded wonderful. But what horrible other people she was surrounded by. But shame, Harmony was always just this, such a bright light, Like such a beautiful smile. So I will show you that later as well. But if you want to check it out, you can. It's on Patreon and everyone can see it.
Just watch yourself there, officer. Can you remain standing? Raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to provide will be the truth and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
Yes, I do.
You can have a seat and make yourself comfortable. Use the water out in front of you. Officer Pentinnen, can you start by stating and spelling your name for the record?
Officer Neil Pentinnen, Neilpenttinen.
And Officer Pentinnen, how are you presently employed?
I'm employed by the Manchester Police Department.
How long have you worked for the Manchester Police Department?
Since January of 2012.
And what is your current assignment?
I'm currently assigned to the Community Policing Unit.
Okay, the sound is good, right? I hope it's not too loud for you. We've got Officer Neil Pentinnen. Cool name. And I believe, as I say now, I always thought that was Ben Agati, but that's Christopher Knowles, the state prosecutor, asking him, right? Wow, you guys are like, bulletproof vest? Yes, he's probably going back out to work after this, right? Okay.
And can you tell the jurors what that is?
The Community Policing Unit, we deal with mostly neighborhood issues, homeless issues, anything outside of the scope of patrol. We'll negotiate things, do community meetings, things of that nature.
And what are your current duties and responsibilities on that Community Policing Unit?
I am in what's referred to as an area officer, so I cover a section of the city when people call in neighborhood complaints or general issues that patrol doesn't have time to deal with. We go deal with those things.
You mentioned starting with the Manchester Police Department in 2012.
Yes.
What did you do for work prior to that?
Prior to that, I was a police officer with the Scottsdale, Arizona Police Department. I was hired there in April of 2005.
And when you came from Scottsdale to New Hampshire, did you go through the police academy?
Originally with Scottsdale, I attended the Mesa, Arizona Police Academy when I was hired in 2005, and when I was hired by the Manchester Police Department, I attended the New Hampshire State Academy, only the law package, because I was already a certified officer.
Do you remember what year did you graduate?
New Hampshire, it was 2012.
And sorry, I asked two questions there. Did you graduate from the Police Standards and Training Academy?
In New Hampshire?
New Hampshire.
In New Hampshire, it was just the law package.
Right. And in Arizona, did you graduate from the Police Standards and Training?
I did. I graduated the Mesa, Arizona Police Academy in 2004.
I love the strong voice, right? Also, before the stream started, we had a poll going. Asked you guys, do you think that Adam Montgomery will take the stand? And 72% said no. Which I think I might be part of the other, 28% or so. I just wonder. I know that he's chickening out. He's just sitting back there. Probably, what's weird is if we looked at his dark criminal past, if you saw that episode, he's a stalker. Like he's stalked people before. So now what's really creepy is that he's stalking his own trial. Yeah, they really should just make him sit in there. They really should. Anyway, if he testifies, then I have no doubt he's going to come out in those shackles and try to look all emotional and be like, I would never, like we saw him say to the judge before. Okay, so sorry to interrupt. Let's continue with Officer Neil Pentinnen, Manchester PD.
5.
So in total, you have 19 years of law enforcement experience?
Correct.
I want to switch gears, Officer Pentinnen. In your current assignment with the Manchester Police Department, do you have occasion to conduct traffic accident investigations?
Occasionally I do.
And can you walk the jurors through what your standard protocol is when you're responding to such an accident?
Standard protocol when I respond to an accident, when I arrive on scene, I'll do an immediate assessment of the vehicles if we need to get them off the road. I will immediately ask if anyone needs medical attention. If they respond they do, I'll get the fire department there or whatever medical needs. If not, then I will immediately ask the drivers for their information, their driver's license, insurance information, their phone number, and as well as the registration of the vehicle. After that, I will ask who the occupants are of the vehicle and get their names, dates of birth, phone numbers, addresses, all for the accident report.
So you mentioned
Language of Horses says, why isn't he in the courtroom? I think it differs per state, but in this state, New Hampshire, he has the right to choose if he's going to be in the courtroom or not every day, which I know many of us are like, what? Like, why can't they force him to be there? Unfortunately, he's got rights, which is horrifying. I wish you could just be in the courtroom, just face what you've done, and let's see, yes, how he reacts to certain things. But no, he's not there.
speaking to the drivers of the vehicles, and then you mentioned getting the vehicle occupant information. Where do you usually get that information from?
I will ask whoever's there. I will speak to each person individually and get their information. Unless it's a child, then I will ask the adult who's on scene with them.
Do you typically speak to every individual, other than children? Do you typically speak to every individual in each car?
Yes, I do.
And what's the purpose of that?
To get a brief synopsis of what occurred in the accident from different perspectives.
And do you document these investigations?
I do.
How do you document them?
I will immediately take notes on a notepad, and then I will fill out an accident exchange form for the individuals involved in the accident, which will include insurance information, phone numbers, addresses, and which is required by the police department. And then when that is all done, I will make a traffic accident report documenting everything from the scene.
And again, is it necessary during, and we're still talking your standard protocol, is it necessary during these investigations for you to see every individual involved?
Yes, I will need to see who's there.
And can you walk us through how that occurs? How do you see those individuals? Do you order them all out of the vehicle or something else? If
it's a minor accident, most of them will just stay in the vehicle. If they are on scene, I will ask who is in the vehicle and take a look at each person.
So I'm assuming they're going to be talking about the accident that they had in the Chrysler Sebring after being evicted, and that was on November 29th of 2019. It was a week later, on December 7th of 2019, that Adam Montgomery allegedly murdered Harmony Montgomery by hitting her in the head multiple times. And then they covered her with a blanket. So I'm interested to hear what this officer's observations were, especially about the kids in the car and, all of that. Joy says, does he have to go for sentencing? I do believe he does. Also, someone said yesterday that, I don't know where, but somewhere, Law and Crime had said that Adam is able to watch this on closed circuit, whatever that means. I don't know if it's in the prison, on the TV, or where, but he is apparently able to watch the trial, which is like, Ryan says, no lurking allowed, Adam. He should have to be there. Yeah, he's lurking. He's stalking his own trial. What the heck?
You do have occasions where people will show up who weren't involved in the accident, might be related. But I will make sure that I look at each person.
Officer Pentinnen, I want to turn your attention to November 29th of 2019. So with that in mind, were you working in your official capacity as an officer with the Manchester Police Department on
Ye-
November 29th of 2019?
Yes, I was.
And are you familiar with someone named Adam Montgomery?
Yes, I am.
And can you tell the jurors your familiarity with him?
On that day, I responded to I was dispatched to a traffic accident at South Wilson Street in Vinton involving two vehicles. And Mr. Montgomery identified himself as the driver of one of the vehicles.
Now, you mentioned these reports that you write following your investigation. Did you write a report following your interactions on that day?
I did.
And have you had a chance to review that before you came here to testify?
Yes, I have.
The accident that we're talking about from November 29th of 2019, does that accident stand out to you in your memory?
It does.
Why is that?
Because Mr. Montgomery was involved in another accident a few days later. And in my police career, that's the only time I've had one individual in two accidents within the same week.
Okay, and we'll talk about both of those accidents, but I want to focus on November 29th. And I think you said that that stands out to you.
Yes, it does.
Can you walk the jurors through the initial dispatch that you received and your response to the scene?
It was a two-vehicle accident. I arrived. I was working in a patrol capacity that day. I showed up. There were two vehicles at the scene, multiple individuals in one of the vehicles, and there was just one driver in the other vehicle. I went through the standard protocol when I arrived at the location.
And when you say multiple individuals in one of the vehicles, whose vehicle was that?
That was Mr. Montgomery's vehicle.
And were you able to identify the individuals that were in Mr. Montgomery's vehicle?
I did.
And who was in Mr. Montgomery's vehicle?
In Mr. Montgomery's vehicle, I believe Kayla Montgomery identified herself as one of the rear passengers. There was an individual in the front seat. I would need as an adult female in the front seat. I would need to look at my report to refresh my memory of her name.
Do you believe that looking at your report, reviewing your report, would refresh your recollection of
Yes, it
that
would.
individual's name? Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
I just want to say again, thank you all for always showing up. It's so nice to see all, your familiar faces in chat. It's wonderful. So thank you so much for spending your time with me as we watch this trial.
Take your time review and just look up when refreshed, if it's been refreshed.
The front passenger identified herself as Tabitha Scott.
That was classic. He's like, take your time. Don't need to rush. It was like 2 seconds. Yeah, okay, I'm ready. I have refreshed my memory. So I believe that this Tabitha Scott, the state also mentioned that she will be a witness. And I think maybe today. Don't give us spoilers. We don't want spoilers, okay? And she was apparently in the car when this accident happened on November 29th of 2019.
And Officer Pentinnen, who else, if anyone, did you observe in the vehicle?
There were two children in the vehicle.
Did you obtain their names?
I did obtain their names.
And what were those two children's names?
Again, I would have to look at my report to refresh my memory of those.
Please do so. You can't read from it. You can't read it out loud, but feel free to refresh your recollection and just look up when you're done.
I love the way that this guy just looks at it. It's just like, take your time, refresh your memory. It's so quick every time. They've got bullet points up there or what. PT, thank you so much for spoiling the kitties. I'm sure they appreciate it so much. They definitely ask for snacks every day. So thank you so much.
They were identified as Seamus Montgomery and Declan Montgomery.
Did you note their relative seating locations?
I did.
And what were they?
I believe it was the center passenger and rear right passenger.
Do you know which one was in the center and which one was rear right?
I don't recall which one was where.
Is that noted in your
It should be noted in my report, yes.
Please, if you...
So what I'm understanding is there was Tabitha Scott in the front and Adam driving. So it means Kayla was at the back with the two boys. At that point, where was Harmony? You see, I think at that point they were hiding her under a blanket. Oh my goodness. Because she was still alive at that point. It's December 7th, a week later, that they say Harmony was murdered. So, but yet, as Kayla said yesterday, she would have dried blood on her face from being hit by Adam. That's what she said, right? And that she wouldn't clean it. So I still don't get why there's empathy for Kayla. None from me. Don't get me snarky. So I'm just wondering in the scenario, because the officer wrote down Tabitha, Scott, Adam. So there's Kayla and there's two boys. Yeah, where were they hiding Harmony?
I believe that looking at your report would refresh your recollection. Please do so.
Seamus was in the rear middle, and DeClan was in the rear right.
Did you see any other children in the defendant's vehicle?
I did not.
And did you, during your response, did you actually look inside of the defendant's vehicle?
I don't recall if I looked in the vehicle or not. It was so long ago.
Other than full of people, how would you describe the defendant's vehicle?
The defendant's vehicle, aside from having 5 people in there was clutter in the vehicle.
Is that something that you saw?
I did.
So, officer, I want to switch gears. I want to talk about that second accident just several days later. So I want to turn your attention to December 2nd of 2019.
Okay, I see a lot of people are saying, but wait, like, where was Harmony? We had heard from an interview or read somewhere before in the trial prep that Harmony would be hidden under a blanket because they didn't want the police officers to see her bruises and dried blood on her face from being hit by Adam. Allegedly.
19. Were you working in your official capacity with the Manchester Police Department on December 2nd of 2019?
Yes, I was.
And on that day, did you respond to another accident involving the defendant?
I did.
And can you walk the jurors through your response, how you initially became aware and what you did after getting that information?
I was dispatched, I believe it was on Franklin Street, or in that general area, to a 2-vehicle accident. And again, the same thing. There were only 2 drivers in this accident. I immediately recognized Mr. Montgomery in the vehicle, having dealt with him a few days prior.
And
so there was an accident on November 29th of 2019. Harmony was very likely hidden under a blanket. The officer didn't see her. So the 5 people would be Tabitha, Scott, and Adam in the front. Tabitha was a friend. Kayla and the 2 boys at the back. So that's how this officer counted 5 people in the vehicle. Harmony unaccounted for because they had likely hidden her under a blanket, which is what we'd heard before. Then Adam had another accident with that Chrysler Sebring, which is also, it makes sense why it broke down later then. It's all these car accidents, and obviously they're not getting the car fixed. So, accident November 29th of 2019. Another one on December 2nd. And then, after Harmony had been murdered, on that same day that Harmony had died, the car died. And yeah, there as well, we saw more tears for the car that had died from Kayla than Harmony.
again, did you follow your standard protocol after your response?
I did.
After you arrived at the location?
I did.
And who, if anyone, did you document in the defendant's vehicle on that occasion?
I believe Mr. Montgomery was the only person in the vehicle.
Do you believe that looking at your report might refresh your recollection?
Oh, yes, it would.
I can have just a minute.
Yes?
It's a bit of an odd statement for me to make, but you know what the judge is? Yes. Sometimes it sounds like the way I say it, because, you know, I've got to edit all my videos, so I have to actually listen to myself quite often. Try it. It's no fun. So, but sometimes when she's like, yes, I'm like, is that me? Did I say? What's playing? Who's that? It's the judge, Amy Messer. Okay, let's hear what else they say.
According to my report, Kayla Montgomery was a passenger in the vehicle.
And during that response, did you note her relative seating location?
She was in the front passenger seat.
On that occasion, did you look inside of the defendant's vehicle?
Okay, so now the police officer is saying Kayla was in the front passenger seat. Did I hear that right? So it's Kayla and Adam. That makes some more sense. And in the back then is Tabitha Scott, which I think is different from what Kayla said yesterday. That's why we've got to listen very carefully. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I don't recall if I looked inside or not.
Did you note anything about the defendant's vehicle?
On this occasion, it was the same vehicle I had dealt with the week before. The only thing that I noted about it was the new damage on the vehicle.
And I'm sorry, I want to go back to that November 29th response that you had. Around what time that day did you respond to the scene?
Again, I would have to look at my report to refresh my memory at the exact time.
That's right. Dr. Berry, Psychologist Responds, is here. If you guys haven't checked out Dr. Berry's channel, go and check it out. And Dr. Berry says, I thought she said she was in the back. That's also what I remember. I remember Kayla saying that she was in the back. That it was Kayla and the boys and Harmony. Okay, and then Tabitha and Adam in the front. Because I still thought that's a little odd. You know? So, man, I would think if Kayla's trying to, you see, that would also, if Kayla's trying to hide Harmony under a blanket, or if they put her in the trunk, oh my goodness. I don't know, it's all just scary.
That was approximately 3:53 p.m.
And how about on December 2nd? What time did you arrive on the scene?
Again, I would have to look at my report to get the time that I arrived. That was approximately 10:43 a.m.
Thank you. So Alyssa, okay. But Tabitha wasn't there for the second accident? Oh, I see. Okay, so for the first accident, which was on November 29th of 2019, okay, we have Adam driving the vehicle. We've got Tabitha Scott up front, a friend. We have Kayla in the back and the two boys, and somewhere in there is Harmony, because she was still alive and with them, apparently hidden under a blanket. That's what we'd heard before. Then there was another accident on December 2nd, and I believe that was actually outside the methadone clinic. At that point, it would have been Adam and Kayla in the front and the kids in the back. All right.
If I can have just a moment, Your Honor. No further questions. Thank you, Officer Pentinnen. The defense may have some questions for you.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name's Caroline Smith, and I do have a couple of questions for you. The first one involves the December 2nd accident that you were just talking about in 2019. And where was that accident?
I would need to look at my report to get the exact address.
Shame. Caroline's voice is finished after all that cross-examination, because that went on and on, right? That was hectic. But I found it very interesting yesterday, the amount of questions they had for Kayla. And damn, every time they go back to a similar question, then Kayla answers slightly differently. So that was very interesting to see. Algoma one says, cops are very observant. Wouldn't you have wondered what was under the blanket? Well, it depends how. You know, if I don't even want to really think about it. Maybe Kayla was in the back there on December 29th and put Harmony by her feet and put the blanket over like that. You know what I mean? Oh, man. Okay.
Do you still have it up there?
I have it up here.
Okay, go ahead.
That was at Franklin and Market Street.
And that's right around the clinic at Franklin?
It is in that general area, yes.
Okay. And the one at on 1129, where was that?
That was South Wilson and Vinton Street.
Okay. Is that near a Burger King?
It is not far. I believe approximately half mile, if I were to guess.
Okay. And on the, I don't mean to skip back and forth, so I'll stick with the November 29. You don't have a specific recollection of how you talked to people, right?
Not specifically, no.
Whether who was inside the car, who was outside the car when you talked to them, right?
No.
But if people were inside the car, you probably would have walked up to the car and talked to them through the window, right?
Yes, that's generally what I do.
Okay. And you saw the two boys in the back?
I saw two boys there. I don't remember if they were inside the vehicle or outside of the vehicle.
Okay. And when adults are driving around when anybody is driving around with children in the car, you recall that you were given the ages of the children, right?
Yes.
And one was over a year?
Again, I would have to look at my report for the.
Please do. And I meant to say under a year.
And to note what the dates are, what their birth dates are, as of the date. Yes, one would be under a year or approximately that age.
And when adults are driving around with a child under one, that child is to be in a baby seat, right?
Yes.
And if the child is not in the baby seat, what happens?
Generally, it's against the law and would be up to the officer's discretion to issue a summons for that or not.
Okay. And the second child was under 3?
Approximately.
And what are the restraints to be on a child under 3?
Also in a car seat.
Okay. And how about a child of 5?
Just a side note, I'm adjusting the audio as we go because the court feed is like loud and then soft and then loud and then soft, and I'm trying to make sure that your eardrums stay healthy, okay? We want to keep them intact. So if you hear it suddenly go loud, I am trying to adjust it and, make sure that it's pretty stable.
5.
Again, I'm 5 years old. I'm not sure. I would need to look at the exacts, but I believe it's any child under a certain size also would need a car seat.
Okay. And at the very least, I think it's under 12, have to be buckled in a seatbelt?
Yes.
And so you were aware of 2 children, right?
Yes.
And you had no concerns about their restraints, the child seat?
From what I remember, I did not.
By the way, I did say that the 1129 was outside, we said, I believe, outside Vinton and Wilson. The 12-2 was outside the clinic.
Correct.
And the 12-2 outside the clinic was 10:43?
Approximately, yes.
Okay, still morning hours.
Yes.
And the 11:29 was in the afternoon, 3:53, 4-ish?
Correct.
Still light out, right?
For that time of year, yes.
Okay. Now, you also said that you gathered pertinent information about the driver in the car, like the license, registration, insurance?
Correct.
And Mr. Montgomery had a license, right?
He did. He provided me a New Hampshire license.
Okay. And as far as you could tell, it was valid, right?
Yes.
Because otherwise, there would have been a problem there too, right?
Yes. Another thing I do is I will have dispatch do a driver's license status of any individuals who are operating the motor vehicles.
Okay. And so then on the accident on the 2nd, there were only people in the front seats of the car, no one in the back seat, right?
That's what I documented. I don't recall the specifics of the vehicle, but
Okay, one more time. There were 2 accidents, okay? And car accidents in this Chrysler Sebring after they'd been evicted from 77 Guilford Street. The first car accident was on November 29th of 2019, and that is when the officer noted there were 5 people in the car. Didn't see Harmony. We speculate she was under a blanket because we heard something like that before. So that would be Tabitha in the front, Adam driving, and Kayla in the back, and the 2 boys. There was a second accident, which is there near the methadone clinic, which was on Market Street, which was actually part of the jury view. You know, they tour on the first day. They went past that methadone clinic. So on that day, the officer noted Kayla and Adam in the vehicle, no one in the back. I do wonder where the kids were that day, because I was thinking, now wait, but Kayla said she didn't remember where they were. You know? Maybe because for a time she went to her aunt's house and then they went to her mother's house. So they could have been at her mother's house. I'm thinking. Anyway, so let's continue to listen.
That's what I documented.
Okay. And again, whether you talked to the driver inside the car or outside the car, you would have talked to the driver, right?
Yes.
And if the passenger was inside the car, you would have walked up to the passenger side to talk to her, right?
I would speak to him either through the driver's side or depending on the situation, sometimes through the driver's side, sometimes through the passenger side, but I will speak to them directly.
Okay. And you did not see any children on that day, right?
No.
You didn't see any boys in the car?
No. If I did, I would have documented it.
Okay.
This guy is like so focused. I love the focus. No, if I did, I would have documented it. Caroline's like, okay.
Oh, yeah. Seating on the, I'm sorry, I'm going back again when I said I wouldn't. On 11/29, you specifically documented the seating,
Correct.
and Seamus was in the middle.
I believe so.
So there would have been you can check your report. I think you documented it, right?
Yes.
And so Declan was on one side, Seamus on the other, and then you would have noticed Kayla or been told that Kayla was on the other side, right?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Any objection to that?
No.
You sit down, you're excused.
Okay. 1 witness down.
State may call its next witness.
State will call Mr. Matthew Gendron to the stand, please.
Not the fullest courtroom, huh? Very full when Kayla was on the stand.
Mr. Gendron, please hold the bailiff and just watch your feet on the cords in there. I'm sorry.
Okay, we'll hear the name and the spelling now and put it, I'll put it up on the screen for you. Mastiff Heart says, WTF is up with the Halloween costumes on the thumbnail. Yeah, showing the clowns that they are. The people who a judge thought, you know, these are great people to take care of Harmony. So, 2 idiots on the thumbnail. Yes, both should be on trial in my opinion. But this is Adam Montgomery's trial. We're on day 5. Thank you for being here and watching with us.
Mr. Gendron, if you would remain standing for just a brief moment, please. Thank you. Please raise your right hand, sir. You solemnly swear that the testimony you will give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
I was hearing double court time. I'm like, where is that coming from? It was on my phone. I decided to just start playing this as well.
Thank you. Please feel free first to
Okay.
have a seat.
Okay, let's get his name.
Mr. Gendron, thank you for coming today. I wondered if you would please go ahead and state your full name and then spell both your first and your last name for the record.
It's Matthew Gendron, Matthew Gendron.
And Mr. Gendron, what town are you currently living in?
Manchester.
How long have you lived here in Manchester?
About 12 years or so?
Okay. And right now, are you working?
Yes, sir.
What type of work do you do in general?
I work in a restaurant.
How long have you been doing that kind of work?
Most of my life, but I've been at my current job for close to 5 years now.
Okay. Let me ask, at one point in 2019, did you ever work at a Dunkin' Donuts?
Yes, sir.
And where was that Dunkin' Donuts?
It's located at Beach Street in Manchester, New Hampshire.
While you were there, did you ever work with somebody by the name of Adam Montgomery?
Yes, sir.
And with regards to Adam Montgomery, do you know who his wife is? Or was?
Kayla Montgomery?
Okay. Did you meet her there as well?
Yes, sir.
And how long did you work there with Adam Montgomery and Kayla Montgomery?
Probably around a year or so.
Okay, so this is Matthew Gendron, who worked at Dunkin' Donuts. So we know that Kayla worked there and stole money out of the till. And then we know that Adam also worked there for a time. So, okay, let's hear what he says about them.
How long overall did you work at that Dunkin' Donuts?
I think I worked there 2 years.
Did you get the job, or were you working there when Adam Montgomery started working there, or was he working there when you got there?
He was already employed when I got there.
Okay. And what about Kayla Montgomery?
Same.
Same thing? All right. Did you ever hang out with Adam Montgomery?
A few times.
Okay. And did you ever friend him on Facebook?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would you send messages back and forth to each other?
Yep.
All right. And back in 2019, about how often would you guys talk with each other?
I try to initiate a conversation every week or so.
Were you still working at Dunkin' Donuts when Adam Montgomery stopped working at Dunkin' Donuts?
Yes.
All right. If I could approach the minutes, please. I'm going to ask you show you what's going to mark State's Exhibit 101. Do you recognize that person?
Yes, sir.
And who is this?
That is Adam Montgomery.
That's the person that you worked with?
Yes, sir.
And I'd like to also show you what's going to mark State's Exhibit 11 for identification purposes.
Sir, get to the microphone. Not this guy. I'm talking about the prosecutor. Like what?
I'm going to hand you one more exhibit. This one's marked State's Exhibit 11 for identification purposes only.
Okay.
And I'm going to, first of all, I'm just going to remove these old police reports here. I want to ask you just about that particular exhibit. I wonder if you could go ahead and flip through all 3 pages just for a moment for yourself, just to orient yourself with it.
Paige Willow says Duncan wanting this part to be over.
Just asking in general, these particular images, what are these images of?
Of a Facebook chat with myself and Adam and Kayla.
And was that on your Facebook page?
Correct.
With regards to the conversation that you have there, do you remember that conversation?
Yes.
And do you remember having looked at those images at the time that you received them?
Yes.
Other than the fact that they're on paper and there's a little red sticker down at the bottom of the first page, any sort of alterations or changes to those images compared to when you saw them and you first got those messages?
Not to my knowledge.
And are they accurate in terms of the time and date that you remember getting this message from the defendant?
Yes, sir.
At this point, Your Honor, I'd ask for the identification to be stricken from State's Exhibit 11 and to publish.
Any objection? I'm sorry, you said no objection. Without objection, thank you. The ID is stricken, it's entered as a full exhibit.
Thank you. Mr. Gendron, I'm going to go ahead and leave this copy here if for some reason you need to refer to it. But I'd like to draw your attention onto the screen and have you walk us through this exhibit together so we can understand this message that you got as you testified from the defendant and his Facebook page. So back in, let's go ahead to December 8th of 2019. Were you still working at Dunkin' Donuts on December 8th?
I don't recall, maybe.
And, well, with regards to at that point in time, do you know if Oh, excuse me. You said you're not too sure if you were
At the
working.
time of these messages, I was at a different restaurant.
You were at a different restaurant. Okay. So you're no longer working with the defendant at Dunkin'
Correct.
Donuts. All right. I'd like to go ahead and draw your attention. You can either look down or look at the screen behind you. And I want to go ahead and draw your attention to page 1 of Exhibit 11. And with regards to that, is this what you're seeing on the screen behind you? Can you just confirm for us that is page 1 of Exhibit 11?
Yes.
Okay. And I'd like to go ahead and ask you about the conversation itself. First of all, what time did you get these messages on, specifically on the 8th? When did they start appearing?
After midnight?
After midnight on the 8th? Okay. And specifically, what time did you first get the very first message here from
12:13 a.m. it says.
12:13 a.m.?
Yep.
Okay. With regards to that particular time, could you go ahead and please read that message for us, the message that you received at 12:13 a.m.?
Hey, need help ASAP. Please need a jump and jumper cables ASAP.
Okay. And separate from that, did you get another message right afterwards, or excuse me, shortly thereafter?
Yes.
And what time did you get that second message?
12:58.
Okay. And what was the message that you got then?
Says, I need a jump. My car died. We've been sleeping in our car, and our battery just died.
Now, separate from that, did you then start responding back to this Facebook message from Mr. Montgomery?
Yes.
All right. And what did you write?
I said, I don't have any cables.
Okay. And then what's the next message that you received in this conversation?
This is Kayla. Will you bring me to a store to get them? I'll give you gas money. We will literally die tonight.
Oh, wow. Like, on the day that 5-year-old Harmony was murdered, it just clocks over to midnight. So now we're at the next day, 12:13 a.m. And Kayla says, this is Kayla. Will you bring me to a store to get them? I'll give you gas money. We will literally die tonight. Okay, then. Also a way to guilt trip someone into helping you, right? She's quite pushy, that one. See? So even there, it's just like, let me jump in. Let me get through to this guy, right? We will literally die tonight, she says. My goodness. I don't know if anyone else is shocked by that. Welcome, 15, Mommy 1. Welcome, everyone. Thank you so much for being here to watch this with me. Please like and share so that others know that we are live right now. We've got the delayed coverage so we can skip over the lunch break. So maybe they don't know what we're doing. Maybe they want to come check it out and chat with us. Okay, so let's continue to hear the rest of this.
And with regards to that message, at that point, when it says, this is Kayla, who do you believe now has the phone?
I believe it was Kayla. That was a joint account they had together.
Okay. In general, when you received messages from this account, were you able to tell who it was from, whether it was from Adam Montgomery or whether it was from Kayla?
Not until they identified themselves.
Okay. And what about with regards to how they wrote, the type of words that they used? Did you notice a difference?
Not really.
Okay. What's the response that you wrote back after that? You received that message about, we will literally die tonight.
I just got home from work and have to get up early for work tomorrow. What's even open and where are you guys?
Okay. So to clarify, at this point when you're writing, you said, I don't have cables. Was that true?
Yes.
Okay. So you didn't.
Just quick pause. Blueberry Art says, well, New Hampshire would be freezing cold there. I do understand that. I'm just like, what? If you think of the whole context of that day, like those last 12 hours, what a choice of words. You know, instead of saying, please, can you help us? Or do you know anyone who can help us? Otherwise, we're going to freeze to death. That's one thing. And I probably still would have made a comment about it given the situation, because they certainly didn't ask for help for Harmony. They didn't call the paramedics. They didn't get any medical attention for her. They didn't even check on her. They covered her with a blanket and went to get Burger King and drugs while Harmony died in that vehicle. But then, you see, that's what I'm saying. These two never forget that they are self-serving. So as soon as something happens to them, oh no, then they need everyone's help. You know what I mean? Yeah, Janice says dramatic much. That's what I'm saying. It's like extreme manipulation and just like, you know, very intense language to almost bully this guy and to be like, well, you have to help us. Otherwise, we're literally going to die. She might as well have said, and it'll be your fault. Okay, then. Wow.
I didn't have jumper cables.
Okay. And when you say, when you move on about having to get up early for work tomorrow, you asked where they were? Is that right?
Yeah.
All right. Why did you ask that question?
I was just curious as to where they wanted me to drive all around to at that hour.
Pardon me. Continuing on with the bottom part of page 1 here of the exhibit, I'm wondering if you could go ahead and what's the response you got to that?
It's okay, Matt. I don't know what it is open. I'm sorry.
That IDKs, I mean, I don't know, or I don't know.
I don't know, yeah.
Okay. And what did you say back?
It's not your fault. I just don't have cables. It's not so I know what's open.
Okay. And so at that time of night, did you know what was open or not? All right, it has to be a verbal answer of yes
no,
or no.
sir.
I'm sorry, because the microphone's picking
Yeah.
up and recording. I wondered if you could go ahead and turn to page 2 now and walk us through the next part of this conversation that you're having. After that you said you didn't know what was open, what message did you start getting on the account?
I think either if mobile don't have them, the only place is Amherst Walmart. So I know you need to get out early. Have a good night. Sorry.
You said get out early. Is that what was written?
That's what it looks like it was written. There's a lot of typos.
Okay. Certainly, would you say that the typos that you're seeing here is different from what you saw before when you got the message saying that it was from Kayla?
I would assume it's from the same persons, though.
Okay. Even though the
They
typos...
didn't identify they changed people, so I'm assuming it's still Kayla.
Okay. And so what do you respond back when they say, I'm sorry?
I said, it's okay. Try to have a good night.
Well, let me just... Oh, excuse me. That's right. Let me just try to get to it. You say, it's okay, try to have a good night?
Yep.
And what's the response that you got back after that?
I'm going to try. We can die in this weather. We can't write. We can just really... I can't even read that.
Is it C-I-L-D? Are we reading that right?
CILD.
Okay.
And it said, hey, I'm at Colonial Village, and Kimmy said she has jumper cables.
Looking at that first line, I'm going to try, can we die in this weather? And then is it we? How does they spell the next word after we?
Looks like CSNT.
Is it fair to assume that might be can't?
Correct.
Okay. Right, we can just, is that V-E?
That's what I got.
Okay. Just V, really, and the C-I-L-D. What do you think that word is?
Probably
going to be?
cold.
Really cold. Okay. And then the line afterwards.
Hey, I'm at Colonial Village, and Kimmy said she has jumper cables.
Who's Kimmy? Do you know who Kimmy is?
Kimberly Frayne?
And were you Facebook friends with her?
Yep. And I also worked with her as well.
Right.
At the same location.
We saw Kimberly Frayne on the stand yesterday. So if you missed that, she was also at the weapons trial. I think she was on the first day. And yesterday, she testified that she did work with both of them at some point. So now we know as well. But Dunkin' Donuts. And she talked about the jumper cables, yes.
And with regards to that, I'm going to ask you to go ahead and flip over to page 3 now. And, or excuse me, if you could stay at the bottom of page 2. I apologize, we didn't finish here. You said, can Kimmy jump you? Is that correct?
That's what I said, yep.
What did they respond?
She don't have a car. That's why I've been messaging everyone.
Okay. And just for clarity's sake, when you said she don't have her car, what was actually spelled?
Was that actually spelled?
Yep.
She don't have GER car. She don't have her car.
Fair to say, though, you interpreted that as her car?
Correct.
All right. And that's why I've been messaging everyone. If you could go to page 3 of that exhibit and kind of take us through how this conversation ended that day. After they said she don't have her car, that's why I've been messaging everyone, what was the next thing that you received, the next message?
So do YIH not want to do that?
What did you interpret that to mean?
Probably being, do you not want to do that?
Okay. And what did you write back?
I don't really feel like running all over the place at this hour of the night. Did you try a 24-hour road assistance thing?
What were you suggesting to them when you said 24-hour road assistance?
Like AAA or one of those type of services, I guess.
Have you ever used that service in the past?
I didn't have it at the time, but I have used it since.
Oh, that's what I meant. I'm sorry. Have you used it since? And did you find that they do have that ability to be able to jump a car?
Yeah.
Right. And if you could go ahead and take us through the next part of your conversation here. What did they respond after you suggested that they try to find somebody who could do the jump service?
It's not our car, Matt. our car died today, I'm assuming the word his friend is letting us stay in his. It's all good, Matt. Don't worry about it. I just don't want to freeze tonight. I've messaged everyone else.
I totally understand that they can't freeze to death in the car, okay? I get that. It's just like unbelievable to me that like, our car died today. Yeah, so did your daughter. It's just like, oh my word. The elephant in the room, the things that these friends didn't know, right? Yes, Dr. Berry says, I love his boundaries. Yes. I was thinking that too. I'm like, this guy, he's like, I don't really feel like running around this time of the night. Can't you go and find this and this? Good boundaries. Yes, indeed. Welcome to, I believe Joe Jackalone is, there we go. Joe Jackalone, you said, hello G and Grizzly Nation. We are Grizzly International. Grizzly World. It's global. Welcome, Joe Jackalone. It's so nice to see you in chat. I missed your appearance on Court TV this morning. I'm going to have to watch a replay. Or hope you'll post a clip. Okay. Let's continue to read what's going on here. Man, these typos, I think they were probably, I would assume, very high at the time as well. You know, really trying to write these messages. Maybe really cold as well.
So, again, some of those words misspelled.
Correct.
And when you were just reading for us, is that your interpretation of those misspellings?
Yes, sir.
All right. What did they say after saying we've messaged everyone else?
NOOBE, I'm assuming means nobody has cables or nobody has their cars. Okay. Spelled cats.
Spelled cats, but interpreted as cars.
Correct.
Okay. With regards to that, what did you say back to when they were said nobody has cables and nobody has cats? What did you write back?
I get all that. Roadside assistants can jump a car. They have helped me before. They don't ask for proof of ownership.
So when you write that back to them, what's the response that you got?
Yeah, no one of us has insurance. Don't worry about it, man.
And what time was that final message that day?
1:53 a.m.
Lieutenant says, ha ha ha, do typos all the time. Well, if you know me at all, me too. There's always got to be one or two on a presentation, right? So don't worry, Sam, but damn, some of these typos that they made is like, whoa, they didn't, like, nobody is like noob. Yeah, they're not writing right there. Okay, yeah. Janet Murphy says, I've jumped a cat. Sure. This poor guy is having to decode all these messages at this point, right?
Thank you, sir. Mr. Gendron, after that conversation on December 8th about jumper cables and frame, let me ask, did you say, I don't know, maybe a month later in January of 2020, did you have any other Facebook messages from Adam Montgomery or any other discussions with Adam Montgomery about what happened that night?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. At any point in time, did you ever, was there ever a conversation with Adam Montgomery with regards to you not responding that night?
Also not to my memory.
Not to your memory?
It's been a while.
Okay. If I could just have a moment, please, Your Honor.
That's right. Freck says, still not in court, as in Adam? Yep, still not. Still somewhere stalking his own trial.
All right, Mr. Gendron, I have one final question for you. With regards to the time that you were asked to go ahead and provide a jump, and you had this conversation with the defendant, with regards to that, at that time, did you know where he was living?
I did not.
And were you ever made aware that he was homeless at that time?
That was the first time I found out.
Okay. When did you find out?
Well, during that message that they're living in their car, I had no idea.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Gendron. I don't have any further questions for you. I believe defense counsel will have a few.
Okay.
I do not have a question.
I like him. He's done a good job. Amanda Tabor says, I'm a few minutes behind, but let's not forget that they were offered a warm place to stay, and Kayla said no. Wow, thank you for reminding us of that. You are so right. Yesterday, that's what Kimberly Frayne said. She offered them a warm place to stay. Kayla, talked about it a bit with Adam and then said, no. Okay, then.
You may step down.
Thank you.
We'd ask for the witness to be excused, please, Your Honor.
All right, you may be excused.
That's right. Jenna says they tried to manipulate this guy and he wasn't having it. I like it. I like it a lot. He was just like, yeah, nah.
Sorry, Your Honor, just trying to get the tech to work. At this point, the state would call Mr. Aaron Sweeney to the stand.
Aaron Sweeney. Okay. Joe Jackalone says he learned from other times. I guarantee it. Yep. Oh, okay. Next witness in the house.
Please be careful of the wires as you walk through. Thank you.
Mr. Sweeney, if you would go ahead and please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear that the testimony you give this jury is
Yes.
the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Please feel free to have a seat. And Mr. Sweeney, as we're being recorded here today, would you please go ahead and state your full name, spell both your first and your last name for the record?
Aaron Sweeney, Aaron Sweeny.
And Mr. Sweeney, what city do you currently reside in?
Manchester, New Hampshire.
Okay. How long have you been living here?
Since second grade, so a long time.
Long time. Okay.
So, Laura, I'm not too sure who you're shouting at. If it's me, let me address it. You said, hello, what about the other two victims and all of this, the two infant boys? Are you shouting at them or me? I'm not sure. But what about the two infant boys in the freezing cold backseat? What about them? Exactly. Then why does Kayla turn down the offer to go and stay somewhere warm? Because Kimberly Frayne, their friend, said you can come and stay with me. And Kayla said, no, thank you. Kayla and Adam only thought of themselves at all times. At all times, right? Not that Mickey said, this is so silly, but after yesterday seeing Kayla fake cry crocodile tears, I can't get that song, Never Smile at a Crocodile, out of my head. Oh my goodness, those fake tears. It was like, and showtime. Wow. Okay, so let's hear what Aaron Sweeney has to say.
And are you currently working?
Yes.
And where do you work?
BJ's, right here in Manchester.
And what shift do you work for BJ's?
Third shift.
Okay, so let me ask you, it's about 9:55. How long have you been up?
I actually called out last night
Okay.
to make sure I got sleep.
That's why I just want to make sure that you did get a good night's sleep.
Yeah.
Okay. If for any reason you need me to restate your question, or any lawyer to restate a question, just let us know and we'll be glad to do it, okay?
Okay.
All right. With regards to your work...
Quick pause. Dr. Berry says, I wonder if they turned it down because they were high. I don't know, because at that point, I don't know if Kim was still struggling with substance abuse, because Adam used to get high with Kim. And it's Kim's ex-husband, she was married to the guy at the time, who Adam stole weapons from. So I do wonder, why? I would almost say it's because Kayla's jealous. Although Adam went there to Kim's house quite a bit by himself, so I don't know.
For BJ's, how long have you been working for them?
Almost a year.
Year. And prior to that, back in 2019, what sort of job did you have back then?
I believe that's when I was towing.
Okay. And were you towing for a company called Auto City Towing?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to ask you about a particular tow back on December 7th of 2019 at the intersection of the Webster and Elm Street around 12:52 in the afternoon. Do you remember that tow?
A little bit, not fully.
Okay. Well, let me ask you, when you go ahead and you tow a car, can you kind of explain to the jury what sort of procedures that you go through when you're making a tow?
Our office just calls one of the drivers, and we're handed a piece of paper saying where we're going and what it's for, and then we just proceed to the location.
What about when it's a vehicle that has broken down? Is there a way that Manchester Police Department might dispatch you out for a tow?
Well, yeah, they call our tow company, and then our guy at the front desk dispatches us out, unless the individual themselves call for a tow.
Do you end up making contact with the police department before you go to do a tow?
No.
Just go straight from there?
It goes straight to our front desk, and then we're handed a piece of paper.
Finally, even with boosted, we can hear a bit. We've got to adjust a little bit here and there. Please, let's not attack the witness's appearance. I don't really get that. I don't know. In South Africa, we don't do that. There's so many cultures, nationalities, different people, everyone, that we just don't do that. So I'm not used to it, you know. Yeah, he's got lip piercings. So, you know, so what? And you know what's like amazing is how many people, which is still not the majority, thank goodness, how many people stand up for Kayla and defend her and say, you know, like I'm being judgmental or whatever. I will snark on my channel as much as I like, but okay. But yet those same people would absolutely annihilate this guy's appearance. Like, what is that all about? Why are you defending Kayla? But then this guy's like, oh, lip ring. Okay, we're not in kindergarten. He's got lip piercings and all sorts of things. So what? Let's hear what he has to say. Okay, focus everyone. Here we go.
And then we go right to the scene.
When you get to a scene for a tow, what are some of the very first things that you do, just generally?
Just contact whatever vehicle's involved and find out what's going on and where it's going.
And from there, when you do have to use a tow, what kind of tow truck are we talking about?
Flatbed. So
Flatbed?
big ones, yeah.
And could you go ahead and please explain to the jury what's the process you have to go through to put a car onto a flatbed as compared to, say, putting on a car where you're just kind of putting two wheels up and the back two wheels are rolling?
We just get in a good spot, we hook it up, and then we pull it up. That's it, really.
And what about when you have to do documentation of this tow? How do you document the tow that you're doing?
We have a separate tow slip, like the drivers use, and we just write like general information on it.
Mr. Sweeney, I'd like to go ahead and show you State's Exhibit 3D and 3C, if I may. Just a moment, please.
Yeah, Megan says another person just doing their job and getting dragged into this. Yeah. We've got some fluff going on. Sounds like we're swimming now.
Mr. Sweeney, I'd like to go ahead and show you what's been marked State's Exhibit 3B for identification purposes only. And I'd also like to show you on page 6 of what's been marked State's Exhibit 3C for identification purposes only. And just have you take a look at those two documents for a moment, please.
Oh, the sound today from the court feed. I can't do anything about that. All I can do is boost it and try not to blast our eardrums out. And we're in this together. Laura says, no, Miss Grizzly, I'm not yelling at you, just wanting to question the witness law. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying. I wasn't sure. I was like, should I get snarky or... Okay, no, that makes sense. That makes sense. Forensic Fury says, keyboard warriors G, lol, ignore them. Yeah, I mean, I get, it's like almost like trolls. Just troll the witnesses. Let's not do that. Let's focus on what they got to say. I mean, this guy, he didn't ask to be there. He was the tow truck driver, which would have been on December 7th of 2019.
Okay.
Okay, do you recognize them?
Yes.
Okay, and let's go ahead and start with State's Exhibit, page 6 of State's Exhibit 3C. How do you recognize that?
This is the tow slip that the drivers fill out.
Okay. So if you did a tow, is that the slip that you would fill out?
Yep.
And what about State's Exhibit 3B for identification purposes? What's that?
This is what is typed out by the gentleman at the front desk
Front desk
of Auto City.
of Auto City?
Yep.
Okay. So that's not something that you yourself fill out?
No.
With regards to page 6 of State's Exhibit 3C, on that particular one, who fills out that information?
I do.
And when do you fill that out?
We fill out just very little bit before the tow. Once we get to the tow, we can fill out more, or if we have to, we fill it out once we get back to the lot.
And by the time that you are done with that tow, when you drop the car back off at the lot, at that point, you have to have the rest of that filled out?
Yep, so the rest of this is filled out, and then we give it back to the gentleman who types out the other one.
And with regards to, other than the fact that if you look at State's Exhibit 3C, page 6, other than the fact that it's obviously not on the original paper, it's been photocopied, do you notice any other sort of changes or alterations from when you would have filled that out?
No.
Do you recognize your initials down there?
Yes.
Okay. And did you fill this form out?
Yes.
At this point in time, Your Honor, if I'm going to take these back from you for just a moment, sir, the State is going to move page 6 of State's Exhibit 3C. We move for the identification to be stricken from page 6 and to make the child exhibit of 3C. We get 3C1.
Any objection?
To page 6. So should it, if the exhibit is more than one page, should it be a separate exhibit, like 3D? Are we correct?
Okay, we got a sidebar time. Cameraman is like, all right, focusing on that witness. Shame. At least did get some sleep. He's like, I got cold-eyed last night. Okay, thank you all for sharing the sparkly purple hearts in honor of Harmony. Her favorite color was purple. And her foster parent, her foster mom said, Michelle Raftery, that she always said, leave a sparkle wherever you go. So thank you so much. Okay, let's see if we can go faster through this.
This one's a little bit easier to read. I'm going to show you through CD3C. I'm also going to show you State's Exhibit 3A for identification. Are those the same tow slips?
Yes.
And again, other than the fact that this one's a little bit easier to read and on it with a red sticker, any other sort of changes or alterations between those two?
No.
Thank you very much. At this point, Your Honor, State moves to strike ID from State's Exhibit 3A.
No objection.
All right, the ID is stricken on 3A. It is entered as a full exhibit.
Mr. Sweeney, what I'd like to do is to go ahead and give this to you to have right there, and permission to publish, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
Yes, you may.
And Mr. Sweeney, I'm going to go ahead and have you be able to look at that photocopy up close, but I'm also going to have it projected on the screen behind you. I'd like to ask you a couple different questions about the different sections of this form
Okay.
and the information you filled out. Mr. Sweeney, if you would just turn around just for the briefest of moments, and is that a copy of State's Exhibit 3A that you have in front of you?
Yes.
Fair to say it's kind of hard to read at that size, isn't it? Is it easier on the paper?
Yeah, I can read it.
Okay. Well, I'd like to go ahead and kind of go through a little bit of the information that you filled out on this form, and you could tell us a little bit more about the tow. First of all, where did you go to make this tow?
Corner of Webster and Elm.
On the corner of Webster and Elm?
Yeah.
Okay. And when you ended up towing the car initially, did you bring it straight back to the lot, or did you bring it somewhere else first?
I brought it over to the gas station that was on that same corner.
Would that be Budget Gas right on the corner?
Yes.
Okay. Why did you bring it there before bringing it back to the lot?
So they can get some things out of their car.
Do you always do that?
Only if it's safe enough, or if there's a safe enough area to do it, I will. If not, I just direct them to come back to the shop.
Okay. When you were there, where did you park in the gas station parking lot?
Just close to Elm Street, like out of the way of the pumps.
All right. And at that point, did you allow some people to get some stuff out?
Yes.
Okay. Who got material out of the car?
I just only remember two gentlemen.
Two gentlemen?
Yeah.
Okay. Excuse me. And once you've towed a car for somebody to get things out of it, what do you have to do? Do they just kind of climb up the side of the truck, or?
No, so what I did was I extended the bed back out and I tilted it down so they can go up the ramp.
Okay. And then did you see the two people do that? Get
Yes.
things out of the car? Where did they put those things?
In another car.
Do you remember what that other car looked like?
No.
And the two men that you saw do this, do you remember what they looked like?
No.
What kinds of things did you see get taken out of the car? Do you recall?
I don't remember. Typically, when people clean out their car, like especially on the side of the road, I just stay by my truck, give them space.
Okay.
I periodically look over to see if they're done.
And once they were finished, where did you bring this car?
Back to our lot at Auto City.
So let me ask you, with regards to the car itself, what kind of car was it that you towed?
A Sebring, as the slip says.
Okay. And let me ask, again, you filled out the slip on the day of, is that
Yep.
correct? So fair to say that the information was fresh in your mind while you were there doing this?
Yes.
All right. And for the different areas that you might not know right off the top of your head, somebody's phone number, somebody's home address, how do you get that information?
If the person who's driving the vehicle is there, I just ask them.
Okay.
Quick pause. Joe Jackalone says there is a ton of circumstantial evidence against Adam, and I think the deal they struck with Kayla was unnecessary, in my opinion. Oh, if we could turn back time. If they didn't strike that deal, and if she could be on trial too. Yeah, I'd be pretty happy with that, right? Try them together.
When you fill the slip out, where does it go once you get done with it?
It goes to the gentleman at the front desk, and then he does whatever he has to do with it.
And let me ask, is that, you earlier looked at State's Exhibit 3B, is that you said that was a type-up version?
Yeah.
Is that where this information will go?
Yes.
What is some of the information in general? I'll ask you about specifics in a minute, but in general, what are some of the information that you record?
Just the VIN number, the make, the model.
Okay. VIN number, so is that a vehicle identification number?
Yes.
Okay. Do you also record things like mileage?
Nope.
Okay. Do you record a reason to make this tow?
Yes.
And what about your own mileage and going to make a tow? Is that important to record?
Yeah, we've always been told like the mileage from the start of the tow until we get back to our lot.
So what I'd like to do now is go through the different sections of the tow slip with you on State's Exhibit 3A and have you explain what we're looking at and the information that you filled in that day, all right?
Okay.
Okay. I'd like to go ahead and start focusing on the very top section there. Could you go ahead and just tell us what's the time that you made this tow?
12:52.
Okay. Morning or afternoon?
Afternoon.
Okay. And
December 7th, 2019, 12:52 p.m. Okay. Joe Jackalone says, exactly, she'd turn on him fast. Especially, they're very used to these transactional relationships, or I don't know, interactions, you know what I mean? Everything's about transactions. So now the plea deal is, of course, transactional. That's why she's talking and still lying about things. But, you know, oh man, you make a good point, Joe. You make a good point.
who was it that had requested the tow?
Manchester PD.
Is that typical?
Yeah, it's normal.
All right. What was the reason that you were towing the car?
Disabled vehicle.
And the intersection itself, could you say where that was?
Webster and Elm Street.
Pardon me. Where did you bring the car to?
Auto City.
Where's their tow lot?
It's on Commercial Street. It's right in the same building
Okay.
as our office.
Same building as your office?
Yeah.
Okay. If you could go through as well, the information of the owner of the car, the driver, who do you get that from?
The driver, if they're there.
And what information did you write down in this report?
Adam Montgomery.
What address did he give you?
77 Guilford Street.
Barbara says Kayla lost her parental rights, as she stated, only as part of her plea deal, from what I understand. If she gets out on the 3rd of May, that's the earliest she can get out this year, which is around the corner, I think she might get her parental rights back. That's also what's being said, so I'm not sure about that, but it's part of her plea deal. Once she's out, she's out. So we shall see. Okay, so Adam seems to be writing the address here, which they'd already been evicted from.
And this information would have come from him?
Yes.
All right. Next area I'd like to ask you about is a phone number. Did you get any phone number to contact him on?
No.
Did you ask for one, or would you have asked for one?
We usually ask for one, and if they don't give us it, then we don't expect them to come back
Don't expect them to come back. What does that mean?
for the car.
At that point, it's believed that the car's going to be abandoned? Is that the...
That's what we assume.
Okay. All right. Let me ask you about some of the other information. How do you, the information that you write down about the car itself, I know you said the VIN number. Can we see that on the tow form?
Yes.
Okay. And what about the year of the car or the make of the car?
That is on there as well.
Okay. And could you again just give us the year, the make, and the model of car?
2010 Chrysler Sebring, silver.
Okay. Was there a license plate on this car?
Yes.
And what license plate was there?
4368206.
Was that a New Hampshire plate?
Yes.
Right. And the color of the car? What was the color?
Silver.
All right. I see that there was something else that was initially written and then crossed out.
Yep, blue.
Okay. Who would have done that cross out?
Me.
All right. Looking at some of the other information on this, I believe you just read the license plate for us. Is the VIN number on there as well?
Yes.
Right. And could you go ahead and read the VIN number for us, please?
1C, 3C, C, 5F, B1, AN, 137502.
All right. Thank you. I'd like to talk about the mileage that you write down.
I just want to show you guys a picture of the actual car. This was it. I think I found this on Facebook somewhere. This, yeah, is a picture of the car. Chrysler Sebring. I think that's it. Okay, so now let's continue to listen here.
Is that your mileage?
It says service, right where it says mileage and service time?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so that's not the car's mileage?
No.
All right. And the service times, what are the two times that you put down?
12:52 is when I left, and 1:39 is when I got back.
Okay. And when you say left, left where?
Left a lot.
Left the lot. Oh, left the lot to go make the tow.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And then separate from that section, I'd like to ask about the reasons. What were the reasons that you checked off for why you were towing the car?
It was disabled and the type of truck that we have.
One of the last sections I'd like to ask about this particular slip is in your remarks section. You wrote two things. Could you please read those for us?
No registration and no phone.
Okay. And when you say no registration, would you have asked for a registration?
Yep.
Okay. And is that a normal part of your practice when you make a tow?
Yes, it's just to get the most accurate information on the vehicle itself.
Okay. And about the phone number, same thing?
Same thing.
Right. Finally, you're the tow driver on this car, correct?
Yes.
All right. And did you go ahead and write down your initials on that?
Yep.
Okay. And what were your initials?
AS.
If you could just go ahead and look at the screen behind you for a moment, can you just show us, just point generally where your initials are?
Right there it says tow driver.
Okay, thank you. Just a moment, please, Your Honor. Mr. Sweeney, I know that you stated that when you made this tow, there were two male individuals that helped get things out of the car. Let me ask you, when you were making this tow, did you see any children at all?
No.
None whatsoever?
No.
All right. Thank you. I don't have any further questions for you, Mr. Sweeney. I believe defense counsel may have a few.
I do, Mr. Sweeney. My name's Caroline Smith. How are you?
Doing pretty good.
So the car was about 20 years old?
Yeah.
Okay. And when you respond to that location, is Manchester PD still there?
Typically, yeah.
Okay. Because once a car is disabled, especially in a busy intersection, they want to make sure people are moving around pretty safe, right?
Yep.
And your flatbed actually has to go a little bit into the intersection to put the car on the flatbed, right?
Yeah, depending on the angle of the car.
Okay. And if a car is parked straight as if going straight through a traffic light, that's the kind of thing that you would get straight in front of it to put it on the flatbed?
Yep.
Okay. And was the car unlocked?
I think so. I don't remember.
Okay. Do you go in to like make sure the brakes aren't on or anything like that before you tow?
Nope.
Okay. With a flatbed, you can just lift it up?
We pull it up with a tow cable.
Okay. And you don't check to make sure the parking brake's off?
Nope.
Okay. Fair to say that you probably were there within 20 minutes of when that car broke down?
Yeah.
Okay. And you drove over to, so the two guys that came up to get stuff out of the car, was the car already on the flatbed at that point?
Yeah.
And they came over and asked you if they could get some stuff out?
Yeah.
And you said,
Quick pause. Valkyrie said, my fear is the jury will doubt that they can determine if it was Adam or Kayla who actually killed Harmony, and then double jeopardy is attached. Not for Kayla, though. They said the double jeopardy law doesn't apply to her based on the plea deal. It's one of the, fine prints. They can't actually charge her again, or with whatever they need to charge her with, if she's going to ever face additional charges, if she doesn't abide by the plea deal. So if you look at yesterday's live stream, there's a timestamped, it's timestamped for you where we read through the document of her plea agreement.
well, I got to get out of here. I'll pull over to the budget.
Yeah.
And then you stand aside and they go through the car and get stuff?
Yep.
Might be going through the front of the car?
They go wherever they can get access to.
Okay. And it was not locked, right?
No.
Did anybody give you the keys to the car?
Either they were in the ignition or they were handed to me, but I honestly don't remember.
You did have the keys, though?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you give them back for when they were going through the car, or did they give you the keys after they went through the car?
I don't remember.
Okay. Thank you.
Just briefly, Your Honor, Mr. Sweeney, you were asked a moment ago in regards to how long the car had been there, for maybe about 20 minutes. Do you know how long the car had been there in terms, you said that 20 minutes. Where does that number come from?
Yeah, just by the time we get the call and I get to the scene.
Do you know what time Manchester would have found that car, or then turned around at the time between that and sending the note over to you guys to do the tow?
I have no idea. It's basically, once the police get to that particular scene, they just call us, or they call somebody.
So you know the time when you got dispatched?
Yeah.
But not necessarily what happened?
Nope.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any follow-up?
When a car is broken down at a busy intersection, you try and get out there pretty quick, right?
Yeah.
Because that's a dangerous situation, right?
Yeah.
And so for a dangerous situation, things happen pretty quick.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
We'd ask the witness to be excused, please.
You may step down. Any objection to his being excused?
May I have him on call?
Yes. So you'll advise the witness. Counsel approach.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Why, Caroline, why? She wants the tow truck driver on call. May I have him on call? She wants to call him back at any time. He's like, what? I mean, why? What's so riveting about the tow truck drivers, a kind of thing? I'm glad he was here. But okay, we know he towed the car on December 7th of 2019. What the heck else would the defense attorney want to ask him, right? Not that Mickey says, I find it convenient that the state asked Kayla only about Adam hitting 1 Harmony and 2 Kayla. I don't think it's far-fetched that he hit his boys too. She just wouldn't mention it because she wants her kids back, and this won't fit into her narrative. And it might have been part of all those pre-trial motions where they decided what she can testify about and not. So the domestic violence that she says she experienced, there was a certain time frame that she could testify to, not before that or after that. So it could be part of that as well. Thank you so much for the sticker. That's South African rands, you guys. ZAR. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Okay, let's see. Are they having a break now or what? We'll go right through that break.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state will call specifically Mr. Joseph Tucker to the stand.
Be careful of the wires as you're walking through.
Mr. Tucker, if you would please go ahead and take the witness stand and remain standing when you get there, sir. There we go. And
Joseph
Mr. Tucker, if you would please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you will give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Please feel free to have a seat. Mr. Tucker, as we're being recorded here today, would you please state your full name and spell both your first and last name for the record?
Yes, sir. Joseph Tucker, Joseph, and Tucker.
Okay. And Mr. Tucker, are you currently employed?
I am, yes, sir.
Okay, and where do you work?
The Catholic Medical Center.
How long have you been working for them?
I just started back up in January.
Okay. And what do you do for them?
I'm the cybersecurity manager.
And prior to working for Catholic Medical Center as the cybersecurity manager, where did you work?
Solution Health.
Solution Help?
Health.
Health, okay.
Yes,
and what was the time that you were working for them?
April 2022 until January of 2023.
And prior to that, and I will ask you to just, if you can even move a little bit closer
Yes,
to the microphone, I'll have you speak up just a little bit so I can hear you. Thank you. With regards to working for Secure Health, before that, where did you work?
Manchester Police Department, sir.
And again, I'm going to have you just kind of keep your voice up a little bit if you can.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. How long did you work for the Manchester Police Department?
Since 2015, so 8 years-ish.
Roughly that long?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were you working there in January of 2022?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to ask you a couple different questions about when you were a Manchester police officer. First of all, were you a full-time certified officer?
I was, yes, sir.
Okay. And did you graduate from the New Hampshire State Police Training Academy?
I did, yes, sir.
When was that?
2012.
Around 2012?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember your academy class number?
163.
163. All right. And let me ask you, with regards to your work with the Manchester Police Department, were there any other sort of law enforcement jobs that you had prior to that?
I worked for the Laconia Police Department before I went to Manchester.
How long in Laconia?
2012 to 2015.
2012 to 2015, and then Manchester from 2015 to 2022?
Yes, sir. I did. I retired full-time from Manchester PD, and then I did about a year as a reserve officer working in like cybercrime.
Okay.
So I don't know if you include that.
Okay. Yep, that's what I'm asking about, is all your experience there. With regards to your different duties in the Manchester Police Department, could you explain to us some of the different units that you worked at, different assignments that you had prior to you working in areas of being a detective?
Yes, sir. I worked in patrol. I worked midnights for all 3 shifts, midnights 4 to 12 day shift. I had a canine Saber. We were primarily on 4 to 12. I helped create the drone unit, so I was part of the drone unit, and then went up to detectives at that point, sir.
And then went to detectives after that?
Yes, sir.
As a detective, what were some of your responsibilities and duties?
I was fortunate enough. I was a cross between general detectives and then also the cybercrime unit. So I assisted in both like digital cases, ICAC tips, cybercrime tips, and then I also did general caseload for detectives.
General caseload, what does that mean?
Anything from, financial crimes, fraud, homicides, violent crimes. Sure.
And how long did you do that?
I believe I went up in detectives in 2021.
2021?
Yes, sir.
Separate from that, in detectives, did you have any work in doing processing, specifically looking at physical items to see if there's any evidence on them?
Yes, sir.
And in January of 2022, were you asked to assist other officers in doing a search of a 2010 Chrysler Sebring with New Hampshire registration 436-8206?
Yes, sir.
Where was that search done?
At the Manchester Police Department, and we have a vehicle processing bay, which is right outside of where the Sally Port is.
I imagine we might hear some testimony later on about this bay. So could you go ahead and describe it for the jury, please?
Sure. The bay itself, you can only access it from the secured back lot where we park most of the police vehicles. There is a 2 garage sally port. The left side used to have like tactical vehicles, and then the right side is where we would drop prisoners off or transport prisoners. Just to the right of that is a single bay garage door that opens up, and then there's also a side door to access it. Both are secure. You need your ID has to get in, and then inside of that bay, it could probably fit a full-size pickup if you took the pickup and went sideways. But
So it's a good-sized garage.
yeah, and then we had tools in there for disassembling vehicles, and then we had evidence supplies down there. So if it was inclement weather or it was a long search, you could utilize the bay.
Okay. Let me ask you, what was your role during this search of this 2010 Chrysler Sebring with the New Hampshire registration 4368206?
I was Detective O'Leary. He's now Sergeant O'Leary. He was we joked around and called him the incident commander, but he was the guy that was in charge of all the crime scene processing. So I was more or less there to assist him.
And what were some of the things that you did to assist him, just generally?
Generally, collecting of evidence items, the log, if there was any pictures. We were blue starring, which is a process to try to obtain any blood samples from the vehicle. So it sounds silly, but you have to turn the lights off for that. So I was the light guy, things like that.
The light guy, so literally turn the lights off,
Yes,
turn the lights on?
Yeah, and then you'd have to set the camera for 30 seconds, 60 seconds exposure to take the photo. So I would have a flashlight just so we could still navigate a little bit without the direct light.
So were you the one administering the Blue Star, or that was somebody else?
That was Detective O'Leary.
All right. Let me ask you, what roles do initials play at the Manchester Police Department when you're labeling evidence?
Generally speaking, when I initialed something, it was an item that I collected.
Okay. And what were your initials?
JMT.
So if you collected an item today, if you were going to collect this tissue box, and this was going to be an item of evidence that you went ahead and entered in at the Manchester Police Department, how would you have labeled this? If this is your first item of the day?
Sure. The box itself would have been JMT1, and then any items inside the box, like tissues, would be JMT1-A-B, and subsequently.
Okay. I could see that. So something like, let's say,
a backpack.
Like a backpack.
JMT1, and then if you have an item in the backpack, you want a 1A, signifying that item A came from 1.
When you were assisting in doing the search of this car, were there other officers there to help you as well? Besides just yourself and Sergeant O'Leary?
Initially, there was a lot of in and out, a lot of people checking in.
All right. And with regards to the items of physical items, of potential evidence that you collected, do you remember how many that you directly took and initialed in the way that you just described for us?
8.
8?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that would have been, what, JMT 1 through JMT 8?
Yes, sir.
All right. Was one of those JMT 7 a pink toothbrush?
Yes, sir.
We read about that on the probable cause affidavit. I remember that JMT7, right? Harmony's pink Trolls toothbrush was in that Chrysler Sebring when they located it after learning that Harmony had been missing for more than 2 years, and the investigation began. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we've got got a little bit of fluff here. Got some paper flapping. Ronald says, what happened to closed captions? Not sure what happened on your side. From my side, it's turned on. You can make sure you just click the CC closed captions. It should work. If it's not working, it's either because the court audio is a little too quiet in certain patches. Then the closed captioning bots can't pick it up. but it is turned on from my side. Just make sure you can just click that. And then just for any replay watchers, normally if someone watches the replay like within an hour of our live stream ending, they always ask, where's the closed caption? YouTube takes some time to process a live stream. So even if the closed captioning is available on the live stream right now, if you're watching with us, it takes a couple of hours for YouTube to process the live stream afterwards to then make it available again. Okay. Pernille's like, the defendant is not in court. I don't think you said it like that, but I want to say it like that because I know everyone keeps saying, is he in court? And then the next question is, why is he not in court? Like, damn, we've gone over that for 5 days in a row now. He has the right to choose if he's going to be in the courtroom or not, unfortunately, and he keeps choosing to not be because he refuses to be strip searched. So it was either day 2 or 3, we actually read a document where they had said he was all ready to go until they had to strip search him, and he said, hell no, he's not effing going, and he hasn't been in court since. So yes, okay.
Through 10, and then separate from that, I'd like to go ahead and show you what's marked States Exhibits 104 through 106. At this point, all of these are for identification only. And take your time. I know there's a... What's up, Mr. Tucker?
Yes, sir.
Generally, with regards to the photographs, do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, sir.
What are they photographs of?
This, if I may, this photograph.
Hold on just a second.
Yes, sir.
Let me go ahead and if I can assist you on it. With regards to, let's go ahead and start with States Exhibit 10. What's that a photo of?
This is the photo.
We're just going to keep it down low. We haven't published it
Okay,
yet, so
sorry.
I can't show the jury. Let me ask you this. I'll just go in one at a time. For States Exhibit 10, do you recognize this? I'm sorry. Apologize. Reading the ID upside down. States Exhibit 5. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, sir.
All right. What is that photograph of?
It's the evidence processing bay that I was describing earlier with the silver Chrysler Sebring in there.
The one that you searched?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And other than the fact that it has a red sticker on it, does that picture show the car as it appeared to you at different times during your search of the car?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to put that one to the side for right now. Separate from that, I'd like to go ahead and ask you about States Exhibit 4 on this particular one. Do you recognize that photograph?
No.
Okay. With regards to that particular vehicle, do you recognize the vehicle at all?
It looks like the same vehicle, but without seeing the back, it's hard to say.
Okay.
But
Well, let me ask you, I'm going to direct your attention to the top right-hand side of the windshield in that particular vehicle, and then have you make a comparison with
I'm
regards
sorry, Your Honor, I can't hear Attorney Agati.
Okay.
Sure, I apologize. Officer Tucker, what I'd like to do is have you go ahead and look, if you would please, at the top left-hand side of the windshield on States Exhibit 4 in comparison to 10, and look at the two windshields as a comparison between the two.
yes, sir. It's got the same numbers.
Okay.
Written on it.
And with regards to, also, I'm going to have you look at the lower left part of that windshield underneath the hood on States Exhibit 4 and compare it to the lower left part of the windshield on States Exhibit 10.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And other than do those particular numbers match?
Yes, sir.
If you could please ask you about the next exhibit. See, yep. Going to this exhibit, States Exhibit 6. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What do you recognize it to be?
It's the same vehicle, but it's the driver's side, front and rear of the vehicle, but the doors have been removed.
Okay. The doors have been removed?
Yes, sir.
And let me ask you, when you were searching this car initially, was there anything that was inside the car?
Yeah, like all the car parts and stuff, sir.
All the car parts?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And let me have you, and are those reflected in that photograph?
Yes, sir.
All right, if you could go to the next photo then. I'm referring to States Exhibit, excuse me, is it, I read upside down, I apologize. States Exhibit 7? For States Exhibit 7, do you recognize that photo?
Yes, sir.
What is it a photo of?
The front of the vehicle, the driver's seat, passenger seat, but looking in.
Okay, we might actually see pictures of the vehicle coming up. Guyan? Hope I'm saying it right. I always want to get it right. You said, finally made it to a live viewing of my favorite true crime reporter. Hope all is well. Did I miss any snarking? Not too much yet. It's been a good day so far. Day 5 of the Adam Montgomery trial. Thank you so much if you're just joining now. I really appreciate it. Make sure that you check out the replays as well, which are time-stamped for you if you missed, day 1, 2, 3, 4, or today's day 5, and as we go along. There's a playlist for you as well. Also, Star 108 says closed captioning is not working now, but it was working earlier. Yesterday as well. I'm sure YouTube's doing something behind the scenes. Yesterday, the emojis stopped working in our second stream, which was all about the Rachel Morin case. So things happen. That means it's a sign. YouTube is doing something. There's going to be some changes. What does that mean? Check that you're subscribed, because sometimes you'll get automatically unsubscribed, just as they refresh. I don't know what they're doing behind the scenes. I'm always excited about the changes, though, because it means there'll be new features and new things that, I don't know, always find it quite exciting. So let's see what happens. I hope the closed captioning will work again later. Sorry that it doesn't work now. It really should. Oh, my word. Look who came to say hello. It's MB Inc., everyone. Go and check out MB Inc.'s channel as well. MB Inc. is always helping me hunt down press conference links and documents and things like that. Thank you so much, MB Inc., for being here. All right. So let's continue on with this witness, Joseph Tucker. Sorry, I didn't write where he's from. Manchester PD. I'll do that now. And this is the direct examination. So the state is asking him questions.
On the driver's seat.
So looking in the driver's seat. So where the steering wheel is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And does that photo show the car as you saw it when you were searching the car?
Yes, sir.
All right. If you could go to the next exhibit, please. Should be State's Exhibit 8.
Yes, sir.
What's that a photograph of?
Same context, except from the passenger, or from the driver's front, it's the driver's rear.
All right, so move from right behind the driver's seat.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And does that photograph also accurately reflect the vehicle as you saw it the day that you helped out with the search?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the next photograph? And that particular one, State's Exhibit 9, I believe?
Yes, sir.
All right, what's that a photograph of?
It's the trunk of the vehicle, sir.
The trunk of the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
If you could please, I'd like to direct your attention from 9 and also direct it to State's Exhibit 103, 4. Have you look at those two. Do you recognize, let's start with State's Exhibit 103. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, sir.
What's that a photo of?
It's the trunk of the vehicle, but with more items in it.
Okay. Is that how the vehicle initially appeared, or did you fill it with items, or did you empty it from items?
No, we emptied it, sir.
Okay. And does it also show the registration for the car there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. State's Exhibit, the next one there, should be 104?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what is that a photo of?
Just another close-up of the trunk area with all the items in it.
Okay. What kind of items are they?
It's like steering components. Looks like the front CV shaft and maybe a cross member.
Okay. A cross member?
Yeah, like the front frame, like the cross member.
Oh, okay. Okay. Working our way around the car, I'd ask you to look at State's Exhibit 105 and see if you can tell us a little bit about that particular photo. What's that a photo of?
The right rear, the passenger side rear, with the door open, looking in.
Did it also have car parts in it, that side of the car?
Yes, sir.
Can you see that in the photograph?
Yes, sir.
And is that accurate from when you saw it, when you helped with the search?
Yes, sir.
And if you could go to the next smaller exhibit there, yes. That's
106.
106. What's that a photograph of?
The passenger front seat.
So now we've worked our way around the car to the passenger front seat?
Yes, sir, right front.
And does that appear as you saw it when you helped do the search?
Yes, sir.
What were some of the items that were in that seat?
More car parts, broken glass, snow, just trash.
And does that accurately reflect how it appeared when you did the search?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. One last question for you, separate from these. The last one I believe that we haven't talked about with regards is State's Exhibit 10. Could you tell us what that's a photograph of?
Pink toothbrush.
Okay, and do you recognize that toothbrush?
Yes, sir.
Okay, how do you recognize it?
It was in the back of the Sebring, sir.
Okay, in the back of this car?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that a toothbrush that you seized and put into evidence?
Yes.
Okay, and you remember what was the initials that you gave for that one?
JMT7.
JMT7.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. With regards to the photograph, does it look, other than the fact that it has a red label on it and somebody on that photograph has put their initials, other than that, any sort of changes or alterations to it from how you remember it looking when you collected it?
No, sir.
All right. At this time, Your Honor, the State, if I could take these back in, please.
Okay, so Ronald, don't go. I'm going to try something else now. I've tried to refresh this feed here and then put the closed captions on the screen there. If it comes back for us, let me know. Otherwise, it's going to interfere with each other. Okay, so let's see.
The state would move to go ahead and strike the identification, specifically from the state's exhibits 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, as well as from state's exhibits 104, 105, 106, and to 103, 104, 105, 106.
Any objection?
No objection to the 100s, and no objection to 4 through 9. I thought I heard something about 11.
Oh, that was such a loud cough. Evil Queen said, I think Adam will show up to testify. Why not? He has nothing else to lose. And he likes control. So I think right now he might feel all in control, stalking his own trial. But later he might feel in control if he takes the stand and actually testifies and, denies any wrongdoing. We already saw a preview of that before the trial, right? So I think he might.
Specifically 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10.
I think 10 may already be, but we would have no objection to it being entered.
So no objection,
No objection.
other than 11, which wasn't shown. So those can all be marked as full exhibits. The ID can be stricken.
Thanks, you guys. CC now back. Okay. Closed captioning. The bots know what they're saying.
What I'm going to do in a moment is I'd like to get these photographs
It might even be that sound the whole time, in the background. Confusing the issue.
back to you, be able to have them up close, but I'd like to also project them on the screen on YouTube. Feel free to look either at what is in front of you or what is behind you. Does not matter, okay?
Yes, sir.
Maybe approach? Yes.
Sidebar time, okay?
I remind you, don't discuss the case with each other or with anyone else. Don't do any independent research.
Sorry, they're going to say coffee break, I think.
What I'm going to do in a moment is I'd like to get these photographs back to you, be able to have them up close, but I'd like to also project them on the screen on you. So feel free to look either at what's in front of you or what is behind you. Does not matter, okay?
Yes, sir.
Maybe approach? Yes.
Sorry, I went a little bit too far forward. I just want to hear the judge say, okay, now it's coffee break or a natural break or whatever, so that we know what's happening, and then we can skip over that break if there's no conversations outside of the presence of the jury. Barbara says, I agree, he will testify. AM controlling the narrative.
Looks like this is a
thing.
natural breaking time, so I'm gonna we'll take our 15-minute mid-morning break now. I remind you, don't discuss the case with each other or with anyone else. Don't do any independent research. We'll see you in about 15 minutes. It's my hope that this will actually be 15 minutes. You can
All right, the
take
jury.
a break. All right, take your break now. I would like to start on time if we can. All right, you may step down, but don't discuss the case with anyone, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Shall we stare at it for 15 minutes to feel what it feels like? I vote no. I vote no. Okay, so I want to quickly show you a clip before we skip over this this coffee break here, or tea break, or whatever it is. Okay, comfort break, as Judge Doris said. I just want to show you a clip because I did have this on my trailer, but if you didn't see that, before the live stream started, then maybe you could see it now. It's a clip from one of the press conferences. As you know, I went and watched all the press conferences and did a summary for you. So we went over that, I think, in part 1 of the trial prep as well. I've also gone today and renamed all those part 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's like really easy to find part 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so that you could see everything we went through before the trial started. I would recommend checking it out if you haven't yet, because there's a lot of information there that you might want to know. But check this clip out here quickly.
It's time for people to do the right thing. I cannot say it enough. I cannot emphasize it enough. Someone needs to call in, do the right thing, and provide us information on where Harmony may be. I ask that in memory of Harmony, that we all make every effort to do something nice for a child today. I know of no other way. I know of no other way to respect and honor this innocent and defenseless child than to extend an act of kindness to another child in her memory. Just take a few moments out of your day to say something nice to a child. Give him or her a hug, some special words of encouragement. Give them an extra hug, or just simply tell them that you love them and that you will always protect them. I want to emphasize that our work is not finished, and that the gentleman with me today will not stop until this case is brought to the appropriate resolution.
I mean, wow, that police chief was so, he is so passionate about this case. He really wants to fight for full justice for Harmony, and he, of course, wants to find her. And he said the investigation is not over. He has launched a new tip line, which I'll put in the description box as well. So let's quickly watch this tribute that I've made for Harmony, as well as our little break, so that you could just, we could all be reminded what this case is about. And then I'm going to skip over the coffee break and we'll continue with the trial.
It's time for people to do the right thing. I cannot say it enough. I cannot emphasize it enough. Someone needs to call in.
Okay, so there's the clip that I made for you there. I also quickly want to show you this, which is here. The pictures that I posted on Patreon today, which is free for everyone to see. Patreon is a platform to support content creators. If you haven't yet checked it out, do check it out. There's lots of perks that you get as a thank you from me as well if you support the work that I do there. But some posts are public, so if you follow me over there, then you see this. I wanted to just show you guys a few more pictures that I found of Harmony. I mean, oh, shame, man. Look at her just coloring in here. Always smiling. So beautiful. With her Peppa Pig shirt. Look there. Shame. So thank you for sharing purple hearts for Harmony. Let me just make this a little bit bigger here. Oh, it's the, wait, like that. There we go. Look at her. She loved the color purple. So you could see her quite often wearing pink or purple. So thanks for sharing purple hearts. Mary says Kay hated Harmony. She was not hers and Adam's. Both need to be fixed before they have more kids. Kay instigated a attacking Harmony, and yeah. You never know. Mary, thank you so much. Justice for Harmony. Yes, thank you for your sticker there. Man, look at these pictures. Okay, so that's Harmony with her half-brother, Jamieson. Shame. And there's those two. Right? Look at these two. Goodness. That was the thumbnail. I'm about to change it because now we know who's on the stand today as well. Oh, shame. And this picture in her blue sparkly dress. Wow. Look there. So, just wanted to show you that. And now we can get back to the trial. So, let's go here. Actually, while I'm busy show and tell here. Here's the playlist, so you can see I've renamed it for you. Part 1. This is a good overview of the case. If you want like a timeline overview and bullet points and the map time and all that. Part 1, Part 2, okay, 3, 4, and 5. You see, for the trial prep. So you can just go check that out on the playlist for this case, which is in the description box for you. All right, so now let's teleport through this coffee break, shall we? Okay, here we go. We're going forward. And they're back.
You ready?
Okay.
Everybody ready?
Yes.
We'll rise for the jurors, please.
Melly Lynn says, have you seen the video of Jameson's foster dads? They were ready to adopt Harmony. One of the dads is a journalist. Yes, it's on my community tab. So if you guys are looking for it, you want an easy place to find it, it's there on my community tab from a few days ago. Please do check my YouTube shorts and the community tab. There's often updates on there that lots of people miss as well. So yes, I'm glad that they were interviewed and that we could hear more information. It's just so sad to hear that her half brother, you know, he misses her so much. He's always asking, where's Harmony? Shame, man. Lots of paper flapping. It's just go forward.
We're ready.
Thank you, Your
Yeah.
Honor. Mr. Tucker, I had gone through a series of photographs with you just before we took our mid-morning break. Do you see that same stack of photographs in front of you now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Again, what I'm going to do is I'd like to be able to ask you questions about these photos, and I'll go in roughly that order, and be able to, you can either look at the photographs in front of you or feel free to look at the screen behind you, whichever one's going to be easier. And I've got a series of questions for you about how you conducted the search and the appearance of the car. All right?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'd like to go ahead and start with State's Exhibit 103. And I wondered if you could go ahead and describe this photograph for us.
Yes, sir. This is the trunk of the Sebring with the car parts in it.
Okay. And you said the car parts in it. Could you just kind of generally point with your hands where those are again?
Yeah, this is all part of the car parts.
Okay. And do you know where those car parts came from?
I believe they came from the front of the vehicle.
Okay.
I believe that's like a CV shaft. Has to do with power to the wheels on the front of the vehicle, but I'm not a mechanic.
Okay. And with regards to the license plate, can we see the license plate on the car?
Yes, sir.
And could you read the license plate for us?
436-8206.
Okay. Moving around to State's Exhibit 5, what are we looking at here?
That's the front of the vehicle, specifically the driver's side.
And is this also, again, how the car looked that day when you searched it?
Yes, sir.
And so I guess from that question, is this the bay that we were talking about, the evidence bay that you can do the search in?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I can't help but notice it doesn't have a wheel. Did it have any wheels?
No, I don't think it did, sir.
Okay.
But I wasn't there when they took it from the junkyard. This is the first time I saw it. Was I came into work and was instructed to go down and help Detective O'Leary.
All right.
Right, sir, I'm gonna need you to speak. Maybe slide your chair over a little
Yes,
so
ma'am.
that you're speaking into the microphone.
Yes,
because
sorry.
This is recorded, and we do need to get your voice. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Before, I also had you to look on the windshield specifically of the car, and we talked a little bit about it. I'd like to switch now to State's Exhibit 4. This particular car, is this the car, the photo that I had you make a comparison of that windshield?
Yes, sir.
All right. And showing State's Exhibit 5 and 4 together, 4 being on the bottom and 5 being on the top, do you remember the letters and the numbers that I had you point to in the top right-hand corner of the windshield?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do we have those both highlighted here on the screen?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember me asking you the question about the numbers indicated on the lower left-hand side of the windshields?
Yes, sir.
And do we have those also highlighted here on the screen?
Yes, sir.
So, with regards to this car, we're looking at the same car here between these two photos, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Working our way around the car, and I'd like to go ahead and kind of move in a counterclockwise fashion from looking at the hood. Moving now around to the driver's side, can you go ahead and point out for us, when you said that there were car parts in the car, show us where those car parts are, and do you recognize any of those parts?
Yes, sir. So the driver's seat, these are car parts, and then the back passenger seat had more car parts in them.
Okay.
And then obviously the floorboard.
And the floorboard as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
With regards to those car parts, let's go ahead and kind of zoom in, if we would, to the passenger area, to the driver's seat. So zooming in to that same photograph here of State's Exhibit 6. Can you see those car parts a little bit better?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to go directly to one seat and then the other. So if we could start with the driver's seat, looking at State's Exhibit 7, can you point out where some of these parts are that you're talking about?
Sure. Yes, sir. This looks like the bezel, which would go up here where you're looking at your instruments.
Mm-hmm.
These look like some underbody parts, like that might be a suspension component, but again, I'm not 100%, but they're definitely car parts.
Okay. And moving to State's Exhibit 8, if we go into the back seat, right behind the driver's seat, what are we looking at here?
More car parts, sir.
Okay.
This looks like it might be usually an air filter box. I'm not 100%. And then this looks like it might be a fender well, like up in the inner fender.
Okay. And
Like, this is, I think 2.5 years, almost 3 years after Harmony was last seen, when they tracked down this vehicle, you know, because she was only reported missing like more than 2 years later. So they found this vehicle and they found Harmony's Pink Troll's toothbrush in it. But just to see this car and know that Harmony was murdered in this car is just devastating. That they were living in this car, Kayla, Adam, the two boys, and Harmony. And that she was having accidents in this car. You know, how much she know? Well, I mean, Adam sounded, and actually Kayla too, pretty scary. So she was probably too scared to even ask them when she needed to go to the bathroom.
is it fair to say from seeing here, we don't see a driver's side rear tire as well?
No, sir.
Moving now kind of to the trunk area, if you could, I'd like to go back to State's Exhibit 103. You already identified this photo for us as being that particular trunk of the Chrysler Sebring with the car parts in it. I'd like to, if you could, describe for the jury as we look at specifically State's Exhibit 104, what was the condition of these parts that you were looking at?
Carla Lily, we're not talking about Crystal, we were talking about Kayla. People are saying Kayla had an older son, right? I saw that was going around, so I'm not too sure about that. We do know that Crystal does, right? Jameson is also the name of the younger brother, so that's not correct. All of that there, well, we need to clear that up. Jameson is Harmony's younger half-brother. Crystal's other son. I think she has another son too, right? Okay, so, but people are asking me if Kayla had another son. That I do not know.
Just like that, they look like old car parts. I mean, I didn't take the car parts out and see if they fit the car, but I assume that they belonged to the vehicle.
Was there generally, were there any kind of fluids that were coming from any of these parts that you noticed?
Not in the trunk, but there was a liner, so it's hard to say.
Okay.
I feel like the liner would have absorbed it.
What about in other areas of the car?
Yes.
There were?
Yeah, I believe so. Like the passenger seat, I think the right front had like wetness.
Okay. So I really need you to keep
yes,
your
ma'am.
voice up. It's a big room and everybody needs to hear you.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry.
Thank you.
I believe the right front area had wetness.
Okay. Thank you for that. I'm going to zoom in. Did you help remove these parts from the vehicle to help do the search?
Yes, sir.
Where did they go?
I think we laid out a piece of big parchment paper, like brown, like the same material, like a Hannaford's bag, like when you go to the grocery store and you get paper bags.
Yes.
Just a big roll of that. We laid it out, and they go on that roll.
Okay. Did you help or did you watch as the car parts got emptied from the trunk?
Madeline says, yes, Kayla said on the stand that she does have an older son. Really? Did I miss that? She said she had the two boys, right? Declan and Seamus. Does she have an older son too? I missed that. Interesting.
I believe, yeah.
Okay.
And I guess people are just curious, right? I'm not sure if it makes any difference to the case, but the curiosity is there, yes, and I'm not sure. I'll have to go back and re-listen to my own replays with the timestamps.
And I'd like to show you now State's Exhibit 9 zooming in on this portion of State's Exhibit 104 in the back corner. Can you tell if there's any particular of a color that's in that photo?
Color, sir?
Yeah, any color that doesn't look like a car part. And feel free to use the screen or the photograph if you wish.
Are you referencing like the looks kind of light blue?
Look light blue to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Once you emptied out the car, were you able to see what that light blue thing was as we look at State's Exhibit 9?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what was it?
T-shirt.
A T-shirt?
Yes, sir.
Right. Just and with that trunk emptied, excuse me, apologize. With that trunk emptied, were you able to look farther to the back of the trunk?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And from there, what were the different items that you saw?
It was. I think it was all clothing, and then the toothbrush. You can see a little bit of it right there.
Right where?
Right here, sir.
And that's inside that circle?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you able to see it? Let's say you can see it here from the photo, I take it, correct?
Yes, sir.
Right. Zooming in on State's Exhibit 9, can you show us again where it is that you see it?
Yes, sir. Right here.
Right there?
Yes, sir.
Then showing again State's Exhibit 10. This is the toothbrush that you recovered from that trunk?
Yes, sir.
It just makes me so sad to see that. Harmony's toothbrush, and we heard before from Uncle Kevin that he said that Adam would make Harmony scrub the toilet with her toothbrush. Like, oh man, seeing Harmony's little toothbrush is just devastating, right?
On that toothbrush, I believe you testified earlier on in direct that it was identified that you logged it in as JMT7. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked State's Exhibit 66 for identification purposes only. Can you go ahead and look at the label and feel the bag? Do you recognize that particular packaging as well as the specific inside?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what is that packaging? How do you recognize the packaging?
It's the brown bag that I placed it into.
And does it have your initials on it, JMT7?
Yes, sir.
At this point, if I would borrow a pair of scissors, I'd like the witness to be able to open that.
Oh man, is that the toothbrush? I would assume so. Oh man, this chat is flying. Thank you so much all for being here. Someone, I think I saw it was Janice, asked, scrub the toilet? The one in the car? No, at the house at 77 Guilford Street. When Uncle Kevin was also living there, he said that he had witnessed Adam making Harmony stand in the corner for hours, scrub the toilet with her toothbrush, that he spanked her hard, and he saw her with that black eye in July of 2019 as well. Okay, so
Mr. Tucker, since we are talking about a toothbrush, I wonder if you would be willing
Yes,
to
sir.
put on a pair of gloves for us and be able to open that bag. I noticed that you're going to putting on a second glove. Can you please tell the jury why?
So most of the time when you're processing crime scenes, there's a lot of evidence, and you put on a fresh pair of gloves every time you collect the evidence. And if you don't have double gloves, your hands become very sweaty, and it becomes very difficult to put on a fresh pair of gloves. So it's just easier, especially if you're doing blood swabs and things of that nature. But that's how I was always taught, so that's how I do it. Yes, sir.
You should please go ahead and use those scissors to open up.
Do you have a preference on where?
I would say please, you would please go ahead and cut in an area where there isn't a label.
Okay.
Maybe on the side. Just large enough for the eye. Let me ask you, without taking the item out of the bag, just looking into the bag. You recognize
Paula says, so there was abuse before living in the car? Yep, pretty much since he got custody of Harmony from February of 2019. Sounds like right from there already. That's why DCYF was called to the house multiple times. I think they were called there like 12 times, you know? So yeah, way before the car.
Yes, sir.
What do you recognize as
The toothbrush from the vehicle.
Just let it ask for the identification to be stricken around for states.
Without objection.
All right, the ID is stricken, and it is entered as a full exhibit.
Mr. Tucker, would you please go ahead and show us the toothbrush? And if I could ask the witness to please stand. The witness stand below.
For the purpose of?
Just to be able to show both sides of the toothbrush. I don't know if the jurors in the back are going to be able to see both sides.
Yes, he may
They
do
can
that.
see the front, but they can't see the back of the phone.
That's fine.
Mr. Tucker, if you could stand.
A lot of pressure right now. I could trip.
Jim, please, you can see the front of the toothbrush on the State's Exhibit 9, but I wondered if you would please go ahead and show the toothbrush, both show the front, and then also turn it around and show all the sides slowly so that all of the jurors can see. And if you could please turn it around to the back so that the jurors can see what the back of the toothbrush looks like. Thank you, Mr. Junker. If you could please retake the stand. Thank you. And Mr. Tucker, when you hold the bag open, if you could go ahead and place that back in there. Hold on just a moment. That's the only item I'm going to ask you to look at, so I'll get a trash can.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Tucker, moving on around the car, out of the trunk now, I'd like to go over towards the passenger side, if we could. We'll start with the rear passenger side. Looking at State's Exhibit 105 here, can you describe what we can see in this photograph?
Yes, sir. More car parts on the seat, and then some trash items, and it's like a water bottle on the passenger side floorboard.
And I see here that we've got a door on this side.
Yes, sir.
All right. And on the previous side, on the driver's side, were there any doors there?
No, sir.
Moving on from this particular one then to State's 106.
Sometimes in these very sad cases, we need light moments to get us through. And Simi said, closed captions just called him Mr. Taco. It's Joseph Tucker. So when they said Mr. Tucker, the CC said Mr. Taco. Oh, man.
6. Could you please describe what we're seeing here and what part of the car?
It's the right front, the passenger side front. Looks like the headlight is on the floorboard, and maybe a reservoir for like washer fluid, something of that nature, and then some snow.
And some snow. Can you point out where the snow is?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And that headlight, the reservoir, the snow, all of those were there when you saw the car in that garage bay, correct?
Yes, sir.
None of those were placed there by officers to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge.
Let me ask you, with regards to some of the other evidence that you looked at and collected on this particular item, this particular car, separate from the toothbrush, were there also a series of swabs that you took in the trunk?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how many of those swabs did you take?
4.
4?
Yes, sir.
And how were those labeled? Your initials again?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it was just 1, 2, 3, 4? Or?
Yes, sir. JMT 1, 2, 3, and 4.
4. Okay.
I like how calm Joseph Tucker is, you know, like the way that he's presenting all the evidence is very nice, right? Because it's devastating evidence as well. To see the car like that, to see Harmony's toothbrush, oh my goodness. Thank you so much all for being here with me so that we could watch this together. And many of you say you couldn't do it without all of us together, and I agree, I couldn't do it without you either. So thank you so much.
Those particular swabs, could you go ahead and describe for the jury how you collected swabs. You talked about it a moment ago when you showed us how instinctually you use 2 gloves. When you do these swabs in the trunk, how do you collect those?
So for swabs, when it comes to blood, if it's not wet, so if the blood's not wet or the material's not wet, urine, whatever it is, if it's dry, we have sterile water. We take it, we pour it into the cap. Each cotton swab contains 2 in the package, the container. So you glove up. Usually, I would write all the details on the box. There was a little cotton swab box. So I'd write, it's folded, you assemble it, so it's easier to write on it before. So you'd write JMT1, set it up, date, time, all the information, put on your gloves, do the water, get everything ready. And then at that time, because we were using Blue Star in the trunk, there was kind of like a limited amount of time because you have to have the lights off to see the area that you're going to collect. So you'd spray the Blue Star, it would illuminate, you could see that area, and then you had to turn the lights on and collect it. So I was there waiting ready with the swab ready to go.
I see. So to make sure I understand this right, you're not necessarily administering the Blue Star, but you've got the swabs that you've opened up. Are each one of these swabs, the water that you put together, the boxes, are each one of those sterile before you open them to take a swab?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that also very important for you for taking a swab, to double glove and to make sure you're using sterile materials?
Yes, sir.
Those 4 swabs and the toothbrush, are you aware whether or not those were sent on to a laboratory for examination?
I believe the toothbrush was.
Okay.
But I wasn't aware at the time. I assumed everything that we were doing was going to end up at a lab.
If I can have just a moment, please, Your Honor. Mr. Tucker, I've got one last question I want to ask you. The trunk liner itself, with regards to the 4 swabs that were taken, did you also collect, I believe you said at the very beginning, there were 8 evidence items that you took. Could you please tell us what JMT8 was? What was the last thing that you cut out?
I don't remember.
Okay. If you had a chance to look at a report written from the search that day, do you think that might refresh your recollection as to what the 8th item was?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Tucker, I'm going to go ahead and hand you.
Quick pause. Hello to Olaf from Iceland. It's always amazing to see where people are watching from. Let us know where you're watching from. Thank you so much for saying hi from Iceland.
Copy of what's been marked, just a fate stamp, page 111. I'm going to direct your attention down at the.
I'm going to need you to raise your voice so everybody can hear you, please.
I apologize. Mr. Tucker, I'm going to go ahead and hand you what's been marked discovery page 111, and I'm going to direct your attention down to the bottom of the page. First of all, after having a chance to read through that document, I'm going to ask, is that a write-up of what the search was that you were a part of for these photographs and for your taking of evidence?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm going to have, my question for you is going to be, what was the 8th and last thing that you collected? I'm going to have you said you didn't remember. I'm going to let you go ahead and refresh your recollection. If it's refreshed, let me know. Just look up when you're done.
Yes, sir. It was part of.
Oh, I'll take that back.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
That's all right. And do you recall now what JMT8 was, that last thing that you collected?
Yes, sir.
What was it?
A piece of the trunk liner.
Piece of the trunk liner?
Yes, sir.
So, and how did you get or recover that piece of the trunk liner?
We cut it.
You cut it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What did you use to cut it?
I don't remember.
All right. And then after it was cut, first of all, you have shown us what you do with gloves and try to present and collect things in a sterile manner. Would you have done that for trying to collect what JMT8 was, the cutting of the trunk liner?
Yes, sir.
And would you have logged it into evidence the same way you did the other ones, JMT1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Tucker, I don't have any further questions for you. I believe defense counsel will have a few.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Detective. I don't believe we've met, but I'm Jamie Brooks with Public Defender, and I represent Mr. Montgomery. I'm also going to ask you some questions about that search you conducted with then Detective, now Sergeant O'Leary. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and this search was on January 1st. Your participation in the search was on January 1st, 2022.
Yes, sir.
And it was the Chrysler Sebring, right?
Yes, sir.
And it was already in the Manchester Police Department bay when you saw it.
Yes, sir.
The pictures that were shown showed what were like the guts or the parts of the vehicle inside, right?
Yes, sir.
But eventually, those items were all removed from the interior of the vehicle.
I think so. It wasn't by me.
You mentioned there being, I don't think you used the word butcher paper, but there was paper that O'Leary put down, correct?
I don't know if it was O'Leary, but there was paper down. Yes, sir.
Okay. And the purpose of the paper being down was to put the parts of the car that were in the interior on the ground.
Yes, sir.
Because not only were you looking for items such as toothbrushes, but you were also looking for latent bloodstains, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned Blue Star. Blue Star is a latent bloodstain reagent.
Yes. Yes.
It reacts with hemoglobin.
Yes.
It can detect the presence of blood that cannot be seen by the naked eye.
Correct.
It can detect.
Oh my word. It really is like a male version of Caroline, the other defense attorney. The way they ask the questions. Doesn't it sound like the exact same way of speaking? You know what I mean? Like the tone and the way, like, apples, bananas, peanut butter. Remember that? Now it's like, detects this, detects that. Wow. There we go. Purple Haze said he's oddly similar to his co-counsel. Oh my goodness. Okay. You guys hear it too.
Detect blood that has been cleaned up.
Yes, sir.
It can detect minute amounts.
Yes, sir.
And Blue Star was applied to the entirety of the exterior of the vehicle.
That I don't know. I wasn't there for that.
You weren't there for that?
No, sir.
Were you there for but you were there for the collection of swabs, right?
For the trunk, sir.
Just for the trunk?
Yes, sir.
All the same, you were there for when the Blue Star was applied to the exterior of the vehicle.
I don't remember that. I remember the trunk.
So, okay.
Oh, shame. He's trying to get the answer he wants. He's like, but you were there for the Blue Star, right? For the whole vehicle. No, just the trunk. Okay, but for the interior of the vehicle or exterior? Nope, just the trunk. Uh-huh. Wow.
Are you aware of Blue Star being applied to the exterior of the vehicle?
Not that I can remember.
Yeah. And what about the interior of the vehicle?
The trunk, yeah.
The state just had you look at a report.
Yes, sir.
Correct? And that's from the state's discovery?
Yes, sir.
Bait stamp 111 through 114, state's discovery?
If you say so.
Do you still have that report up there, Detective?
No, sir.
If I may. Permission to approach?
Yes?
Thank you. Do you recognize this document, Detective?
I do, yes.
And you indicated you could not recall the extent of the use of Blue Star to the vehicle?
I remember the trunk, sir.
But you don't.
Oh my word, he's like going round and round. He's answered you a million times. Like, shame. The defense was obviously like ready to go down a line of questioning, and now he's like, oh no, he only saw the trunk? Okay, he was only busy with the trunk. What do I do now? Just ask him repeatedly.
Don't remember any other portions?
No.
Would it help you to look at that report?
Yes, but this isn't my report.
This is the same report that the state just provided you to refresh your recollection?
Right, but this report was written by Brian O'Leary. So he documented the items that I found.
Okay. Okay. Do you have any specific recollection of your participation on January 1st of 2022?
Yeah, I remember going down. I remember helping Brian Blue Star the trunk. I remember helping collect the samples. I remember collecting the items from the trunk. I don't remember doing much more than that for the vehicle.
So for you believe it was just the trunk?
Yes, sir. For the most part, yeah.
Well, while we're at it, let's go ahead and talk about the trunk then. So,
Finally.
blue
Oh, shit, man. Shame. The defense attorney's like, oh, okay, let's talk about the trunk then. He's like, yes, the trunk. They probably say trunk like 100 times right now.
star emits a reaction to the hemoglobin, right, by chemiluminescence.
Right, it's like a neon green looking color, like neon green, neon blue.
Some people say blue,
Yeah,
light blue.
right.
And your role in this was to make sure that the lighting was correct.
Yes, sir.
So it doesn't have to be pitch black for Blue Star to work, right?
No, but you want darkness for the camera.
You want dim light.
Right.
And was part of your role to make sure that the camera was functioning?
Nope. Detective O'Leary set the camera up on the tripod and had all the settings. You have to use specific settings, like shutter length that it's open for, type of thing.
And you were just ready with the swabs.
Yes. And then
And what you were waiting for was to see a reaction, right?
correct.
And it would manifest itself with a light blue color.
Right.
It's a light blue color that would last for roughly 30 to 60 seconds.
Yeah, it's not very long.
But that 30 to 60 second reaction would suggest the presence of blood.
Yes, sir.
Blood that the naked eye cannot see.
Correct.
Blood that could have been cleaned up.
Correct.
So when there was that reaction, you would take those swabs, right? And get samples
Right.
from that area that was illuminated.
Oh, shame. I don't know. This is really not going anywhere. See, Chinny said, objection, point. Stefan said, is he really asking the correct color of Blue Star? He is indeed. Okay? So you were there with swabs, weren't you, sir? And then he's like, does it need to be dark? Oh, yeah, pretty dark. Dim light, huh? Dim light. Shame.
Correct.
And you mentioned 2 swabs. One swab would be used to later provide to the State Forensic Laboratory.
Right.
The second swab you would use for a hemostick, right?
It depends. I think the second swab's in this case, I just used it for the next sample.
Okay. Let's talk about swabs you collected. JMT1, would that be something that you collected?
Yes.
And what was that? Do you recall?
No.
Would it help you to look at something, be able to recall that?
The report, yes.
Feel free to do so.
Oh, shame. He's like, would it help you to look at something to refresh your recollection? He's like, the report, yes.
Just look up when you're done.
Yes, sir.
So JMT1, what is that?
So you want me to describe what's in the report?
From your recollection, if you like, or I can just ask you questions about it at this point. It was a DNA swab that you took, right?
Right.
And it was a swab of an area that was positive for Blue Star, correct?
Right.
And it was by a piece of insulation?
I can't remember. I remember the trunk, and I remember we sprayed the Blue Star, lights went off. You see the areas that reacted, and then we took a photograph, and then we would look at the photograph after and compare, and then take the sample from that area.
So a swab was used to tame a sample, and was hemosticks also used on JMT1?
I don't recall that.
Fair to say, though, that the process, this isn't the first time that you've been involved in the Blue Star collection process.
It might be. There's one other time that I know of.
Okay.
That was over on Guilford Ave. I just don't remember if this happened before that.
But in terms of your recollection of the protocol or the proper procedure, if there were any reaction, positive reaction to the Blue Star, a sample would be collected, right?
Right.
So JMT1 reflected a swab from an area of the trunk that tested positive for hemoglobin. Let's talk about JMT2. Do you recall what that is?
From reading the report, it says in a trunk by a candy wrapper.
And this was a swab you took because the item tested positive, reacted positively to the Blue Star mist.
Right.
To the Blue Star mist. Now, okay. Mrs. Melissa says, what do you use to do the buckle swabs? Swabs? Oh my word. Right. Purple Haze says, the closed captioning says Blue Star is Wall Street law. And Patricia Andy Caragor says, what is happening? Nothing. Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. I'm pretty sure he's trying to discredit the Blue Star. Totally impeach that Blue Star, you know? But yeah, it's not going well. Not going well.
JMT4. That's also a swab that you took?
Yes, sir.
And this was also due to a reaction to the application of Blue Star in the trunk?
Yes, sir.
This was in a bumper crease area by the rubber gasket?
I don't remember.
You talked about this on direct, JMT8. Do you remember, again, what that was from?
I remember the carpet, the trunk liner. I don't remember what part tested positive.
Do you know if it was the top or the bottom?
I don't, sir.
But in any event, because that area tested positive, and it was probably something you couldn't really swab.
Right.
So because you couldn't swab it, you still wanted to make sure that you collected it.
Yes, sir.
And that's why you cut out a portion of it.
Right.
The portion that tested positive.
Yes, sir.
So again, your understanding of the procedure is that if something tests positive for Blue Star, it's documented, right, in the form of the camera that's taking pictures.
Yes.
It's also documented by the collection of a sample from that area, right?
Yes.
In the form of a swab.
Right. Yes.
It's also documented in a police report.
Yes, sir.
A police report that oftentimes ends up in discovery, like this one, right?
Yes, sir.
Like the report that you're looking at from Detective O'Leary.
Yes, sir.
You know, Donald, at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if you asked that. So Blue Star is not to be confused with OnStar, correct? I wouldn't be surprised if you asked that now. Like, uh-huh. And did you check that, sir? Like, no, only the trunk. Uh-huh. So...
So, Detective, I'm just trying to figure out why you only remember the trunk. Is it because that was the only area where there was a positive reaction for Blue Star on the vehicle?
No, I think that's just the only area that I helped with.
Which he's just said 100 times over. He's like, I'm just trying to figure out why you only remember the trunk. Because that is the only area that he worked on and wrote a report on. He's just said it. It's just unbelievable, this. Oh my goodness. All right, the light part of the day in a very grim case. Wow. Phantom says, seriously, roundabout questioning. Very roundabout. He's definitely not getting what he wanted out of him. Look at this guy's face. He's like, because that's the area I worked on?
And to the best of your recollection, this was, you don't know how many days of processing the Sebring took?
No, sir.
You were just there for one day?
Yes, sir.
And that would be January 1st,
Right.
2022.
I was in and out a lot, sir, but the day in question, yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Anything further?
Briefly, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you, Mr. Tucker, you did not spray the Blue Star in this particular case, correct?
No, sir.
And you were asked about training and experience with Blue Star. How many times had you applied Blue Star in the past at different crime scenes to try to discover evidence?
I can't remember if Guilford Ave happened before. I sprayed some there. A lot of the reason why I think I was involved in this was to learn that process, to see Detective O'Leary do it and assist him with it.
So at the time that you're assisting with this process, how much did you know about Blue Star? You were asked a lot of questions about protocols and procedures and chemoluminescence Did you know about all of that at the time that you were assisting?
I was given very, very simple instructions that it'll glow and that there is a potential that they could be blood.
Have you ever mixed up the reagents to use at a crime scene?
No.
Have you ever read the directions that are necessary before you mix up those reagents?
No.
With regards to Blue Star, what it's good for and not good for, are you aware, or do you know whether it can cause a false negative or a false positive response?
I was told it can react with rust.
And it can react with rust?
Yes, sir.
You still have the photos?
Yes, sir.
Just a quick question. I'll just take State's Exhibit 104. That's State's Exhibit 104 with the registration? Am I reading that correctly?
I think it's 103.
So, excuse me, 103. 103. Could you find 104, please? 104?
Yes, sir.
Do you think that it might react with rust?
Yes, sir.
And the swabs that are taken, where do those swabs go?
I put them into the cardboard container, the swab container.
And what was your understanding of where they would be sent?
The state lab.
State lab. All right. Thank you. No further questions.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Top.
This may have been one of the very few occasions that you were involved with the Blue Star application process, yet you still understood that the goal was to over-collect, correct, and not under-collect?
Right. Yes, sir.
So if there was any kind of a reaction, you made sure that was your job there, was to collect it, right?
Right.
So that it could later be determined if it was a true positive, if it was the result of interaction with blood, or from something else, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you were there, whatever your participation was, you made sure that you were collecting anything that reacted to the application of the spray.
Right. Not every. There were some areas that were very, very, very faint. That when Detective O'Leary and I looked at it, we said that clearly was like a rust seam or something of that nature. So we didn't collect those. But anything else, yes.
And Detective O'Leary, to your knowledge, was very familiar with the application of Blue Star. I'll rephrase. You indicated that you had only. This was your first or maybe second time?
Yes, sir.
And that was part of the reason why you were there, right?
Yes, sir.
Was to learn from somebody who did know about the application of Blue Star.
Correct.
Nothing further.
We'd ask this witness to be excused.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, you may step down. You are excused.
I wouldn't say that went well for the defense, right?
Statement
Where
called.
did that
Next
go?
witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sorry, Your Honor, just making sure that the tech is ready. Your Honor, at this time, the state calls Sergeant Brian O'Leary to the stand.
Ooh, Detective O'Leary. So the defense attorney, what's his name? Jamie Brooks must be so excited because this guy is the one who actually tested the rest of the vehicle. He's going to be like, got questions for you, sir.
Just go to the stand and remain standing, please.
Please be careful of the wires as you walk through.
Thank you. Detective O'Leary, if you just stay there for a second, close it down. Please go ahead and raise your right hand. You solemnly swear that the testimony that you give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Sergeant, as we are being recorded here today, would you please state your full name and spell both your first and your last name for the record?
Brian O'Leary. BRIAN O''LEARY.
And Sergeant, I'm going to guess go ahead from your title, but where are you currently employed?
With the Manchester Police Department.
How long have you been working for them?
With Manchester for 17 years.
P. Cooper's like, he wrote the report. Are you sure, though? Or was it just for the trunk? Okay. Just imagine the defense attorney is going to be so excited to question this guy. Yeah, he wrote the report. Now you can really cross-examine this one. Okay, so here we go. Sergeant Brian O'Leary from Manchester PD.
17 years?
That's correct.
Okay. And are you a full-time certified officer with the department?
Yes, I am.
Do you remember when you graduated the full-time police academy?
I did in 2003.
2003. Do you remember your academy class number?
I do, 132.
Okay. Currently, what unit are you working in inside the Manchester Police Department, and what shift?
I currently work the midnight shift as a patrol supervisor.
Okay. Did you work last night?
Yes, I did.
And what time did you get off work?
About 6 o'clock this morning.
Okay. Have you had a chance to get any sort of sleep before coming over here?
Yes.
Okay. If you need us to slow down, if you need us to restate a question, please let either myself or any attorney know, and we'll be glad to do that.
I will.
I'd like to ask, what are some of the different departments and units you've worked in at the Manchester Police Department?
I've worked in the patrol division, and I've worked in the detective squad.
Okay. And how long have you been in the detective squad?
I was there for approximately 9 years.
9 years. Yes. And what are the dates of those years, if you could?
2013 until I got promoted in 2022.
Okay. What were some of your duties when you were in detectives?
I investigated crimes that happened in the city of Manchester, as well as processing crime scenes.
Back in specifically January of 2022, were you involved in the investigation into the disappearance then of Harmony Montgomery?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And did you continue to remain involved in that for several months?
Yes, I did.
I'd like to ask specifically about the very beginning of that investigation. Were you asked to work with other officers in doing a search of a 2010 Chrysler Sebring at the Manchester Police Department, Evidence Bay, with New Hampshire registration 4368206?
Yes, I was.
Okay. What was your role in the search of that car?
My role was to oversee and to help locate, identify, process pieces of evidence, and label pieces of evidence.
Okay. How long did it take to do this search?
We did over the course of 2 days.
Okay. And with regards to the first day, did you have a detective by the name of Joseph Tucker who was assisting you that day?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And was he also assisting you the second day, or was it other people?
It was a different detective the second day.
Okay. Who was assisting you the second day?
Detective Ray Lammy.
Can I ask you, with regards to the collection of evidence, this jury's understanding that initials of an officer sometimes play a role in how that evidence gets labeled. Can you describe for us how those initials play a role? So if you were to collect a piece of evidence and you were going to put your initials on it, how does that go into the evidence department?
You would use typically your 3 initials, followed by a number that identifies that specific piece of evidence that's being collected.
And when you say 3 initials, are you referring to first, middle, and last name?
Typically, yes.
Excuse me, sir. Apologize, Sergeant. Just trying to make sure that this is working properly. With regards to those initials, what are your 3 initials?
B-E-O.
And did you collect evidence in this particular case from this vehicle, or from this 2010 Chrysler Sebring?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So safe to say then it's going from BEO 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 and on up?
That's correct.
Okay. At some point in looking at this particular vehicle, did you also test it with a substance known as Blue Star?
Yes, I did.
Could you go ahead and, why don't you go ahead and tell us what Blue Star is and what it can do, what your training has been with it as well?
We know the defense is taking notes right now. It's like, there you go. He knows about the Blue Star. I'm looking forward to cross. I actually hope it's the same defense attorney so that we can hear how he, cross-examines this guy.
Blue Star is a chemical that detects the hemoglobin in blood. So we would generally spray it out of a spray mist container, and we would get a reaction to the hemoglobin in blood. The reaction that we get, I would identify it as the color of the tissue boxes in the front there, the top part. It comes up as a fluorescent blue.
You're referring to these tissue boxes on the very top of the jury panel?
That's correct, yes.
The top blue or the lower blue?
The top blue.
Okay. And how would you describe that blue? What words would you use?
The chemiluminescent.
Chemiluminescent?
Yes.
Okay. Bright blue?
Bright blue, yes.
Okay. Excuse me. How do you apply Blue Star to something, whether it's an object or a large area?
The process, it comes in, there's a plastic container, spray bottle, and then a small little foil packet that has 3 tablets in it. We open up the 3 tablets, put it in the plastic container, and then we agitate it. We swirl it around, not to shake it vigorously. And once the tablets have dissolved, we adjust the spray nozzle on the nozzle so that it's a fine mist, not a stream. And then once we have the fine mist, then we start spraying whatever we suspect to be an area where blood could have been or is.
When you say that you spray it on, can you kind of describe how you would spray it on? Is it just, me at my house, spraying some Windex on a glass, or how do you spray it? What's the method you use?
Using the Windex example, it's not like you're using Windex where you're spraying it directly on the window. The method is you want to be about 2 feet away from the object and spray it slightly above it so it kind of falls down onto the object, not spraying it straight at it. It's more of a mist in the air so that it falls down on the object.
When you go to use Blue Star, and I take it, how many times have you done that yourself?
In my detective career, probably 15 to 20 times.
Okay. When you go to do that, is there a certain process that you follow each time? When you say, okay, I have to go use Blue Star, I'm going to go get reagents. What are the first steps that you do before you get to that step of mixing and agitating?
The first steps, I look at the item or the area that I'm going to process to kind of develop a game plan to figure out how we're going to do this. And once I've determined that whatever the area is, it's going to be processed, I'll go mix the Blue Star, as I mentioned before. While that's agitating, I'll get a camera ready. For the camera, we have special functions that we have to set up on the camera. In my time at detectives, I had one camera that was set up, so I would just have to press a button so that it would automatically go to that function. I would double check to make sure that it was on that correct function, that nobody had altered the program before. And I actually should say, before using Blue Star, I'd read the directions just to make sure that nothing had changed from the last time that I'd used it. And all my times in doing it, it stayed consistent with how to use it. I got my camera ready. I also get a tripod because the camera has to go on a tripod, because when you are taking a photo, once you have that reaction, you need to have a 30-second or more exposure. So that's what the tripod's for, so it can hold the camera still for 30 seconds or longer as it takes the picture.
All right. I'd like to ask you about a couple of those different components that you just explained to us. I think you said that you read the directions every time. Why do you do that?
Just to make sure that I'm doing it properly.
Okay. And also with regards to the camera and the camera settings, why is that so important?
The directions say that it has to be at a certain, set up a certain way so that the lens is open wider when it's taking the photo. Because we're also, and I apologize, didn't mention this earlier, we do this in total darkness or with a little bit of light, so that's why we have the long exposure. I would have a flashlight on my person, so when the lights were shut off, we could use the flashlight to, one, help assist us in getting around whatever object we were doing, making sure the camera was set up properly, and then adding just a little bit of light to the area. It's my understanding that the camera will take in whatever little bit of light there is, and be able to take an appropriate photo of the reaction.
So when it comes to lighting, do you actually use other officers to help you? Have somebody on the light switch?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And you said also that you set up a tripod. Why do you do that?
Because the exposure, once you click the button to take the photo, it's going to be 30 seconds. So if it's on a tripod, the camera's not moving. I'm not able to hold the camera for 30 seconds without any type of vibration or anything like that. So that's why we keep it on the tripod. That takes the photo of the reaction that we see it. Once we see the reaction, the tripod and camera is kept in the same location. The settings are readjusted to a normal photo, and then we take a second photo to show that same area if there was a reaction, what it looks like.
So you're taking a photograph if there is a reaction, and then separately the lights come back on. I just want to make sure I got this right. And you're taking a photograph of the same spot with the lights on, so we can see what that looks like in regular light. When you spray on the Blue Star, then does it physically change the color of the object? So, for example, if I sprayed it on this piece of paper, is this piece of paper going to turn blue?
No.
Okay. And so you take that second photograph. Why? Why is that important?
We take the second photograph if we see a reaction the first time. That way you can see the photo that has the reaction, the fluorescent blue, where where the reaction is on the object, and then you can see it again in normal daylight with the lights on.
When you are spraying these items on, spraying this material on, how big an area do you do at a time?
It depends on what the object is.
Can I ask a clarifying question on that then? So if it depends on what an object is, so for example, I wanted to photograph something the size of these tissue boxes that are here, and I just want to spray that and photograph that. When I do that, am I going to want to have my camera up close or far away? And how many times am I going to take a photo of that, do you think?
So the general rule with photography and with scenes is we'd start off with the wide one to show this kind of angle, and then we get to a mid-range photo, and then we wouldn't do a close-up photo. The close-up photo would just be right of that object. If we're using the example of the shoe box, I would probably stand back with the camera probably 3 feet and still spraying at 2 feet, slightly above it so the mist would come down. But I also want to try to work on getting the top of the table part there, as well as the sides.
Separate from that then, let's say I had something that was the size of this table here to my right. Which, as you can see, is certainly longer than I am tall. If I wanted to go ahead and blue star an item that large, what would be the process to do that?
Same process as far as taking the photos. Something that size, I would probably break it up into maybe a half or even quarters. And with each section that would get broken up, I would take a photo just of that area, just where I'm processing. I wouldn't do the big area for this small piece. It would be a photo of this small piece for that small piece.
When you use Blue Star, can you get false positives sometimes?
Yes, you can.
What are false positives?
False positives are you would see the same reaction, the same fluorescent blue color. However, it doesn't last as long as what I've seen to be a positive reaction. The positive reaction is from 30 seconds upwards to a minute. The false positives that I have seen, it turns the bright blue quickly, and then it quickly fades.
Do you know what it is that can cause these false positives?
It can be different cleaning solutions, bleach, some chlorine-based materials, also some type of metals. I know iron was one specifically that it mentioned.
Do you know if any foods can cause these sort of false positives?
I don't know of any foods. I don't know.
You said in your experience, so have you seen some of these false positives before?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And if you get a positive, what you think may not be a false positive, would you go ahead and then swab that item?
Yes, I would.
How do you do that?
The swabs, it's like a Q-tip, except it's about 5 inches long. The ones we use, wooden handle, and it's got the cotton swab at one end. They come to a package that's sealed. We'd open the package. We'd take one swab out at a time. We would use sterile water if the sample that we were trying to collect was a dry sample. If it was something that was wet or moist, we could just use the swab. So if it's a dry sample, we would take some sterile water, pour some sterile water into the cap of the sterile water container, and we would dip the swab in the cap, and then we would take a swab of whatever we wanted to take a swab of. Generally, we would try to use the tip of the swab and just like a little swirling motion. You don't have to get the entire swab soaked in whatever the item is, but usually you want to get a good amount.
Mooney says horseradish can give a false positive. Interesting. I did not know that.
When you say the tip of the, I'm sorry, you would put the water in the cap of the sterile water solution. Am I envisioning correctly? We're talking about a cap, and you would turn it upside down, so the inside is what you would be pouring the water into?
That's correct. It's probably about a ½ inch to 3/4 of an inch cap.
And once you go ahead and take a swab of something, they came back with what you believed may be positive for Blue Star. Where does that swab go?
We then put that in a cardboard box. The cardboard boxes come flat. They're probably 6 inches or so, and about a quarter of an inch or so in a square. So we assemble that box together. We put the swab in it, and we close the swab box. And then to seal the box, we would put evidence tape on both ends of the swab box, label it appropriately with whatever evidence numbers we were using. Generally put a biohazard sticker on that swab, and then we fill out information as far as the case number with the evidence number.
And where do those...
Hilarious says, why did Adam even want custody? I think, one, to kind of retaliate against Crystal, and 2, because he said, if I ever get custody of her, you'll never see her again, which in the worst way possible was true. And I think also money. I think he saw some dollars when he saw her, food stamps, disability benefits, things like that.
Swabs get shipped to?
The state lab.
Okay. Did you apply Blue Star to this 2010 Chrysler Sebring with the New Hampshire registration 4368206 that we talked about earlier?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Where did you apply it?
I did the interior and exterior of the vehicle.
Okay. I'd like to start with the exterior and kind of work our way in. When you say the exterior of the vehicle, what parts of the exterior?
The entire vehicle. The hood, the roof, passenger side doors, windows. There were no doors on the driver's side of the vehicle, and I did the trunk everywhere.
Okay. Sergeant, you've got a series of photographs in front of you that are photographs that specifically are numbered 4 through 10, as well as States Exhibits 103, 4, 5, and 6. Then you'll go ahead and you could look through those for a brief moment. Some would be down there and some would be up there.
This one as well?
Yes.
Sure, this microphone is like up, down, up, down. Okay, so Pernille said money, power, benefits. Yep, that's well said.
Would please, that's 104.
Okay.
So I'd ask you to go ahead and look through 103, 4, 5, and 6 are the smaller standard paper ones. 104 through 10 are the larger.
Got some paper flapping going on. It's okay. We're almost there. I say it because sometimes we delay trial coverage by a day and then I completely defluff it, meaning I take out all this paper flapping and all that. It takes hours to do though. So maybe this is a better way. We just start 2 to 3 hours after the start time and we can just skip through lunch. But sorry about all that. Let's just go forward a little bit. Okay.
All set, Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Specifically, I'd like to go ahead and start, and you can feel free to either look at the photographs that are in front of you, or you can also look at the screen as I project them behind you. Either one's going to be fine. I'd like to go ahead and start with States Exhibit 103. Sorry, I don't know why. Could you please look at States Exhibit 103? It's one of the smaller ones.
Yes.
Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, I do.
I wonder if I could just approach the witness for a second. Excuse me.
We've got, you see, Bill Gates is going to fiddle somewhere. Okay, it's not Bill Gates' fault. It's not Bill Gates' fault.
Down, unplug it, plug it back in. States Exhibit 103. You recognize that exhibit?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize it to be?
That's the Chrysler Sebring that I assisted in searching.
Okay. And is that the trunk of the vehicle?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Let me ask you, were you aware whether or not this car came from a tow lot before you saw it?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And I'd like to also move on to States Exhibit, 5, if I could, please. One of the larger exhibits, or you can look on the screen behind you. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
Okay. How do you recognize the car?
It's missing the wheels on the front of the vehicle and the driver's side doors.
Okay. Now, you stated that at the time that you applied Blue Star to, I believe you said to all of the exterior. So does that include all of the hood that we can see here?
That's correct.
All right. Did you also apply it to the roof of the car?
Yes, I did.
Windshields?
Yes.
Okay. I see that we've got 2 doors missing here on the driver's side, but what about the passenger side doors and the exterior of those doors?
Yes, I did.
Okay. What about the trunk that we can see sticking up in the back of this photo? Did you apply it there?
Yes, I did.
from the Blue Star that was applied to the exterior of the car, did you receive any positive reactions?
No, I did not.
Excuse me. So, with regards to the condition of the car, I wonder if you could go ahead and talk to us a little bit about that. What did you feel the condition was when you saw it?
I mean, it's obvious that it had been in a junkyard for a couple years. It was missing, what's seen in the picture here, the wheels, the doors, all the guts to the vehicle were inside of the vehicle. There was no engine. The rear tires were missing. Inside, there were a lot of rust flakes, dirt, dust, and it had like a moldy scent. Some areas were wet and still had some snow and ice in it.
So it still had snow and ice in it?
That's correct.
With regards to the missing parts here, did you also notice whether or not the engine was missing?
Yes, it was.
Overall, what was the smell of the car?
There was the musty, damp, gross smell.
Okay. I'd like to go to Exhibit 4 for a moment, please. You recognize this photo?
Yes, I do.
Okay, what's that a photo of?
The same vehicle, the Chrysler Sebring.
The Sebring. When you applied the Blue Star, what appeared as possible positive tests in the trunk area of the car? Did you get any possible positives there?
Yeah, we saw a couple areas that had some possible positive reactions.
Okay. And was that on the second or was that on the first day
That was on
you
the
looked in
first
the
day.
car? Who was assisting you that first day in collecting those swabs?
Detective Joe Tucker.
And you said Joe Tucker?
That's correct.
Okay. And those 4 swabs, were they all from the trunk area on the interior or were there any on the exterior?
Interior.
Once those 4 swabs, did you photograph them and apply the Blue Star in the same manner that you described for us a moment ago?
Yes, I did.
And once you collected those swabs, where were they sent?
New Hampshire State Lab.
Did you also use any tools on swabs? The jury's heard this question before, something called a hemistick.
Yes.
All right, what is a hemistick?
Hemistick is a small strip of paper that has one end, a small portion of it has some sort of chemical on it that also reacts to the hemoglobin in blood.
And did you use any hemisticks here?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Did you use them on any of the spots where you had those that Blue Star positive results?
When we had the Blue Star positive results, I think I did.
I don't want you to necessarily guess. So
Yeah, I
let
can't-
me ask you, if you had a chance to look at your report, or did you write a report on the search of that car?
Yes, I did.
All right. And if you had a chance to look at that report, would that help refresh your recollection as to whether you used hemisticks on any of those 4 swabs from the trunk?
Yes, please.
Just a moment, please, Your Honor.
It's like, is it the trunk, though?
Excuse me?
I'm going to hand you what's been marked. Excuse me, has been marked. Bait stamp pages 111 through 114. I'm just going to ask you, do you recognize that document, General? Take a moment to look through.
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
This is the report that I did that documented the search of the Chrysler Sebring.
If you had a chance to look at that report, do you think that might refresh your recollection on whether or not you used hemisticks on any of those 4 swabs that were taken from the trunk?
Yes.
If you could please go ahead and do that. Take your time. And then, does that refresh your recollection
Yes, it
of what
does.
that is?
Thank you.
Let me take the report now. Were there any of those that you used hemisticks on from those 4 in the trunk?
Yes.
Okay, how many?
4.
4?
Yes.
You used 4 hemisticks on the 4 positive Blue Star?
Yes.
Why would you use another testing method after you used the Blue Star?
We use this kind of a backup, just to kind of reconfirm. In the event, in my experience, we have had some that do come out testing for positive. So this way we can at least explain to the lab if we need to that it tested positive for Blue Star and then also on the hemistick.
And why is that important to do? You say you do that for the lab. Can you kind of explain to us why?
I think they ask us if what we've done for processing, just I guess my assumption is it's on their end, so they know how that they can process it further. So they know if it's been treated by other chemicals or what other chemicals have been used on it before.
And generally, when you do an application like this of some sort of a testing, do you tell the lab what you did so they know what may or may not be on there?
That's correct.
With regards to the hemosticks, can those also present a false positive sometimes?
Yes, they can.
Have you seen that in your experience?
I have, yes.
And can you explain what the hemosticks look like? I believe you said that they were little strips of paper. How small are we talking?
They are probably 2 inches, 2.5 inches in length, 1/8 of an inch wide.
Very narrow then.
Very narrow, yes. Okay. And then one end, it's got a different material on it. I can't remember if it's a different color, but it's obvious that that is the end where you put whatever reaction or whatever you want to test against on that end.
Did you use some hemosticks on other areas of the car, interior, other clothing that was found in the car, items that were found in the car in general?
Yes, I did.
Ooh, there's a big cough coming up. Joanne Hendricks, thank you so much. I really, really appreciate your support. Okay, everybody brace yourself. Brace for the cough.
And generally speaking, where did you send the ones that came back, these presumptive positive from the hemosticks? Where did you send those?
To the state lab.
Did you have any that you tested with hemosticks that actually came back negative for Blue Star first?
That's correct, yes.
And did you collect swabs from there as well?
Yes.
And where did you send those?
We just kept those at the police department.
Okay. Later on, do you know if any of those were sent to the state lab?
I don't recall.
Did you also, I believe you said before that you had, oh, excuse me. No, you didn't. Were you ever involved in a search of 77 Guilford Street?
Yes, I was.
And what was your role in that search?
I was asked to Blue Star a little section of the basement area.
Of a section of the basement area?
That's correct.
Okay. And other than that, did you have any other role to play in the search of that Guilford Street address?
I had to go back another time for a secondary search using Blue Star in a different area of the basement. And then I also assisted in a search of the property at 77 Guilford Street.
With regards to the 2 Blue Star applications at 77 Guilford Street, were they, so you said one was in the basement. Where was the second one about?
In the basement as well.
And also in the basement. And did either of those produce any positive results?
No, they did not.
What about the search of 644 Union Street later on? Were you present during a search of that residence?
Yes, I was.
All right. And who was primarily doing the search of that residence?
Representatives from the FBI.
And what was your role that day during that search?
My role is just mostly being an observer. If they identified something that was going to be taken as evidence, they would physically collect it from where it was, pass it off to myself, and I would bring it down to another representative from the FBI who would complete the evidence log and collect that piece of evidence and do their own documentation.
Just a brief moment, please, Ron.
Yeah, calcification. I was just gonna say. You say let's try to keep the converse focused on Harmony's case, pretty please. I'm just trying to gather where these other conversations are coming from. Because it's got nothing to do with what we're listening to right now. You know, we don't normally go off track. So could we please stop typing out substance names, because it will also flag the stream and it suppresses the reach, and then people don't know we live and they don't come and watch again. You know, it's not good for the channel. So please stop doing that. And could we not argue back and forth for hours about withdrawals? You know what I mean? Like, because they're not discussing that now. We're discussing Blue Star and the car and the evidence with the sergeant, Brian O'Leary, who's very knowledgeable and taking notes. I'm learning things. Are you also? Thank you all for being here. I really appreciate that you're here. I just want to try to stay focused, please, if we can. Otherwise, yeah, things can also escalate quickly where people get combative with each other, and it's completely off topic. There are other places to do that. I've seen other places. So let's hear what I wonder if they're going to ask more questions now. Let's hear what else they're going to say. And I can't wait for cross-examination to hear how that's going to go. Because I think that's what Jamie Brooks intended. He definitely was hoping to interview this guy or cross-examine this one. He'll be like, so you tested everything, which also I don't know where he was going, because he said there were no positive reactions on the exterior of the vehicle. So I don't know, that last cross-examination of Mr. Taco, Joseph Tucker. Yeah, no, that was going nowhere. So let's see how that goes whenever that comes up.
Sergeant Leary, I just have 3 last quick questions for you. With regards to the search of the trunk, you stated that you applied Blue Star, if I was correct, and you took 4 swabs. Were those 4 swabs from areas that tested presumptively positive?
Yes.
Under the Blue Star? Okay. And did you see any other indications back there that you deemed to be false positives?
Yes.
Okay. And how many? Do you remember?
I was maybe 3 or 4. Maybe 2 or 3 in the trunk area.
Okay. 2 or 3 in the trunk area. Okay. And with regards to the other areas of the car, did you find food wrappers in that car or food containers?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Just one or multiple?
I found multiple. There are like snack packs, some baby bottles, some baby food containers, and other miscellaneous wrappers for food.
In your search of the car, were there a large number of pieces of evidence that were taken out that were assigned with your name, BEO1, BEO2, BEO3, things like that? Okay. And were those ones that you had seized and then, again, got logged in under your initials?
That's correct.
All right. At this time, Sergeant Leary, I don't have any further questions for you. I believe we may need to see the court for a brief moment, but then defense counsel will have a few.
Thank you.
Welcome to all the new members. My word. Thank you for becoming members. If anyone wants to become a member and you're like, man, $4.99, no. Oh, Patreon's the place to be. You get everything over there. And the YouTube members replays. So, and that's $1, okay? In case you were interested. Thank you, Inks. It's so nice to see you in chat. I do not know how to say your name.
I think this is a good natural breaking point for...
Oh, they're going to break for lunch. Now we're really going to teleport. Everybody buckle up. It's time to get in there. What did someone say earlier? A telecopter, huh? Holm says, I'm not really looking forward to the cross. It'll go round and round. I'm looking, if it's going to be the same guy, I'm really looking forward to how he's going to be like, aha, busted. I knew it. And like, what? What did you know, sir? Okay, let's have a listen. Cool pause. He's looking ultra cool here, this detective. Look at him. He's like, snarky face.
For you all to break for lunch, so I'm gonna release you for lunch. I remind you, don't discuss.
You know, for a second, I thought it was just how I paused him. Like, shame, it's like, look snarky. No, that was like a moment, a few seconds of snark there on his face. We're reading your body language, sir. We like that. We like snark.
The case with each other or with anybody else. Make sure that you are keeping an open mind. Don't do any research. Don't look up any media. And we will see you after the lunch break. If you would return at 1 o'clock, please. All rise for the jurors.
Okay, now let's speed this up as they walk out. 1.75, my natural listening speed. Just to see, are they going to talk outside of the presence of the jury? I would think so.
All right, sir. I am going to have you come back at 1 o'clock. I'm sure you're tired, but I need to take that break. So, all right, everybody, 1 o'clock. Yes. You may sit down. Yeah. Okay, give me 1 minute. You may sit down. I reviewed the letter. I just want to review the draft of it.
Okay. Carla says, wonder what's for lunch today. It's Taco Tuesday, and Mr. Taco was on the stand as well, so. Beth says, he's not looking forward to cross. Yeah, he's not. Janet says, we read the whole room. My word. Okay, what is happening here? Look, he's getting very excited. He's like, yeah, I'm so going to ask him about that.
Counsel, typically we would get this electronically, so I don't usually give a signed copy back that's not already filed. So I can do this one of a couple ways. I can just, if you take a minute, I'll get 3 signed copies and get them to each of you, or I can give it to you and you can take it downstairs and make copies and upload it. Might make sense. I'm fine either way.
I don't know what the status of preference.
Okay, so just wait a minute and I'll get you signed copies of
I'm on 1.25 speed, okay? I just set it that to so we can see what happens now. What are they going to say?
I'll get you copies of both the letter and the order for Attorney Sheehan and each of the parties. Okay, so just give me 1 minute.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. So the sound went off and that's it. I think they go to lunch. Okay, cool. Here we go. Are we ready to teleport? Members, show them. With your emojis. Teleport time. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Okay, yeah.
We'll get to you tomorrow morning, okay?
And we are back, everyone. Did you enjoy that lunchtime? We went right through it.
Sorry, tomorrow morning for the CDs. Yes. Okay. Sorry, that's okay. I just wanted you to know. Maybe we'll stop a couple of minutes early if I can today, so that staff can work on that at the close of the business day. Thank you.
The microphone there, is that being used for your honor?
It's used for, yeah. Let's take this one back, and we'll just have the. Oh, I see. Because your voice, you just have to speak louder.
I couldn't speak.
You can do it.
She will tell my spouse that you are. I will definitely speak louder, and I will be much more cognizant if I need to move out the well to grab that microphone. So we can leave this one here permanently, and ideally leave that one back here.
Okay, perfect. Yes, please. Thank you. Shall we put the witness back on the stand?
Just one brief. Just to say.
Oh my goodness. That microphone.
And Attorney Guy.
I love this new custom speed thing. I need to find the Grizzly who told me about custom speed. And thank you, sir. Somebody told me about custom speed. It's not on the mobile or on a mobile device yet, right? But on a computer, if you just click the little toggle switch and you go to the speed, there's now custom speed. So we can listen to 1.1, 1.15, things like that. Okay.
If you want us at any point to lower the lights, or defense, if you want us to lower the lights because you're showing something on the screen, then just let us know, okay? All right, now we're going to put the witness back on the stand. And just be careful of the wires, please.
Thank you.
Everybody ready?
Yes, sir.
All rise for the jurors, please.
And yes, future, if we could tag people on mobile devices, that would be a game changer. What are these animals doing? Oh. The kitties are being naughty.
My time does move pretty quickly sometimes, but
wait.
I'll just be asking.
Okay, so we could see who. It's him again. I'm so excited. Sorry. Okay, here we go.
All right.
Let's go faster.
Please be seated. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Detective.
That you remain under oath.
Yes.
And good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We met, about a month and a half ago, December 29th, for a deposition.
Oh, it's Jamie Brooks. Okay, so here we go.
In this case?
Yeah, I know we met. I don't know if it was that long ago or no. My
time does move pretty quickly sometimes. But so in any event, I'll just be asking you many of the same questions that I asked you then, and I just want to begin by asking you about the experience with Blue Star you had up to that day of January 1st, 2022. when you processed the Chrysler Sebring, or began rather the processing of the Chrysler Sebring. Up to that point, approximately how many times had you previously professionally used Blue Star for processing?
A rough approximation would be probably 15 to 20 times that I've used it.
And you used that experience in processing this particular item, correct?
That's correct.
That item being the Chrysler Sebring.
Yes.
It was already in the Manchester garage bay when you saw it, right?
Yes, it was.
Missing tires?
Yes.
And I believe you described them as guts, but a lot of car parts were actually inside.
That's correct.
The vehicle.
Yes.
He really likes asking that, huh? The guts of the car. Like, come on, sir. Sorry. Okay, for the side snark. We're going to continue now.
So for using the Blue Star, one of the first things you have to do, obviously, is mix the chemicals, correct?
Yes.
And it is your practice, before doing so, to always reread the instruction manual.
Yes.
It never hurts just to make sure you're following it correctly, right?
That's correct.
And as you mentioned, there's the possibility that the instructions could have changed since the last time.
Yes.
So you implemented that same practice here. Before processing the Sebring, you reread the instructions.
Yes.
And I think you had also indicated that the instructions are fairly idiot-proof, I think you had said. But
yes.
All the same, you made sure to comply with those instructions in the processing of the Sebring.
Yes, I did.
You applied. Well, let me just back up. It took a while to process this car, right?
Yes, it did.
2 different dates.
Yes.
January 7th was one.
Yes.
The second date was the 7th.
Yes.
On the first, Detective Tucker assisted you.
Yes, he did.
For at least part of the time.
Yes.
And then on the second date, the 7th, Detective Laney helped you, right?
That's correct.
And again, your goal with the Blue Star was to apply it to every nook and cranny of both the exterior and interior, correct?
Correct.
And before doing so, you obviously you dim the lights in the bay.
In the bay, they're either on or they're off.
Okay.
There's no dimming feature to it.
But there was some light, maybe potentially, but it doesn't have to be pitch black for you to be able to see the Blue Star, correct?
We would use the flashlight that I had.
With the exterior, there were no positive reactions, right?
Correct.
A positive reaction, you've learned through your training experience, lasts about 30 to 60 seconds.
That's correct.
And it is that top blue color on that Kleenex box that's by the jury, right?
That's correct.
And you're able to distinguish that from what's called a false positive.
Correct.
Probably the same color, but it's more like a flash, right?
Yes.
It lasts for just a few short seconds.
That's correct.
There are a few things that can cause a false positive, one of those being a cleaning agent, right?
That's correct.
So sometimes in your investigations, a false positive can itself have some evidentiary value, right?
That's correct.
It may suggest that efforts were made to try and clean whatever object it was that you were processing.
That's correct.
Let's now talk about the application of the Blue Star to the interior of the vehicle. Before doing so, you placed down some butcher paper on the garage floor.
That's correct.
And you removed the items from the interior of the car.
That's correct.
And when I'm talking about the interior, there's the trunk, and that's been pretty well covered, but there's also the cabin.
That's correct.
The passenger cabin.
Yes.
The front seats and rear seats.
Yes.
So you removed any items, including car parts, from the interior before applying the Blue Star?
Yes, I did.
And you applied the Blue Star in the manner specified to you in the instruction manual?
Yes.
Again, it's not like a burst. It's a light spray that you're trying to provide, right?
That's correct.
You don't need to saturate it or anything.
Correct.
But you want to make sure that you apply that mist over the entirety of the vehicle.
That's correct.
And the interior.
Yes.
This would include the steering column.
Yes.
Center console.
Yes.
driver's seat,
Yes.
all the seats for that matter,
Yes.
and that's what you did.
Yes.
And there was no positive reaction.
That's correct.
No positive reaction on the steering column,
Correct.
steering wheel,
Correct.
driver's seat,
Correct.
the entirety of the passenger seat,
Correct.
or the center console.
That's correct.
And that's what you documented in your report.
Yes.
A report which was later provided as discovery.
Yes.
And so just to be clear, this was the entirety of the interior that you applied the Blue Star.
Yes.
That would include not just the front passenger cabin, but the entirety of the rear passenger cabin.
Yes.
That would include all of the rear seats.
Yes.
The objection's like he just asked about the entirety of the interior. Now he's going over every single thing in the interior. Okay.
That would include the entirety of the seat for the back passenger.
Yes.
And crevices.
Yes.
And again, there was no reaction.
Correct.
False or negative?
Correct.
Thank you.
Just a moment, please, Your Honor.
Caroline says, wow, I've been popping in and out, and these people have been yakking on about applying Blue Star? This is ridiculous level of tedious and repetitious testimony. A little bit, huh?
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, you may step down.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Barbara. Shame they didn't get anywhere with that.
You don't want to have them totally excused.
I haven't excused him.
Your Honor, the state calls Anthony Bodero.
Ooh, Anthony Bodero. The state calls Anthony Bodero. Now, Anthony Bodero is the person who let them borrow, them being Adam and Kayla, and obviously the kids stayed with him, borrow his Audi, a blue Audi. And he also provided them with substances. I think that Anthony Bodero, from what we heard yesterday, has immunity, which is different to what Kayla has. Kayla has a plea deal. She doesn't have immunity, but Anthony Bodero has immunity. And I think he's also in jail. So they were talking about that, like scheduling him from there. But let's have a look at what Anthony Bodero says, because it was on the day, December 7th of 2019, when Harmony was allegedly murdered, that it was that same day that the Chrysler Sebring broke down, later that day. So they had to walk with the kids, including apparently Harmony in a duffel bag, back to the Colonial Village apartments and ask Anthony if they could borrow his car. And they stayed in that for a bit, and then that car also died. The battery died, right? So, wow, I wonder, I can't wait to hear from what's Anthony Bodero's account of events. What did he see? What did they say? Did he see the duffel bag and things like that? Oh, there he is, okay.
Please just watch the wire, sir.
And Mr. Bodero, if you can just remain standing and raise your right hand.
Sure.
Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to provide this jury will be the truth and the whole truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
Sir, yes, sir.
Have a seat and make yourself comfortable. There's some water or anything.
Thank you.
How are you doing today, Mr. Bodero?
All right.
Can you start by stating and spelling your full name for the record?
My name is Anthony Bodero, Anthony Bodero.
And sorry, we're just getting set up, Mr. Bodero. I apologize.
It's okay. Take your time.
You're actually approaching, just try to plug that back into.
Go ahead. That's fine.
Oh, sure. Sure.
I'm just gonna call you Holm. I'm so sorry I don't know how to say your name. You said he has immunity for selling the stuff, yeah, to Adam and Kayla.
Mr. Bodero, what's your date of birth?
August 30th of 1973.
And how far did you go in school?
High school. 11th grade.
11th grade. What's the current city that you reside in?
Manchester, New Hampshire.
And how long have you lived here in Manchester?
Like 13, 14 years.
Mr. Bodero, are you familiar with an area in Manchester called the Colonial Village Apartments?
Yes, sir.
And how are you familiar with that area?
I used to reside at the residence here.
And again, Mr. Bodero, we're making a record, so I'm just going to ask, there's a little microphone in front of you. I'm just going to ask that you speak into that and as loud as you can.
I used to reside at Colonial Village.
How long did you live in Colonial Village for?
Lived there for like 4 months at one time, and then like another 4 or 5 months after that.
And what were the periods that you lived there? What years?
I lived there from July of 2019 to, I would say, I think it was March of the following year. Yes, March of 2020.
Okay. And who did you live there with in that period that you just mentioned, the July 2019 to March 2020?
I lived with a friend of mine.
And what's your friend's name?
Her name is Tanya Clement.
And what were the circumstances? What was the arrangement that you had with Tanya, that living situation?
We would share the bills for the rent of the apartment.
While you were living there during that period that we're discussing, so not the later time, but the July to March, did you own a vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell these jurors what kind of vehicle you owned?
I believe it was a 2004 Audi S4 in blue.
Would you recognize that vehicle if you saw it today?
Of course.
Yes, you may.
So, Mr. Bodero, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 22.
Exactly.
Do you recognize that?
That's definitely my old car, yes.
And so you recognize it as your old car?
Yes.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm going to ask you. It's a big courtroom.
Just
and
speak
everybody
louder.
wants to hear you, so
Okay.
please keep your voice up.
Yes, that was my vehicle.
Okay. Is this a fair and accurate representation of your vehicle? Is
Yes.
this what your vehicle looked like, in other words?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point I move to strike that D and mark as full State's Exhibit 22.
Any objection?
May we approach?
Yes?
Anthony Bodero. Okay. I don't want to miss anything, but let's try skip forward slightly. Yeah.
You said you recognize this vehicle, that this is a fair and accurate
Yes, sir.
photograph of your vehicle.
Yes.
Is this what your vehicle looked like the last time you saw it?
Yes.
It is?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point I move to strike ID and mark as full State's Exhibit 22.
No objection. All right, the ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
So, Mr. Bodero, that exhibit that I just handed you, the photo of your car, I put it up on the screen behind you. Can you take a look at that for a moment? And can you tell these jurors what that image is of?
With the images of
Yes.
my vehicle.
And I think you said the last time you saw it, that's what the vehicle looked like?
Yeah.
What
Yes.
happened to your vehicle after you left the Colonial Village apartments?
It was sitting for about 2 years at my in-laws.
Why was it sitting at your in-laws for 2
And
years?
I could not get it started.
Mr. Bodero, at some point between when you left that vehicle for 2 years at your in-laws and today, did you consent to a search of that vehicle?
Yes.
And was that with the Manchester Police Department?
Yes.
Mr. Bodero, I want to switch gears. Do you know someone named Adam Montgomery?
Yes.
And you can reposition yourself, that's fine. How do you know Mr. Montgomery?
I happened to meet him August of 2019.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Mr. Bodero, I'm showing you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 101. Do you recognize the individual that's depicted in this photo?
Yes, sir.
And who do you recognize that to be?
As Adam Montgomery.
May I publish? And Mr. Bodero, is this the same Adam Montgomery that you that you met in August of 2019?
Yes, sir.
How often would you interact with Mr. Montgomery back in 2019?
I saw him maybe every few days or something like that.
How about Kayla Montgomery? Do you know someone named Kayla Montgomery?
Yes, sir.
And how do you know her?
I happened to meet her in 2013.
2013?
Yes.
How did you meet the defendant in August of 2019?
I needed a ride to the Rockingham courthouse to dispute a driving without a license ticket, and I needed a ride, so I happened to call a friend of mine, and he didn't have his car, so he said that he was with a friend of his and that he would ask him if he can give me a ride. He called me back, told me that the guy said okay. Then him and Adam Montgomery came to pick me up to take me to court, and when they arrived with 3 children, with Harmony and the 2 boys.
And you mentioned Harmony and 2 boys. Did you see those 3 children after that event?
Yes.
When did you last see Harmony?
The last time I saw Harmony was the second and last time I ever saw her, and that was about 3 weeks to a month later after the August incident. I saw her with them where they resided at.
Mr. Bodero, I want to switch gears with you again. Have you ever been convicted of a felony drug charge?
Yes, sir.
Were you in fact convicted of felony drug possession in 2014?
14. I think so, yes.
How about in 2016?
Yes.
How about in 2019?
No.
And Mr. Bodero, did you provide testimony to the grand jury related to this case back in March of 2022? So March 21st of 2022?
I believe, yes, sir.
And do you remember being asked in that grand jury proceeding whether or not you sold drugs to the defendant back in 2019?
Yes, sir.
Did you provide an honest answer to that question?
No, I did not.
During that grand jury testimony, were you given any type of immunity before you were asked the questions about drugs? And after your testimony, after your grand jury testimony, did you agree to meet with investigators regarding the case?
Yes, sir.
And was that in September of 2022?
Sounds about right.
At that point, had you been provided any type of immunity regarding drug activity?
No, I don't think so.
Do you recall agreeing to meet with those investigators, signing a written document?
I did agree to meet with them, yes, with an attorney.
Did you have an understanding about how your statements could be used? whether they could be used against you.
Yes.
What was your understanding of that?
That they would not use it against me as long as I told the truth.
And you mentioned having an attorney.
Yes.
Is that attorney here with you today?
Yes, sir.
And regarding your testimony here today, have you been provided immunity based on that drug information?
Yes, sir.
Before testifying today, you were provided immunity?
Yes, sir.
Based on that, Mr. Bodero, I want to ask you questions about your sale of drugs back in 2019. Specifically, back in 2019, did you sell drugs to the defendant, Adam Montgomery?
Yes, sir.
Did you sell drugs to Kayla Montgomery?
Yes, sir.
How often would you sell the defendant and Kayla drugs?
Whenever I had any available.
How frequently was that?
Not frequent.
Were you actively selling drugs back then?
When I did have, yes.
And how would they pay you when they would purchase those drugs?
They would either pay me with cash or they would sell me food stamps.
Let's talk about that.
Yes, sir.
What do you mean when you say they would sell you food stamps?
Well, I would give them half of whatever they gave me in food stamps.
Let me back up. What type of drugs were they buying from you back then?
Heroin and crack.
Mr. Bodero, did the defendant, in this case Adam Montgomery, did he ever sell drugs for you?
Negative, no.
Did you ever employ Mr. Montgomery to sell drugs for you?
No.
Did you ever hire him in any capacity?
No.
Mr. Bodero, I want to turn your attention to Thanksgiving of 2019. Does that time frame stand out to you?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell these jurors why that stands out to you?
Because they approached me saying they had no place to live, and I let them stay in my vehicle.
And can you describe that arrangement where you let them stay in your vehicle?
Well, the reason I had them stay in the vehicle is because I was living with somebody else that it was their apartment, and there was no room for them to be there. So the only choice I had was to let them stay in my vehicle.
And do you recall the specific, let me back up. How many days did they stay in your vehicle?
2 days.
2 days?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall the specific days?
No, it was just after Thanksgiving weekend.
And Mr. Bodero, who stayed in your vehicle?
Adam, Kayla, and the 2 boys.
Earlier you mentioned Adam's third child, Harmony.
Yes.
Where was Harmony during that time where you let them stay in your vehicle?
I do not know.
Was she with them?
No.
Did you see her at any point during that period where they were staying in your vehicle?
No, sir.
And do you recall how they came to be living in your vehicle? Can you tell the jurors what that conversation was like?
Well, from what I recall, they gave me a call and told me they had no place to go. They came to where I was staying at. I let them upstairs. We talked, and I told them, I was like, I could let you stay in my car, but I can't let you stay here because this is not my apartment. That was the arrangement.
The car that you allowed them to stay in, was that the same car that I showed you an image of
yes,
just
sir.
moments ago? Mr. Bodero, back in late 2019, did you have a Facebook account?
Yes.
What was your Facebook name back then, if you can recall?
Anthony Tone Capone Bodero.
Anthony Tone, sorry?
Capone Bodero.
Is that your full name, or?
No, that's just the street name.
Tone specifically, is that what you go by?
Well, they call me Tony.
Were you friends with the defendant on Facebook, the defendant in this case?
Yes, I believe so, yes.
Do you recall what his Facebook name was back then?
I believe it was his name, Adam Montgomery.
How often would you communicate back then, late 2019, how often would you communicate with the defendant?
I don't remember, sir.
How would you communicate with him?
Telephone, mostly.
Did you communicate with him on Facebook at any point?
I don't recall, but I wouldn't doubt it.
So I want to talk about those 2 days when they were staying in your car. The defendant, Kayla, and their 2 sons. Did you take them anywhere during those 2 days?
No.
Do you think that seeing your Facebook messages might refresh your recollection regarding whether or not you took them somewhere?
I guess.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, you may. It's interesting to me that he's still kind of botching the timeline, you know, because we went over the probable cause affidavit, and there as well he said that he thinks he last saw Harmony around, well, not Harmony, actually, he saw them around Thanksgiving, right? And he noticed Harmony wasn't there, like they asked him now. But later, when we read through that probable cause affidavit, they did clear up that it was, you know, that they weren't quite clear on the dates, and it would have actually been more around a week later, around that December 7th time, because that's the time that their Sebring broke down. That's why they asked to live in his car. Just in case anyone's confused, or, you know, people are like, oh my word, it's okay to lie. His timeline's a little fuzzy. Okay, going forward a little bit.
And I think you said the starting judgment there first. Yes, you did. Thank you. So, Mr. Bodero, I'm just handing you, and actually, sorry, I can just have this. So, Mr. Bodero, I'm showing you it's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 107. I'm just going to ask that you look this document over, paying attention to this page.
I'm going to read that?
To yourself.
The whole.
He's like, the whole thing? You want me to read that? So, objection cake says, wait, but Harmony would have been in the duffel bag when the Sebring broke down, so he's correct. No, he is correct about Harmony not being there when they asked to stay in his car. He's just got the date a little bit wrong, and he also had it a little bit wrong when the police initially interviewed him. And then later he's like, okay, it was probably more like later, a week later. Because he confused when he took them pizza to the car and who he saw in the car, you know. And then said, yeah, Harmony wasn't there, but he thought it was around Thanksgiving. And as the investigation continued, and as they said, well, you know, the Sebring broke down on December 7th, then they asked for his car, to stay in his car. So that was cleared up. So I'm just saying, he's sticking to his original story, which I think his timeline is just a little fuzzy. But it does make sense if you just go forward a week to around December 7th, that their car broke down. They walked to the Colonial Village apartments, and then they asked to stay with him. He said he can't accommodate them, but they can stay in his car. And that lasted about 2 days. I think that battery also died, and then he said he couldn't get his car started again. And so the car stayed at his in-laws, I think he said. Is that what he said? Stayed with family for 2 years. Okay.
Thing? Or this page?
That page to yourself. And then just look at
Finished.
So, Mr. Bodero, first let me ask, does that refresh your recollection regarding whether or not you drove the defendant?
To tell the truth, I don't even remember.
Okay. The item that you just reviewed, what do you understand that to be?
Guess they must have reached out to me. They needed to go to the clinic. They asked for a ride, and I guess I must have told them, give me 20 minutes. I just woke up, and I guess I must have took them to the clinic.
Okay, let me ask you.
Nancy says, this is a drug dealer. He's still watching his back. Don't let his demeanor fool you. Now, what gives you the impression that his demeanor is fooling me? I just want to know. But thank you for the advice. Let's keep watching. And yeah, let's just keep track of the timeline, because we've gone over a lot of the timeline and heard, from Kayla and heard from the tow truck driver and all of this. It's all coming together. So his timeline's a little off. Got to add about a week.
See this. Is that a conversation between yourself and the defendant?
I don't even remember. It could have been with Adam or Kayla.
Mr. Bodero, as part of your involvement with this case, did you provide consent for officers to search your Facebook account?
Yes.
So I don't really remember what you...
Damn, something just happened to the feed. It just skipped to the present moment, so stand by. Let's refresh, shall we? Take a quick little break here. That means the court date probably ended. Okay, hold on. We were at the Sebring. Okay. So, we're back. Let's just see where we're at.
Agreeing to meet with those investigators, signing a written document.
I did agree to meet.
Okay. Sorry. I think court, that means if the court feed refreshes like that, I think it means the court day ended. Let's just see. Okay, yeah, we found our place. Somewhere around here.
So, Mr. Bodero, I'm showing you it's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 107. I'm just going to ask that you look this document over, paying attention to this page.
I'm going to read that
to yourself.
The whole thing, or just this page?
That page to yourself, and then just look up to that.
And just to clarify, the court day has not ended yet. I just double checked. No, it was just a glitch, it was Bill Gates, okay? Don't sue me, Bill Gates. But when there's technical problems, it's all your fault.
Finished.
So, Mr. Bodero, first let me ask, does that refresh your recollection regarding whether or not you drove the defendant?
To tell the truth, I don't even remember.
Okay. The item that you just reviewed, what do you understand that to be?
Guess they must have reached out to me. They needed to go to the clinic. They asked for a ride, and I guess I must have told them, give me 20 minutes. I just woke up, and I guess I must have took them to the clinic.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Is that a conversation between yourself and the defendant?
I don't even remember. It could have been with Adam or Kayla.
Okay. Mr. Bodero, as part of your involvement with this case, did you provide consent for officers to search your Facebook account?
Yes.
Mr. Bodero, during that 2-day period where the defendant slept in your car, did you allow him to drive your vehicle at all?
I don't think so. I wouldn't let nobody drive my car.
And seeing those messages, does that refresh your recollection at all regarding whether or not you took them to the methadone clinic?
Does not, sir.
And do you recall specifically having those communications with the defendant?
No, I do not.
Mr. Bodero, when the Montgomerys stayed in your vehicle, how often would you see them?
Not much.
What does not much mean?
Like, I was upstairs in my apartment with my wife, and I hardly went outside.
Mr. Bodero, do you recall sitting down with investigators and talking to them about that period of time?
Yes.
Do you recall telling them specifically that you rarely saw the defendant and Kayla during that period?
I rarely saw them, but I wasn't checking on them.
Were you aware of their living situation prior to them living in your car?
Not sure. Just I know they told me they had no place to go, and that's why I let them stay in the car.
And at that time, were you aware of where they had been living immediately before then?
I don't recall.
Do you recall whether they were staying in their own vehicle prior to using yours?
No, I don't.
Those rare times that you would see them, how would you see them during that period?
They would come see me. After I served them, they would leave.
And when you say they would come see me, is that the defendant and Kayla, or is that someone else?
They either came together or separate.
Do you recall telling those investigators that they were always together?
Yeah, they were always together.
During those 2 evenings, or those 2 days that you allowed them to stay in your vehicle, did something happen to your vehicle during that time?
Yes. The first night, I guess, from what they told me, Kayla didn't know how to drive a manual transmission car. She turned it on for the heat, and it killed the battery. And I guess when he woke up, he went somewhere, supposedly from what they said, he went somewhere in the middle of the night to get a portable car charger. So by the time the next day when I came out, they already had the car started. So I don't know. I wasn't around, so I don't know.
Mr. Bodero, do you recall specifically who told you that information about Kayla starting the car?
They were both telling me. They were both together.
Do you recall telling investigators that the defendant actually gave you that information?
No.
They were both together when you learned it?
Well, yeah, they were both together.
And I'm sorry, you said that earlier. They were always together?
Yes. Yeah.
Did you provide them any items during their two days in your vehicle?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors what you gave them?
I gave them leftover Thanksgiving dinner one night, and then the following day, I bought 2 pies from Domino's Pizza, and I gave them a pie, and I still got a pie for me and my wife.
Mr. Bodero, if I can have just a moment.
Ashley says, so Kayla was alone with the children. It depends if Adam really went to go get this portable battery charger or whatever he said he went to get. Because remember, they had asked the Dunkin Donuts guy that we heard from earlier for jumper cables. And then they also asked Kim. And Kim actually did come out and help them with jumper cables. So I don't know if Adam actually did leave and if Kayla was alone with the kids, right? We've got to put it all together. It's all, a little bit of muddy water here.
So just brief follow-up, Mr. Bodero. You mentioned seeing where the defendant resided. Can you tell the jurors where that was?
I always forget the name of this where it's at, but I went there one time to bring them some food.
Okay. Was it a house, an apartment, something else?
Yes, it was a house.
How would you describe that house?
It was a small little house.
And would that have been, what time of year was that?
That was in September 2019.
September 2019?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Mr. Bodero, would you recognize that house if you saw it again today?
Yes.
Showing you what's been published, admitted and published as State's Exhibit 1.
That's it.
And when you say, yeah, that's it, what do you recognize that to be?
I recognize to be the house where they were residing in.
That house at Guilford Street?
Yes, I believe that's the same street.
How many times did you go to this house on Guilford Street?
I think maybe, I don't even remember the one time, but it could have been twice. But I remember only one time. I didn't go visit them, so I don't know.
Thank you, Mr. Bodero. No further questions, Your Honor. I pass the witness.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Bodero. My name is Caroline Smith. How are you?
All right, good afternoon.
A little bit nervous?
Always.
Okay. And I think your first introduction to this case was when marshals came to speak to you?
Yes.
In January of 2022.
Yes.
And you wanted nothing to do with this case, right?
Well, I didn't know anything about the case. So,
Yeah, except for what you read in the paper, right?
except for what the officers told me.
Okay. And you said, I've got no involvement with anything involving a child, right?
Exactly.
And
Yes.
No way, right?
No.
Okay. And you got subpoenaed to the grand jury,
Yes.
and they had you swear an oath there to tell the truth, right?
Yes.
And they gave you some ground rules about your testimony at the grand jury, right?
What you mean ground rules?
Okay. Well, they told you that you could refuse to answer a question if it would incriminate you, right?
No, you didn't tell me that.
They told you you had the right to be represented by an attorney, right?
Yes.
And that you had the right to refuse any answer in the grand jury, but only if that answer would incriminate you. Do you remember that?
I don't remember that, no.
Okay. Let me show you a copy of a transcript of your grand jury, okay?
Sure.
So first of all, that was a long time ago, right?
Yes.
And does March 21 of 2022 sound about right?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to show you a copy of, you can see on the outside, grand jury proceedings, right?
Yes.
About the disappearance of Harmony Montgomery.
Yes.
And you were sworn in at the beginning of the grand jury, right?
Yes.
And I want you to go through and I'm going to take you from the bottom of page 3 into page 4 and ask you to read that to yourself, okay? And then I'm going to ask you a question.
Said bottom of page 3.
Yeah. Into page 4.
Where the bottom? From here? From
Sure,
here?
sure. Why don't you do that?
We're watching him read it. We're not going to go forward now. We're waiting. Luna says he getting snorky. But I think that the defense attorney almost talked to him like a child. Like, okay, you're going to read this and this, then I'm going to ask you some questions. He's like, yes, ma'am.
Does that refresh your recollection?
No.
Okay. In the transcript to the grand jury, well, while you were in the grand jury, you were advised that you had the right to refuse to answer a question if it might incriminate you, right?
From what it says here, yes, I guess. I just don't remember.
Okay, that's fine. And it says that, yes, you understood, right?
Yes.
So, you also said you lied to the grand jury, right?
Yes.
Okay. And being advised that you had the right to refuse to answer a question or you had the right to an attorney, you chose to lie under oath.
I didn't know that I was going to need an attorney.
Okay.
So I agreed to answer their questions.
So when the question came up to something that would incriminate you, you chose to lie rather than ask for an attorney, right?
I got scared, and I didn't think about what they told me about asking for an attorney.
Sure. And you were scared because they thought you had information about harm.
Damn. Even my face is like, whoa, Caroline, back it up. She sounds so... She sounds, I don't know what word to describe it. He's like, what? I think he's thinking, oh, is she really talking to me like that? Yes, she is. Defense attorney is right now. She's about to grill your ass. She's really about to, like, cross-examine this guy, right? Oh, my goodness. Deep breaths, everyone. We're about to go round and round. I can feel it already. Here we go.
Harmony, right?
Yes.
And you didn't want anything to do with this, right?
Of course.
You didn't want to be implicated in this in any way at all, right?
No.
Okay. So, I'm going to switch gears a little bit here. You talked about meeting Adam because you needed a ride to court.
Yes.
And you didn't have a license that day, right?
No.
Have you ever had a license?
No.
You did not have a license in November of 2019 then, right?
No.
If you've never had one, you didn't have one.
I've never had one, exactly.
Excuse me, and you didn't have one in December of 2019?
No.
Okay. And you talked about your prior convictions, and one of the prior convictions I think that you said was possession of a controlled drug from 2018?
Yes.
And that was actually possession with intent to sell, right? Or dispense?
I guess. I don't recall.
Okay. If I showed you a copy of the record of that conviction, would that help refresh your recollection?
Maybe.
Okay. I'm going to show you what is a certified copy of a conviction returned from Superior Court, state prison sentence for Anthony Bodero, right?
Yes.
And January 12, 2018?
That's when I was released.
That was the day you were sentenced. Well, actually, okay.
I got released as well.
Yeah, because you were actually in jail pre-trial, and the day you got sentenced, you got a suspended sentence, and they released you.
All I know is they let me go.
Okay. And so you got a sentence of 3 to 6 years with all but 92 days suspended. Does that sound right?
No. I believe it was the 92 whatever days time served, and then suspended time after.
Right. Okay. I may have said it wrong because I have gotten a little bit tired. So it was 3 to 6 years as a sentence. All of that was suspended except for the 92 days that you had already served.
Yes.
So when you mean you got released, you were held on bail before the conviction, and the day you got sentenced, you were let out.
Well, they picked me up from a state prison. I did a bid in a state prison. They picked me up. I did 92 days here in Valley Street, and then I got released.
Gotcha. Okay. And so then you had a suspended sentence hanging over your head of 3 to 6 minus that 92 days.
I guess, yes.
Okay. And that was suspended for 3 years.
Yes.
Okay. And then in November 22nd, 2019, you got another drug charge.
No.
Drug conviction, sorry.
No. Say that again. When?
November 22nd, 2019, you got convicted on another charge.
No.
Okay.
That's wrong.
Oh, this is getting very intense. You know, yeah, Lewis says he's not scared of her. I almost feel like, is she not scared of him and all his connections? You know what I mean? I don't mean you have to tiptoe around him, but like, damn, she's being so patronizing. I don't think that's a good idea. Just treat everybody with respect. It's a witness. He's not on trial. You don't have to grill him with all his, you in prison here and there and there. So basically she's trying to say like, what? You're a POS. Okay, well, how are you going to get answers out of him like that? Make him feel like absolute crap. Like, what do you want to ask him, lady? Look at him. Look how paused. He's like, that's just wrong. Wow. Yeah. Look at his face. Oh my goodness. Sure. Okay. Going forward a bit.
I can show you return from Superior Court, Anthony Bodero, sentence November 22nd, 2019.
Sorry, I don't know anything about that. The last time I did time for drugs I came home in 2018.
Sure, because on this one you got a total 2 to 4 suspended. Do you remember that?
No, I don't.
Okay. And your attorney was Attorney Sheehan?
Yeah, that was from the old case. That's not, I have it confused.
Okay.
It can't be 2019 because I never got caught with drugs or anything after 2018.
Okay, so let's take a look at this. On June...
Shame the way he says, I never got caught with drugs since then. Oh dear. Not yet then. Anyway.
24, 2019, you were driving without a valid license, right?
That, yes.
And while you were driving without a valid license, they found drugs in your car.
No.
Basis?
No.
This is so hectic. Oh my goodness. Sure. What do you guys think of this? Yeah, Amanda's like, he's like, look, lady, I know my record. Sarah said she's gonna say that he said this against Adam to get out of new drug charges. Oh, he's also part of the sidebar. Snarking it up, but we can't hear. And we're back.
Mr. Bodero?
Yes.
Okay. By the way, you have some stuff here that maybe we'll take away because I'll focus on something else now, okay?
No problem.
So I have in front of me what's been marked as a full exhibit, a certified copy of your conviction from November 22nd, 2019. And we went over that first page.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to go over the second page. And that second page is the sentence that you got on that conviction, right?
I see what you have there, but that's not what it was for. I got caught driving without a license.
Okay. And you got, according to this document, you got a sentence of 2 to 4 years, suspended for 3 years, right?
Yes.
That means that 2 to 4 years you don't spend in jail or prison, it hangs over your head for 3 years.
Yes.
With conditions that you stay arrest-free and commit no new crimes and stuff like that, right?
Yes.
And another condition was that you got a LADAC evaluation and within 60 days provide proof to the state, right?
What's LADAC?
Drug and alcohol evaluation. Do you remember that?
Kind of.
Okay. So now we're going to go to the actual charge that was based on. And that's the indictment. You've seen indictments, right?
Yes.
And the indictment is for activities that you did on or about June 24, 2019. Is that what it says?
Yes.
And the activity that you did was possession of a controlled drug. Is that right?
That's what it says.
And this was in County of Rockingham, right?
Yes.
And it was Superior Court, right?
Yes, yes.
Like this court, Superior.
Of course.
Okay. And then you also had with that...
Oh my word, you just... Like this court. Like this little court you see over here, it was like that, right? He's like, yes, of course. He's not stupid. Wow, it's like she's talking to him like she thinks he's really dumb.
A misdemeanor for driving after revocation.
Okay.
With a sentence on the same day?
That's what it says.
Okay. And your sentence for that was 12 months in the House of Correction, all suspended for 3 years, right?
Okay.
Meaning that you got another year hanging over your head for that 3 years, right?
Yes.
And one of the conditions here was that you not drive until you are properly licensed.
Yes.
So you got arrested for both of those things at the same time, right?
All I recall is getting arrested for driving without a license. No
Okay.
drug charges.
And so that the jury recognizes it when they see it later, if I may just sort of show
That's
them.
okay. She's like, look at him. Look at his filthy record. He's just like, wait, what?
Your Honor, just to clarify, the defense is asking ID strictly needs to be marked full, just so he has no objection.
Oh, I thought it went in as full.
It did at the bench conference. I indicated that it was full, so.
So November 22nd, you don't recall it now, but you didn't have a license then, right?
No.
And it sounds like you're saying today you were selling drugs in November?
I don't recall.
Selling drugs in December of
I don't
2019?
recall.
Didn't you say on direct that you sold some to Adam and Kayla?
I have, yes.
Okay, so you were still selling drugs in December.
I don't recall.
So when you were telling the state that you sold drugs to Kayla and Adam, are you saying that was not in December?
I'm not saying that.
When you said that, you weren't necessarily talking about December of 2019 when you told the state you were selling them drugs.
Say that, repeat that?
Okay. Were you selling them drugs around the time that they stayed in your Audi?
I don't think, no. I don't,
Okay.
not that weekend. I can't say I sold them drugs that weekend. No, I know I didn't sell them drugs that weekend.
You know you didn't sell drugs that weekend.
No.
You can remember that clearly.
I'm pretty sure I remember that.
Okay. Okay. Well, let's talk about those food stamps. Those food stamps, didn't that, they sell you some food stamps when they were in Kayla's mother's home?
I don't know where they were at. I just bought the food stamps.
Okay. How about when they were at the Fit shelter? Okay.
I probably did. I don't know where they were at I didn't go. I don't remember where I went to see them for them to give me the card.
Okay. Your Audi had a clutch, right?
Yes.
And the problem with the clutch, if somebody turns on the battery without turning on the car, the battery just runs down.
Yes.
And otherwise you have to put in the clutch and have it in neutral or whatever and turn it on and keep it in neutral, and then it can run for a long time and the heat stays on.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And Kayla didn't seem to know that, and the car broke down.
Yes.
Well, the car battery died.
Battery died.
Okay. And, okay. You said that the picture of your car was in this same condition, and it states exhibit for ID 22. Is it stricken? It's fine. I would agree if it wasn't. Was in the same condition as the last time you saw it, right?
Yes.
Because the last time you saw it, it had been sitting for a while.
It was worse. It was worse.
But when you had it at Colonial Village, it was in good condition.
Yes.
It was in real good condition.
Very good condition.
And you like to drive it around.
I mean, I drove it, yes, not drive around.
Okay, and you kept it in good condition.
Yes.
You took care of it, right?
Yes.
And in November,
it's like, you had an Audi and you like to drive it around. He's like, yes, I drove it.
late November, you had just been convicted of a crime, you had a suspended sentence on your head, and you didn't want to be caught driving that car without a license again, right?
True.
So you had other people help you drive.
Sometimes.
Okay. Adam was one of those other people.
Yeah, he has driven the car, yeah.
Okay. And Adam knew how to drive a clutch, right?
Yes.
Okay. Because and your clutch, because he had driven that car. I think you said on direct that you saw Harmony twice at Guilford Avenue.
No, one time at Guilford Avenue.
And what was the other time?
Before that, the day he took me to court in August.
Oh, so she was in the car.
Yes.
Okay. And with the boys.
Yes.
And at Guilford Avenue, she was there and playing with the boys.
Yes.
And you said that Kayla and Adam needed a place to stay Thanksgiving weekend?
Yes.
And when they came and told you that they needed a place to stay, you said that you would let them stay in your car for 2 nights.
I didn't specifically say 2 nights. I said they can stay in my vehicle, but they happen to only stay 2 nights.
Okay.
2 days, 2 whole days.
Okay. And one of those nights, it ran out, the battery got drained.
From what they say, the first night, yes.
Okay. And you are saying that you did not go down and see them sort of squatting in the parking lot at Colonial Village.
No.
In their secret.
No, I did not.
And you are saying that you did not go down on a daily or every other day basis to connect with the family and see Harmony and wave to her.
No.
And you are saying that Harmony did not wave to you during that time.
I didn't say they didn't have Harmony with them.
Pardon?
They did not have Harmony with them
Okay. When?
when they came to see me.
On those 2 days or before those 2 days?
It depends when you're talking about.
Okay. Did you ever, are you saying you did sometimes go down to the car to see them?
I'm pretty sure I went down a couple of times each day.
Okay. Okay.
But each time they did not have the girl with them. It was
Okay.
only the boys.
But I must say, Caroline is good at like kind of grilling the witnesses, which are, it's not pretty to watch, but damn, they say things that then contradict what they said to the prosecutor. Did he not just say that sometimes Adam drove the car, where earlier he said Adam, he would never let anyone drive the car? I don't know. It sounded like that. And now also, there's a couple of inconsistencies coming up. I think Caroline is good at getting out the inconsistencies, which is the whole point, right? That is the whole point of her job. So maybe she's doing a good job. I don't know. Let's keep listening, right?
And when you were questioned by the police...
Sorry, I lost my train of thought for a second there with the second example, but he said that he hardly saw them when they were there in his car or they're staying at Colonial Village Apartments, but now she just got him to say that he would go down there a couple of times a day. You know what I mean? We're listening.
They actually played a recording of Kayla's statement, right?
Yes.
And they played a recording of Kayla talking about...
Yes. Luna says Adam drove the car with him in it. Yes, I gathered that. It's just the way that he said it earlier was like, nobody's going to drive my car. So he obviously means without him in it. It's just the way that the state asked and the way he said it was kind of like, nobody's going to drive his car. But yeah, Adam drove the car with him in it. Okay. Interesting. I've got another sidebar. Going forward.
Down to the car.
Wait, there we go. Okay. I know, Jean says it sure doesn't seem right when the witnesses aren't able to point at Adam square in the eye and identify him in the courtroom, at least on the monitor. I know, right? It's horrible when they show that little picture of him. Wish they could. It's always nice to trial when they're like, there, that one, they're sitting right there. Yeah, in this case, he's not in the courtroom right now.
So they played a section of Kayla's statement, and you got pretty upset with that, right?
I guess.
Got pretty upset with what you were hearing.
I guess, yes.
And you said that you never saw Harmony.
I never did.
And that you didn't go down there.
Let's go. When did I not see Harmony? You're just saying I didn't see Harmony, but where? When?
At the Colonial Village.
No.
And that you didn't go down to the car on a daily basis, right?
Well, 2 days they stood in the car. I went down at least a couple of times each day.
For 2 days, you went down a couple of times
At least
each
a
day?
couple of times, yes.
Those 2 days?
Those 2 days.
Okay. And you're saying you never waved to Harmony?
Never.
Never waved to the boys? Overruled.
I'm telling you, she just wasn't in the car. How can I wave to someone that's not in the car?
You waved to the boys?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I did, yeah.
Okay.
The boys loved me.
So you would when you would go down there, you would see the boys and wave?
Of course.
And you want to have nothing to do with this investigation or Harmony, right?
It's not the way you're making it sound. I want to help you guys.
Who?
The prosecution helped find who killed that little girl.
Okay, so one of the things before they stayed in your car was you drove Adam and Kayla and the kids to get clothes out of their broken down car.
I don't recall that. I don't think I ever did that. I'm not sure, but I don't recall I ever did that.
Okay.
Why would I? No. I wouldn't stuff my car with anything. Let's put it like that.
You wouldn't know what?
I would not stuff my car with a whole bunch of furniture or bags or anything like that.
Okay, so bags that were from a car that people had lived in for 7 days, you never got them and packed them into your car.
I don't recall ever doing that. No, I do not.
And so you don't recall taking Adam or Kayla or Adam and Kayla or Adam and Kayla and the boys?
No matter how you put it, I don't recall.
Okay. And
Oh, he's getting really mad now.
the food that you brought them, you said Thanksgiving leftovers, right?
Yes.
And then pizza.
Yes.
And Thanksgiving, if you had them in your car for around the 8th, Thanksgiving was over a week before, right?
Well, of course, that would be right.
Okay. Thanksgiving was about 10 days before that, right?
I guess. I don't know what you're talking about.
And actually, you gave the family Thanksgiving leftovers when they first came to Colonial Village in the Sebring.
No.
You didn't give them?
There was no Sebring.
Okay.
They stood in my car. If they had their Sebring, they would have stood in their own car, wouldn't you think?
Okay. And you're saying that they did not park out in Colonial Village for 10 days prior to living in your Sebring?
I don't own a Sebring, and if they did bring the car to the parking lot, then I didn't know that either.
Okay.
They telling me they have no place to live. I let them stay in my car 2 days. That's
And
how they stood. They left.
I do want to correct. I did say Sebring, and I meant the Audi.
Okay.
So you're saying that you did not see the Sebring in Colonial Village for the 10 days leading up to when they...
Just gotta get those details right. Caroline often messes up the street names, the dates, which car it is. It gets really confusing. I don't know if that's part of a strategy or not, but it gets very confusing.
Stayed in your Audi.
I didn't see the car, no.
Okay. You said that the boys loved you. Had you seen the boys for more than those 2 times before?
Before and after, yes.
Before?
Yeah.
When did you see the boys before?
I saw
they stayed?
Adam came to see me one time with the oldest one.
Pardon?
Adam came to see me one time with the oldest one.
Okay. And how about the others?
I guess the other one, they were with Kayla, I guess.
Okay. What I'm asking, so now that's 3 times.
No, that's not 3
you-
times I saw Harmony. No. Don't
Okay.
get it confused.
I'm not.
I only saw her 2 times.
I'm backing up.
Okay.
Okay. First time you saw Harmony, she was with her brothers.
Yes.
Second time you saw Harmony, she was with her brothers.
Yes.
You're talking about another time that you see the brother, but not Harmony.
Yes.
How many other times did you see that brother?
Plenty of times.
When?
Throughout the whole time I knew them.
Okay. Did you see the boy prior, more than those 3 times that we're talking about?
When are you referring to? Before Harmony went missing or after Harmony went missing?
I'm trying to get there. Before the 8th, when they stayed in your Audi, had you seen the son more than 3 times?
Of course.
When?
I can't tell you exactly when, but I've seen the boys with them.
10 days prior to staying in the Audi, you saw the boys with them?
I can't tell you exactly how many days prior to the day I let them stay in the car, but I did see them, yeah.
Okay.
I seen the boys.
Okay.
Not the boys, let me correct that, the boy. The boy. There was only one boy with him.
And what circumstance did you see that boy? Was Kayla coming up to see you and bringing her son with her?
No, Adam came to see me with the boy.
Okay, so Adam would come up to see you and he'd bring his son.
Yeah.
Okay. And did they ever come in to use the bathroom or maybe clean up their kids?
No.
Okay.
Look at his face.
Thank you, Mr. Bodero.
You're welcome.
Mr. Bodero, what's your involvement been like with the legal system? How?
Been very bad, sir. I'm not gonna lie.
Attorney Smith was just asking you about this time that the defendant came to see you with his oldest son.
Yes.
Do you recall when that was?
Don't recall exactly when, but it was before Thanksgiving.
Before Thanksgiving?
Before Thanksgiving, yeah.
You said that the 2 days they were staying in your car, that you remember that clearly, that you didn't sell drugs to them. You were very clear on that. Why is that?
Because it's like it was a family weekend. Like I don't recall selling them drugs that weekend. I don't even recall me having drugs.
Mr. Bodero, let me ask you this. How many times have you allowed a family to stay in your vehicle?
I never have. That was the first time.
Was that the only time?
First and only time, yes.
Does that stand out to you?
Well, I remember, yeah.
The defense asked you about letting people drive your car. You didn't have a license, is my understanding. Is that right?
Yes.
And the defense attorney asked about letting people drive your car. I want to follow up on that. You said that you'd occasionally allow folks to drive for you.
Not really. I would drive myself. I ain't gonna lie. I didn't have a license, but I would drive myself.
Do you recall telling investigators that I didn't let anyone drive my car? I didn't let them drive it. Do you recall telling investigators that?
I'm pretty sure I did, yeah.
The them that you were referring to, is that the defendant and Kayla?
But I wouldn't lend them my car if that's what they were. I don't know what y'all really trying to say by that, but I would never have lent them my car. Yeah, I recall a time he drove me somewhere in my own car, yes. But I've never lent him my car to just be on their own and drive my car.
And the time that you're talking about where you lent him your car and let him drive you somewhere, when was that?
I don't even recall, sir.
Do you recall whether there was snow on the ground, whether it was hot or warm outside?
I don't remember any of that.
You mentioned seeing the two boys.
Yes.
And them waving at you, you waving back. Were you referring to the 2 days that they were staying in that the boys were staying in your vehicle, or was that some other time?
Actually, yeah, that was some other time. I was just, whenever they saw me, they waved to me. They said hi. I would grab them, hug them. I can't recall every time they said they waved to me. That's what all kids do. They say hi.
Thank you, Mr. Bodero. No additional questions.
So Adam did drive you around in your car, but you don't recall exactly when.
Of course, because it wasn't on a regular basis.
But it was more than once.
I can't even say that. I don't even recall that.
Okay.
I'm thinking it was only one time. So.
Okay. And when you interacted with the boys, it wasn't just waving. I think you'd say that they came up and they would hug you.
Yes.
So it wasn't just a wave from afar. If the kids were around, you came up to them and interacted.
All the time.
Okay. Oh.
She's back, you guys. Recross.
No further questions.
You may sit down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ooh, that look that he gave her.
Your Honor, this witness be excused.
Any objections being excused?
I'd rather not now.
You may sit down, but you remain under subpoena, sir. The state will explain that to you. Carolina wants to keep the tow truck driver, Anthony Bodero, and there was one other witness. Can't remember which one, but she's like, no, doesn't want to release them. They're not being excused. She's going to call them back at some point. I bet will she, though? Yes, and I think it's just about 2:30, ladies and gentlemen, so it's a good time for our mid-afternoon break, so we'll take 15 minutes. All rise for the jurors, please. Don't discuss the case. Don't do any independent research. And now we teleport. Forward we go. Forward we go. And we're back. Thank you so much all for being here. If you're only joining the stream now, welcome. I hope that you consider subscribing. Check that you are subscribed because YouTube is making lots of changes and sometimes you get unsubscribed automatically. So click subscribe, make sure that the notifications are on so you don't miss out on, streams or anything else that's maybe not as planned as this trial. We're going to be here every day for the trial. But like yesterday, we did another stream after the trial. I don't know if you saw that. So I'm probably going to get up again right after I start talking because I got to chase the other cat out of the office now. Now they've got zoomies. I'll be right back. So now they are back from the afternoon break and let's see what happens next. You may be seated. State may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this point, the state will call Officer Ryan Heile to the stand, please.
Another officer, okay.
If you would please go right up to the bailiff, watch your foot on the cords over there. Take this case, please. And Detective, if you would remain standing just for a moment, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Please feel free to have a seat. Since we're being recorded here for the day, would you please state your full name and spell both your first and last name for the record?
Ryan Heile, Ryanheile.
Okay. And Detective Heile, where are you currently employed?
The Manchester Police Department.
How long have you been working for the Manchester Police Department?
Since April 2013.
2013, so a little over 10 years then?
Yes.
Okay. And let me ask you, are you a full-time certified police officer with them?
I am.
Okay. Did you graduate from the New Hampshire State Police Training Academy?
I did.
And when did you graduate from there?
The summer of 2013.
Okay. Do you remember your academy class?
151.
And let me ask you, in your time at the Manchester Police Department, first of all, did you have any law enforcement experience before you started working at Manchester?
I was part-time in Southampton, New Hampshire for about a year prior.
For about 1 year?
Correct.
Okay. Since you've been with Manchester, can you please describe for the jury some of the different patrols that you've been on, different units and assignments that you've had, basically your different job duties for the department?
Okay. So when I graduated until September 2018, I was in patrol. In September 2018, I was assigned a detective.
I'm sorry, did you say September or December?
September.
September 2018, okay. With regards to that time period of being a detective, what are some of your duties that you do right now?
So my specialty is fire-related, but I also deal with anything that is adult-related.
As opposed to what, when you say adult-related?
So either juvenile or domestic violence. My area is the adult side.
Okay. Back in specifically January of 2022, were you working as a detective then?
I was.
Okay, and doing the same sort of crimes involving adults?
That is correct.
In January of 2002, were you involved and a part of a search that was done specifically of a 2006 Audi S4 with New Hampshire registration 4569334?
I was.
Okay. Where did that search where was that taking place?
In our evidence bay at our secure lot of the Manchester Police Department.
And what was your role in the search of that car?
So I type up what we call a crime scene note, which basically documents everything that took place during a search.
And what were some of the challenges that you and the other officers faced while trying to process that particular car?
It was a very biohazard conditions. Since the vehicle was covered in mold, we actually had to wear a Tyvek suit and a full face mask respirator during the search of this car.
And Detective, I'm just moving the microphone for a moment. I'd like to permission to show you what's been marked State's Exhibit 22. Do you recognize this car?
I do.
Okay, what do you recognize that to be?
That is the car that I searched.
Could you go ahead and just for a moment, please, what are we looking at that's all over the front of this car?
Leaves, dead pieces of trees, twigs.
And where was the biohazard that you had to deal with when you were processing this car?
All inside, the complete interior of the car.
I'd like to show you what's been marked State's Exhibit 23 for identification purposes only. Just have to take that down there.
Okay.
And do you recognize that photo?
I do.
What's that a photo of?
That's the interior of the Audi that was searched.
Does that accurately reflect what you just told us with regards to the condition of the car when you searched it?
It does.
And also, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 24 for identification purposes only. And I wonder if you could take a look at that photo.
That is also the interior version in the trunk of the vehicle that was searched.
The trunk of that Audi S4?
That is correct.
Does that photo accurately depict the condition, the same one that you saw when you were part of that search back in January 2022?
It is.
Other than the fact that both of those photos had small little red labels down on the corners, have there been any other sort of changes or alterations with regards to that photo based upon your memory of what that image looked like on that day?
No.
At this point, Your Honor, I'd ask for identification to be stricken from State's Exhibits 23 and 24.
Without objection. The ID is stricken, not 22, just... Oh, you already have 22 is already full. Yes, okay. The ID is stricken on Exhibits 23 and 24. They're entered as full exhibits.
Correct me if I'm wrong, you guys. Not Squirrel is saying, my apologies. Does New Hampshire allow juries to take notes? Honestly want to know. I think on day one they said that they are not allowed to take notes, but just correct me if I'm wrong there. That's what I remember. There's a lot of things to remember in this trial, right? So I really appreciate it if you guys know like that. I'm not too sure, but from what I remember, they can't take notes because I was like, oh, they can't take notes. Oh my word. Maybe that's why Caroline wants to confuse everyone.
So I'm going to go ahead and show you State's and permission to hold, Your Honor.
Yes.
Let me show you State's Exhibit 23, this particular one. Again, what part of the car is this?
That is the interior front of the vehicle that was searched.
Interior and the front?
Yes.
Okay. You said that you had to wear Tyvek suits. With regards to the interior, what was the interior color supposed to be?
It was a lighter color.
A lighter color?
Yes.
Any particular color, like gray, like tan?
I believe it was a creamish color.
Kind of green color? So with regards to the color that we're seeing on the seats, what's that on the seats here?
That is, I believe it's mold.
Also showing State's Exhibit 24, you said this is the trunk photo, correct?
Yes, sir.
With regards to this photo, do you recall, was this the condition of the trunk when you opened the trunk, or were there other items that had been taken out?
There was a large amount of items that were removed prior to that photograph.
Large amount?
That's correct.
What kind of items are we talking about inside this one?
It was a large array. It was a lot of household items, towels, clothes, masks, like COVID masks.
COVID masks?
Yes.
Nonetheless, did you and the other officers still try to process that vehicle?
We did, yes.
Okay. And how did you go about doing it with a vehicle that looked like that?
So all of our skin was covered up just because of the biohazard conditions of that car. We did a very slow search of the vehicle. We did it is we did seat by seat, so make sure we did not miss anything in the car itself.
And from that, were there a number of items that were taken and placed into evidence that day, taken out of that car?
Yes, there was.
And in the end, were you yourself able to determine whether any of those items had any relevance to the disappearance of Harmony Montgomery? Just based on your own knowledge?
No, I did not know that.
Okay. And with regards to those particular items that were taken out of that car, where did they go when they left the evidence bay, or excuse me, the garage bay where you were working on the car?
They would have got secured at the evidence, which is on the second floor of the Manchester Police Department. So we were on the ground level, and it would have gone up to the second floor and been secured that way.
Are you aware that some of the evidence in this case, in general, was taken down to a place called DNA Labs International in Deerfield Park, Florida?
Yes.
And how are you aware of that?
I was one of the detectives actually that brought some of the evidence back once it was finished being processed from Florida.
Did that include any large pieces of evidence?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Do you recall what those large pieces of evidence were? And by large, I mean physical.
Yes. It was a ceiling tile was one of the items.
How big was it?
We got a full-size SUV, and if you lay it flat, it barely fit in the back seat of the SUV laying flat. So it was very large.
Was there any other sort of large items that came back from that particular lab after testing?
Yes.
What else?
We brought three different pieces of evidence back. Not all were involved in this case, but also some were railings that were part of the ceiling tile that was wrapped up and placed in a bag.
And with regards to getting those back from Florida, can you just describe for the jury how those came back and how you were a part of that?
So myself and Detective Scott Riley actually drove from South Florida all the way back up here in the SUV with all the items with us.
While driving with those items, did you ensure that they were not left alone at any time during that drive?
That is correct. It was secured in our possession the whole time.
Let me just have a moment, Your Honor. All right, Detective Heile, thank you very much for your time. I don't have any further questions for you. I believe defense counsel may have a few.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
They're definitely going to have questions.
And good afternoon to you. My name is Jamie Brooks.
Good afternoon, sir.
We know he's going to ask about the trunk now. So, about that trunk, did you test that? Did you swap that? Let's see how it goes.
I just want to make sure I heard this right. So, June 29th of last year, you picked up some evidentiary items pertaining to this case from a DNA lab office in Florida, correct?
That is correct.
Did you also pick up items belonging to a separate case?
There was multiple cases that we were picking up items for, yes.
So when this kind of a trip is made, I'm taking it's not that often, it's kind of like one-stop shopping. You'll just pick up everything that's ready to be brought back?
Yes.
Thank you.
Just one question, Your Honor. To your knowledge, Detective, how many times has a trip like this been done to DNA Labs International?
It's the first time that I've been made aware of it.
Thank you. That's all.
Anything further, Attorney Brooks?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
You may sit down.
Thank you, ma'am.
That was shorter than I imagined it would be. Okay. They're flying through witnesses today, huh?
Your Honor, at this time, the state would call Christina Lubin to the stand.
Christina, okay.
Miss Lubin, if you would please remain standing for a moment, and please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please feel free to have a seat. Ms. Lubin, as we're being recorded here today, would you please go ahead, state your full name, and then spell both your first and your last name for the record?
Christina Lubin, Christina Lubin.
Okay. And Ms. Lubin, what town do you live in?
Manchester.
How long have you lived here?
24 years.
And are you working right now?
I'm self-employed.
Okay. And what are some of the things that you do being self-employed?
Deliveries, flipping furniture, and a hired-in server.
Okay. And in addition to living here in Manchester, is your residence currently on Dubuque Street?
Yes.
And let me ask you, do you have a daughter?
Yes.
And what's her name?
Kayla Montgomery.
Do you know someone by the name of Adam Montgomery?
Yeah.
No wonder her name rings a bell. I'm like, wait, Christina. Christina Lubin. What's her name again? I'm sure I've seen this lady. Oh, okay. Kayla's mother. Testifying for the state, huh? Okay.
Yes.
Who was he?
My daughter's husband.
You also know someone by the name of Harmony.
Yes.
Who was she?
Adam's daughter.
Go ahead and show you State's Exhibit 1. You recognize this man?
Yes, I do.
Who is this?
Adam Montgomery. It was shortly after Thanksgiving in 2019.
So you only got to know her for a small time?
One time, yes.
One time. Where did you see her?
At my house.
And I believe you said it was right around Thanksgiving. Is that appropriate?
It was shortly after Thanksgiving, yes.
Do you knowledge, was that before or after they got evicted from 77 Guilford Street?
I believe that's after they got evicted.
Lubin, beginning in the winter, December of 2019, at some point did you receive a phone call from your daughter?
I've spoke to her a couple times. I'm not sure exactly which particular one you're...
Let me be more specific. At some point, did you ever see her and Adam and the two boys at your house, but not with Harmony?
Yes.
And when did that occur in December of 2019?
That was, it was before December. It was shortly after Thanksgiving because I had just put my tree up. And I don't remember the exact date. I just remember shutting off the overhead lights so that the kids could see the Christmas lights and the ornaments.
Okay. And that's when you saw Harmony that time?
That's when I saw Harmony.
Later in the month, did they come back to stay with you, for a longer period of time than just one afternoon?
Yes.
Okay. And when they came the second time, was Harmony still there?
No, she wasn't.
When did you find out that they had been evicted from 77 Guilford Street?
Kayla had called me at one point before seeing them at my house about having a flat tire and needing money for it. So I was leaving for the day, so I left the money in a cooler in my side hallway so that they could get their tire fixed.
You left the money in a cooler?
Yes.
Could you describe what did the cooler look like?
It was a red cooler with a white top that would flip open.
Later on, when you saw them next in December, I believe you testified a moment ago that they did not have Harmony at that point. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Where did you first see them and how did they get to your house that day?
I picked them up at my sister's house. They went there because they had no place to go. I guess their car broke down at that point, and they had nowhere to go.
Okay.
My sister said they
Well,
definitely
hold on
would
just a
stay
second.
there.
I don't want to necessarily ask you what somebody else said at this point, but I appreciate that. Let me ask a few more questions about what you just told us, though. You stated that you picked them up. What kind of car were you driving?
I had a green minivan, a Ford minivan.
Okay. So were you able to fit your daughter, Adam Montgomery, and the boys in that minivan?
Yes.
Did they have anything else with them? Did they have any luggage with them?
They had some bags with them. I don't remember exactly what.
This second time when they were there without...
Oh, no. You guys are all saying the cooler, right? We've seen pictures of the cooler. Kayla had apparently said that Harmony's body was in a duffel bag. And they put that bag in the cooler for a bit. So, oh dear. And she's like, yeah, I remember them there with some bags. Okay, let's keep listening. Buckle up.
Out Harmony, did you ask Adam Montgomery where Harmony was?
I asked Kayla.
You asked Kayla. Once they were there with you, how long did they stay before they moved on?
They were there a couple of weeks. I think it was like December 29th, 30th, right around then.
Do you know where they moved to when they left you?
They went to FIT in Manchester.
And FIT, is that short for the Families in Transition Shelter?
Yes.
When they were spending time with you, if you could just go a little bit into detail for us to explain your particular apartment in your building. How, if I were to come visit, how would I be able to get inside your apartment? What are the doors and where are they?
There are 3 doors to my apartment on the full bottom floor. The very front door facing on Dubuque Street is where the mailboxes are, and that door is always locked. There's a middle door to the left-hand side next to a tree, and that's the side door that I have a door to my apartment there, and the people that live on the 2nd and 3rd floor use that door to go up and down the stairs. Then there's a back door where I park my car, and that's the door that I use as my main entrance.
When you said before that you had left money for the family and you had left it in a cooler, where was that cooler located in relation to these 3 doors you just explained?
The middle door that's next to the tree.
That's next to the tree?
Yeah.
So that's the middle door. And you mean the tree outside, not a Christmas tree, I take it. Okay.
Yes.
That particular hallway, the door in and out of that hallway, is that, first of all, is that a hallway that's just yours, or is that a common hallway that other people can use to go up and down
That's
stairs?
a common hallway.
Common hallway. And the cooler, was that stored inside a locked part of your apartment, or was that out in the common hallway?
That was out in the common hallway.
When they stayed with you for those couple of weeks in December, what doorway did they come into your apartment? Did they go in from the back one that you described for yourself, or from that common hallway?
They went through the common hallway.
And did they have a car with them while you were there? Did you see that they owned a car at that point?
In December, no, I didn't see a car. They didn't have a car.
You stated that your apartment's on the ground floor. Is that a first floor, or is this like a basement apartment?
No, it's the first floor.
First floor. Got it. And that hallway, what else is in that common hallway besides your cooler that you stored there?
There's a door that goes to the basement that's paddle locked. There's an entrance to my apartment that goes to my dining room, and then there's the stairs to the second and third floor.
The door down to the basement, I believe, is that locked? Not
Yes.
Locked. That's a locked one. How long had you owned that red cooler in the hallway?
A couple of years I used it for basketball, for the basketball team.
Did you always store it in the hallway?
No, sometimes it was in the apartment, sometimes it was in the hall. Most of the time it was in the hall when basketball was all done.
You said a moment ago that you left money in the past there for Kayla and for the defendant. Was the cooler in the hallway when you did that?
Yes.
And how would you leave that money so that somebody else wouldn't take it?
So it was next to my apartment door, at the end of the hallway, and I would put money under a piece of cardboard and then close the cover.
So the cardboard was inside the cooler?
Yes.
I'd like to show you what's been marked States Exhibits 28 and 29. I'd like to go ahead and show you what's been marked States Exhibit 28 for identification purposes only at this point in time. Do you recognize the object in that photo?
Yes.
And what is that object?
That's the red cooler from my apartment.
I'd like to also show you States Exhibit 29. Actually, and you said that's the cooler in your apartment. Is that generally in the same condition as you would keep it? Hasn't been scratched up or marked or anything else at that point?
Yes, it looks a little bit dirty.
A little dirty?
Yeah.
I'm now going to show you what's marked States Exhibit 29 for identification purposes only. Is that still the same cooler?
It looks like the same cooler.
And can I ask, are there any other differences that you see with regards to that cooler from how we just looked at it a moment ago versus how you're looking at it there?
It looks really dirty.
Okay. And do you see any stickers that have been placed on it?
Yes, I do.
But it's still the same cooler?
It looks like the same cooler.
Your Honor, at this point, the state's going to ask for identification to be stricken from States Exhibit 28.
No objection. The ID is stricken on Exhibit 28. It's entered as a full exhibit.
So that cooler that we just looked at, that was your cooler that was in the hall?
It looks like my cooler, yes.
And that was there back in December of 2019?
Yes.
Yep, they're gonna show the cooler. It is quite something that Adam Montgomery had. It's odd that he had carried Harmony's body around for about 4 months and never got busted. You know what I mean? Like, it was in the cooler, in the refrigerator, at the work refrigerator, all sorts of places. Wow, that's a scary thought.
Lubin, I have an item here that's marked States Exhibit 77 for identification purposes only. What I would like to do is I'd like to open up the top of the packaging so that you can see it, and then ask whether or not you can identify the object. Okay. If I'm going to draw the scissors again, please. If I could ask the witness just to step down for a minute inside.
Yes.
So, do you mind stepping down for a minute? You can just look at the subject in general. I'm going to go ahead and open it. Other than the conditions it's in, can you see the color?
Yes.
The shape?
Yes.
The handle?
Yes.
Is this the same cooler?
It looks like the same thing.
It looks like the same cooler to you.
Yes.
Thank you. If you want to sit down. Does this look like the same cooler as the one that you identified before with regards to the one that you would leave money in?
Yes.
Did you ever keep anything else in this cooler?
I used it for basketball tournaments for food.
For food, for
Mhm.
basketball. At some point, did police come to see you at your home to ask you questions about Hosni's disappearance?
Yes.
And later on, did you agree and allow them to do a search of your home relative to that investigation?
Yes, I don't remember them actually searching the home, but they were free to come in and do whatever they liked.
And let me ask you, did they take that cooler from you when you met with them on one occasion?
Yes.
Did they explain to you why that they took the cooler, or no?
Not really any detail, they just needed it.
Do you know why they took the cooler?
I had a suspicion.
What was your suspicion?
I know they were looking for...
Speculation.
I'll withdraw the question, Your Honor.
Objection is sustained.
Ms. Lubin, one thing I do want to make clear. Other than the money and the food that you had before for basketball games, and other than the money that you left for Kayla, do you have any idea what else was kept inside this
No.
cooler?
No.
Did Adam Montgomery ever talk to you about this cooler?
Never.
It's my understanding that you do some woodworking?
Yes.
What do you do?
I upcycle and recycle pretty much any furniture I can get my hands on.
It's quite a hectic suspicion to have, right? Like, I had a suspicion they were looking for harmony. Like, oh no. What a horrifying suspicion to have, right? Also, I think that she did say that she could lose her home if she had more people in it than she was allowed to have. The landlord would kick her out. So possibly if she helped them, she would get kicked out too. And maybe she knew maybe they were in and out of shelters for a long time. I don't know, because Kayla and Adam knew each other since high school, you know? So I don't know if she became, I don't know what word to use, complacent, or maybe had enough of all the roller coaster rides with them being drug dependent. Could be that, and just like, here we go again type thing, and underestimated the situation. But yeah, it's still horrifying to think that children were living in a car and there were people around who couldn't help, right? That's scary. The poor kids.
I have a table saw, I have a circular saw, I have a band saw, I have a sill saw.
Sill saw. What kind of saw is that?
It's a saw that I use to cut go through the nails on pallet wood. It's like it's a handle, and it's got long blades that you can put in it.
Long blades? How long?
Well, the blade itself's like this big, and then you have the end piece that attaches inside the machine.
And how does that saw operate? Is that just about yay big? Is it round or is it?
No, it's like just a long blade about this thick, and it kind of vibrates back and forth as it.
Assuming you're holding your hands up to be what, maybe about an inch thick? Is that about right?
Yeah, maybe almost an inch.
Almost an inch. Sorry, I apologize for the delay.
So we know that this mother is not on trial, right? She's a witness. That's my disclaimer. And he said she had to refuse to enable them. But calling CPS, not that they did a great job in this case. In any case, could have been helpful to be like, damn, you're living in the car with kids and you're drug dependent, and she knows her daughter well, obviously. And she's like, oh man, they tire is flat again, and now they had nowhere to go. So then they went to my sister. Okay. That's sounding bad. If you know they've got your grandkids and Harmony, yeah, maybe call the police, CPS, something, right? We learn from these cases.
And could you describe just again, you've got, I believe you said you've got a jigsaw. Do you have a miter saw or a chop saw?
I do have a miter saw, yes.
I'm going to go ahead and show you what's in my States Exhibit 63. Do you have a grinder?
No.
You don't own a grinder?
No, I don't own a grinder.
And how long have you been doing woodworking?
About 6 years.
6 years or so?
Mm-hmm.
It's fair to say you've got a lot of different tools for those jobs.
Mm-hmm.
Woodworking.
Yes.
And a grinder is not one of them.
No.
Let me just have a moment. Point of clarification, Your Honor, I apologize. I referred to the cooler as Exhibit 77 and Exhibit 73, so I apologize for that mistake. And that's Lubin.
NEP, we don't know for sure that she didn't call. In fact, I think she called the police later, but I think that was to get a protective order against Adam, who at that point was stalking Kayla. So I'm not too sure if she had ever called DCYF or CPS. If anyone knows, please let me know.
I don't have any further questions for you. Thank you very much for your time. I believe defense counsel may have a few.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Caroline Smith, and I do have a few questions for you, and let's start with the tools, okay? Where do you keep your tools?
I have some by the back door on a rack, and then I have some put away in a little storage unit that I made that's on wheels in my off the side of the dining room area.
Okay, so that's in your apartment. Some are in the apartment, some are out?
No, they're both in the apartment, just different locations in the apartment.
Okay.
I've had to move them around.
Okay. And the basement, is that something anybody has access to?
No, well, the tenants have access to it because we each have a key.
Okay.
Because it's padlocked, but it's not anything that we use to store anything or.
Okay. And I said I'd get to the tools, so I'll get to the tools first. I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit H. Okay. Do you recognize what kind of tool this is?
That's a miter saw.
And that's one of the tools that you have, right?
Yes.
And did you say that you had a circular saw?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you a copy of I. Can you tell me what kind of tool is in this image?
That is a circular saw.
Okay. I'm going to show the jury.
I think the defense is again going to imply that it's Kayla who got the tools or helped Adam. It still doesn't help Adam look any less guilty, right?
Now, I want to get a little bit of an understanding of your place and where Kayla, Adam, and the kids stayed. Were they in your apartment?
Yes.
Did you have an extra spare room for them?
Not for them. That was packed full with furniture flipping and tools.
Okay. So it was a room that you had available that you let them use for a while, but it wasn't a room that you had intended for them.
They didn't really use the room. They just put their items in there, their clothes in there, and they slept on the pull-out couch in the living room.
Okay. All right. So all the kids are, and the family is all together.
Mhm.
Okay. So just to get a better idea, and the jury too, of your house, you're on the first floor.
Yes.
And if you're on Dubuque Street, if you look at the right side of the building, but facing Dubuque Street is a door.
Yes.
And then you've got a arched window beside that door.
Yes.
And then on the other side, there's a sidewalk that goes along the side.
Yes.
And I think that you said that there was a door in the middle of the building along that sidewalk.
Yes.
And then in the back of the building, there's another door.
Yes.
And you use the front door?
No.
You use the side door along the sidewalk?
No.
You use the back door?
Yes.
Okay. And that you park there?
Yes.
Okay. So you drive around back of the building, you park, and you can come in the back way.
Yes.
Do you have the whole downstairs?
The whole floor, yes.
Okay. So any door that you go in, you can access your place.
Yes.
You don't necessarily, but
Right.
yeah. So the middle door, where did you say that Adam and Kayla and the kids would go in?
The middle door.
The middle door along the sidewalk.
Mhm.
Okay. And the front door would be for tenants going upstairs or something?
They would use the middle door.
Okay. Front door was for show?
Front door, you go out and get your mail.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And now I want to talk about when you met Harmony. And you recall that visit, right?
Yes.
And you even recalled what she was wearing, right?
No, I don't recall what she was wearing.
Okay, I'm going to show you a copy of a report that I believe that you were given to review prior to your testimony. And do you remember meeting with the state about your prior testimony?
Yes.
And you reviewed the report that they asked you to review?
I remember reviewing it, yes.
Okay, and you said that it was accurate?
Yes.
Okay. If I show you a copy of that report, will that help refresh your recollection of if at some point you remembered what she was wearing?
Yes.
It's been a chaotic couple of years, huh?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So I'm going to show you a copy of that page 165 that they gave you. And you can read any of this report about you, but I'm going to ask specifically about what you told them there.
Lieutenant B says jury may not be aware of Adam's history. I don't think they are. Yeah.
Okay, I just read that part.
Okay. And do you recall that you remembered then that she was wearing a pink jacket?
So I don't really remember what she was wearing, like visually. I remember this. I remember everything else in there, but I don't really remember a fuzzy coat.
Okay.
It doesn't say anything about pink.
And pigtails?
Yes, I remember the pigtails.
Okay. And glasses?
And glasses.
And you remember that because you were paying attention to her, right?
She was next to me in the living room.
Okay. So you were able to see her face?
Yes.
And she was adorable?
Yes.
And you enjoyed meeting her and trying to get to know her?
She didn't talk much, and they were there very briefly.
Okay. And I believe that you said she looked healthy?
Yes, she did.
Okay. And she was pleasant, didn't talk much, but seemed fine?
She seemed fine, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I'm just trying to, I'm like thinking out loud now here together. Like, I think that would poke holes in Kayla's testimony, that implying that Harmony always had bruises and things like that. And now it's kind of like, no, she didn't. I still think the defense's strategy, it seems like, let me know what you think. It's really to make Kayla out to be the killer. Reasonable doubt. Which I think they're kind of doing.
I'm sorry, no further question.
One quick question. I apologize, Your Honor. Just one question. You're showing a couple of saws by Attorney Smith a moment ago, and you look at this. You said this is a grinder. You said it's 63.
Mm-hmm.
So, I believe you said you did not own this.
No, I do not have a grinder.
So, haven't owned one in the past either?
Never.
So, if somebody saw one new in a box, it wasn't yours?
No. No.
Thank you. No further questions.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, sit down. Gregory Wurser seemed fine because she was probably terrified to act any other way. I mean, even that CPS worker, the DCYF person, said that looks like a happy family, or the claims are unfounded with Harmony having a black eye. But they did notice red marks on her eye. But you know what I mean? Yeah. If CPS thinks, this is great, well, why would Kayla's mother, who only met Harmony once, be like, wow, something's really wrong? If at that moment it didn't appear to be.
Just a brief moment, Your Honor. This won't be long. All set, Your Honor. Thank you. At this point, the state will call criminalist Katie Swango to the stand, please. Sorry, Ms. Swango, for the courts. I apologize. Thank you very much for being here. If you would please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear that the testimony you give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Please feel free to have a seat. And as we're being recorded here today, would you please go ahead, state your full name, and spell both your first and last name for the record?
Katie Lynn Swango. Katie, Katie, Swango, Swango.
All right. Thank you very much. And Ms. Swango, where are you currently employed?
I work for the New Hampshire State Police in the Forensic Laboratory.
How long have you worked for them?
Next month will be 16 years.
16 years?
Yes.
Okay. Where did you first begin work as a criminalist?
I worked at the California Department of Justice in Richmond, California, in their laboratory.
How long did you work out in California?
Just over 6 years, I think it was. 6 years and a couple months.
6 years and a couple months. Okay. What did you specialize in when you were working in California?
So when I started there, I was actually working in their method development unit, but the whole lab that I worked in was all still forensic DNA. But I was in method development, which is just testing methods to see if you can do things faster, cheaper, better than whatever the caseworkers are doing then. Mm-hmm. And then I entered a training program to be an actual forensic DNA case analyst. When that was over, I was an analyst for about a year there before I moved to New Hampshire.
And when you moved to New Hampshire, and I think at that point, did you start working for New Hampshire State Police Forensic Laboratory? Was that your first job when moving into New Hampshire?
Yes, I moved here specifically for the job.
And what position did you start at for them?
The same position I'm in right now, a criminalist too.
Okay. So with regards to that, what unit do you work in inside the State Police Forensic Lab?
Forensic biology.
And could you just please, for a brief moment, explain to the jury what the different units are at the State Police Forensic Lab?
Sure. So the lab has a lot of different services that we offer. So there's fingerprints, there's controlled drugs, there's toxicology, there's digital evidence. So there are many different sections, one of them being the forensic biology unit.
And what sort of background do you have to have in training? First of all, let's talk about education, I guess. What kind of education do you have to work as a criminalist too, and to work in the forensic biology unit?
So to work in the lab in general, you have to have a bachelor's of science degree. But to be in DNA specifically, to be an analyst in the U.S., to be a DNA analyst, you need to have specific classes on top of a Bachelor of Science degree. And the Bachelor of Science has to be in a science, chemistry, biology, forensic science, something like that. But the classes that you have to have specifically for DNA is you have to have microbiology or molecular biology, you have to have statistics, genetics, and biochemistry.
So for your own educational degrees, I take it you obviously meet the bachelor's requirement, but what other degrees do you have?
Right. I also have a PhD in human genetics.
I'm sorry, in what?
Human genetics.
Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to stand close to the microphone myself, so if you could just scoot in a little bit close to the microphone, I appreciate that. And what are some of your current duties inside the unit? What do you do right now for them?
So I am a DNA analyst for the casework, so that means that I will do DNA cases. I also am trained to work in another section of the forensic biology unit, which we call serology. That is identifying body fluids on evidence. So I work in those two sections within the unit. I write my own reports, I review other people's work, I train other people, and I go to court.
Okay. So I take it then that your duties do include the analysis and the comparison of different DNA samples?
Yes.
Could you please describe, I believe you talked a little bit about some of the additional training that you need and qualifications, but what sort of training and qualifications did you gain to be able to make those comparisons between different DNA samples?
So that's all part of when you're training to be a caseworker, both back when I was in California as well as here. We take classes, you have on-the-job training, and that's all teaching you how to follow the guidelines that are recommended for DNA testing in the U.S.
Do you have any continuing education requirements once you get your degrees? Do you have to keep doing other coursework to be certified?
Yes, to remain an analyst in the U.S., you have to have a minimum of 8 hours of continuing education every year that's specific to DNA. Generally, we go to conferences, so it's a couple days. It's not just the 8 hours, but it can be just 8 hours, but it's a minimum of 8 hours a year.
So between your 7 years in California and your 13 years here in New Hampshire, when you add those together, how many DNA profiles would you say that you've analyzed over your career so far?
Thousands.
Just thousands.
Right. I don't have a specific number, but thousands of samples.
Have you ever been qualified in court as an expert in the area of DNA analysis and testing?
Yes, I have.
About how many times?
Around 40.
And with regards to those qualifications of being qualified as an expert, has that occurred here in the state of New Hampshire?
Yes, most of the times. I think only 2 were in California, so around 38 times here.
38 times here in New Hampshire?
Yes.
And does that include here in Hillsborough County in the Northern District?
Yes.
At this point, Your Honor, we would ask that Criminalist Swango be qualified as an expert in the field of DNA analysis.
I have no objection to her giving her opinion.
I find her so qualified.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Criminalist Swango, if you could explain a little bit about DNA. Everybody's seen a lot of things on TV and the news, but courtroom is not necessarily like they put things on TV or in the news. TV or in movies. Can you just...
Quick pause. Marelise said... you said, I think Grizzly's trial prep said the state has 79 civilian witnesses. Yeah, that was part of the trial prep. And then on day 1, we looked at the final pretrial order and they said it'll be 52 to 55 state witnesses and 2 witnesses for the defense. And we looked at who that would be yesterday. So if you didn't see that, go check it out. It was right at the beginning of the stream yesterday that I shared that document with you. So I got to count up. Like tomorrow when we meet again, I'll tell you how many witnesses they've been through because I'm not too sure right now. If someone wants to count and let us know, do that. But I have to do the timestamps and then I'll go count and see. But yeah, I mean, maybe by the end of the week, they would have gone through all their witnesses. I mean, the month is flying. Today's already the 13th of Feb. This jury trial is set to last 3.5 weeks, so pretty much the whole of Feb. Okay.
Just explain for us, what is DNA? Where does it come from? And how does it play a role in your work?
So DNA is what we kind of hear as the blueprint of our bodies. It's what makes us a human instead of an animal or a plant or something like that. We get our DNA from half from your mom, half from your dad. We can find it in any cell in your body except a red blood cell. Everybody has different DNA in their body, except identical twins. So if there's an identical twin, they'll have identical DNA, but everyone else will have a different profile. As I said, it's in all the cells in your body, which is why it's helpful in a case like this, or not just this kind of case, but forensics in general, because everybody's profile is unique except identical twins. If we can find a body fluid or cells from a person, we can identify who that's from, usually.
If I could ask a quick follow-up to that. You stated that DNA cannot be found inside red blood cells. So how is it then that DNA can be found in a blood sample from somebody or a blood swab, even if it's not in the red blood cells themselves?
Because there's a lot of other cells in your blood. So blood isn't just red blood cells. It's got platelets, it's got white blood cells, and other components of your floating around in your blood. So yes, if we were swabbing literally just red blood cells, we wouldn't necessarily get a profile. But we're not. That we're getting the whole component of the blood, and that's what we're getting the DNA from.
What part of the DNA do you look at when you're going to go ahead and kind of process and develop a DNA profile?
So we're looking at, so every cell has a nucleus inside, and that is the DNA that we're looking at, the DNA in the nucleus. We're not sequencing. We're not sequencing your DNA. We're not trying to get like all of your DNA. We're looking at certain regions of the DNA that scientists have found are not linked to any certain diseases or anything. So we can't look at the profile and know what someone looks like. We can't tell if they have some sort of medical history. We can't tell anything like that. These are just parts of the DNA that for some reason that we don't know through time have developed such that they're different from person to person, but they don't have some sort of they don't actually cause anything in particular. They don't cause anything to be wrong with people necessarily. It's just that they're different from person to person.
What's the purpose then of comparing DNA? I mean, how is it really used in forensic work?
So we will get DNA from an item of evidence at a scene, and that's where we get one profile from. And then to know whose it is, we have to have known samples from people that they think might be players in the scene. And we would take the profile from each person, we would look at them side by side, and you can just look down in like a tabular format at the profiles to tell if they match or if they're similar and could be from the same person. And then we have to tell them how strong of a match that is, or how close those profiles could be. And so we do a statistic to provide that.
Sorry, a quick pause again. Evie says the prosecution has only proven Harmony was killed, not who actually killed her. Kayla is the only one that says Adam killed Harmony. She also said that he would take the fall. You make some very good points, Evie. How do you guys think the prosecution is doing? Do you think they're proving their case that Adam killed Harmony?
Information as well.
So, and I want to make sure I'm getting it right. So you can develop a profile of an individual, either something that's not known. So, for example, a part of DNA that's found in a location, maybe on a podium, and then compare that to a known profile of somebody from a known sample. How do you get those known samples?
They have to be submitted by the police department.
Okay. If you were to take a known sample from me right now, what are some of the different ways that you could do that?
The way that is easiest and what usually we do is we take what's called a buccal swab. So it's just a long swab on a stick. So it's kind of like a Q-tip, but whereas a Q-tip is double-ended, it's just got one end that's cotton and it's got a long stick, maybe about 6 inches long. We would swab the inside of your mouth or give it to you to swab the inside of your mouth. And that's what we would collect, and it's called a buccal swab.
Could you also be able to develop a profile from somebody's blood if you know whose blood it is?
Absolutely. That used to be what people did, is you'd have to have a phlebotomist, and it's a lot more invasive for a person, so it's just easier to get the buccal swabs. But we could get it from any body fluid if they know it's from a certain person because they can see it being collected from that person. We could use it. It's just the buccal swab is easiest.
As long as it has cells from a person, I take it.
Yes.
Okay. Did you conduct any DNA analysis in this case, either of something where you didn't know who it was from at the beginning or whether it was a known profile, you knew who provided the sample?
I did.
Okay. And what known DNA samples did you have for this case? What are the knowns that you were working with?
I had 2 known samples. I believe they were both buccal swabs. One was from Adam Montgomery and one was from Crystal Sorey.
So one from an Adam Montgomery and one from Crystal Sorey.
Yes.
Okay. Did you obtain a profile for
Miss Sori from the known swab that you had?
Yes.
And did you obtain a profile for Adam Montgomery from the swab that you had?
Yes.
Were you, from looking at those two, you now had two fully known profiles. So if I were to put these two side by side, I take it they would not look similar to one another.
No, they wouldn't, because as we said, everybody is going to have a different profile.
How many pieces of evidence did you then compare to the known profiles that you had for Crystal Sori and for Adam Montgomery?
I would have to check my reports. I don't think I ended up with that. I had at least one, but I don't know if I had more than one. I don't believe I had more than one to compare with either of them.
The report.
Jackie Young says, to me, everything's pointing to Kayla so far. However, both need to never see the light of day. As the trial goes on, maybe later we can have not today now, let's just wait a few more days and have a poll to see, do you think that Adam will be found guilty, not guilty, hung jury? We'll see later.
Reports that you wrote in this particular case, I want to make sure that I have an understanding. Did you do a report on January 19th of 2022, February 21st of 2020, January 29th of 2022? Apologize, let me get these in order. January 1st of 2022, February 1st of 2022, February 21st of 2023, and June 29th of 2022.
I know I wrote several reports. I would have to see them to know if those are the correct dates.
And so, if I may approach, Your Honor.
Yes, you may.
Hearing some water ASMR. Kristen Pino says, if Adam ever gets out, every one of these witnesses are in danger. I hear you. But he's...
Let me ask you, when you said you've done...
If I remember correctly, he's 33 or 34 now. And he's been sentenced for like 6 decades or more. So I don't think he's getting out, and that's not even counting this trial. Yeah. It'll be interesting. Because I think he has to be there at sentencing. Whatever that would be, right? When that would be. And that's going to be interesting to see him in the courtroom then. Can't hide then.
You've done thousands of these analyses in your career. With regards to reports that you write, about how many reports do you write per year?
I'd say maybe 60 a year, something like that.
And do you review other people's reports as well for accuracy?
I do.
I'm going to show you a series of documents that have shown defense counsel. I apologize. I'm going to go ahead and let you take a look over it and just let me know when you're done.
Yes, they all look like my reports, and that from looking at the items, that looks like the right number of reports as well.
With regards to those items, I'm going to have you hold on to those just for right now. Feel free to turn them upside down if you would, and to refresh your recollection with regards to specifics on this case. Just let us know.
Okay.
I'll be able to do that either myself or defense counsel.
Okay.
Specifically, one of the things that I would like to ask you is with regards to the number of... you have these two known profiles, one for Crystal Sori, one for Adam Montgomery, but the number of different things that you compared those to, your unknowns, if you were. I'm wondering if you could tell us how many different swabs or cuttings or items that you compared your two knowns to.
As I said, I know that there was one item that I compared them both to and was able to provide statistics.
Okay.
I did not actually get comparable profiles for most of the other items that I tested.
And let's talk about that. When you say comparable profiles for the other items that you tested, from those other items, what were their test results?
So a lot of the items that I got, there wasn't enough DNA, so it was below the level of detection in our methods, or there was at least one that had DNA from more than 2 people. We don't have methods in our lab to look at mixtures of more than 2 people. So that was something, again, that I couldn't compare to anyone. And sometimes there's DNA there, it's detected, but there's not enough that would, so for us to make a comparison, the profile has to be of a certain quality. And so we would we would get the profile, we would look at it, we would do a statistic on the profile to see how rare or common it would be in the population. If it doesn't meet a certain threshold, we say that it just isn't able to be compared. It's too little DNA to compare to anybody. And so that's what happened with most of the samples that I tested in this case, unfortunately.
So if I'm understanding that clearly, so most of the samples that you did test, there just either wasn't enough there or it didn't meet enough thresholds that you can definitively say, haha, I've got a DNA profile here.
Correct. That's following our protocols in the laboratory. That's how most of them panned out in this case, yes.
And what to generate those profiles, even in the one item that you said that you could, or the ones that you couldn't, what are the 4 steps that you go through to basically get and try to create a DNA profile from a swab or from an item?
Okay. So I'm not, and we don't create them. Mm-hmm. Creating makes it sound like
I
we're
apologize.
making them.
To be able to see if there's insufficient information there to generate a profile, not generate, excuse me. I want to make sure I'm using your language. You tell us the right words to say.
So the first step that we have is we're going to take our item of evidence and cut a piece into a tube, and we're going to put some buffers and chemicals in there, and we're going to try to break apart the cells. And the purpose of that is to get the DNA out of the cell, because we can't do anything with it if it's still within the cells. And that step is called extraction. We're extracting the DNA, just like you would extract juice or anything else that you'd have an extract. So we're going to extract the DNA out of the cells. Then once you have the DNA, we need to figure out how much we have, because we've, through validations, looked at our methods, and we know how much DNA is ideal for our downstream. So if we have too much DNA, our equipment isn't going to work properly. If we don't have enough DNA, it's not going to give an ideal profile. We might not get any profile. So we need to know about how much DNA we have so that we can decide if we have to dilute it before we go on, because we don't want to have too much that it doesn't work. And of course, if we have methods online, or depending upon how we do our extraction, if we need to concentrate a sample, and if that's possible. So our next step then is figuring out how much DNA we have, and that is called quantitation. We're figuring out the quantity, so quantitation. The next step is amplification. So that's where we're going to make lots of copies of the pieces of DNA that we're interested in. Again, I said we're not sequencing your whole genome. We're just taking specific locations of the DNA. As I said, these ones that scientists have found are different from person to person, but they don't cause any sort of diseases, or they can't tell if you wear glasses or not, or anything like that. So we're just going to make copies of these specific pieces of DNA, and that's called amplification. We're amplifying it, making more of it. The next step is when we run it on our instrument, which is called a genetic analyzer. So we would take our DNA, we put it on the genetic analyzer, the samples run through it, and the data is collected by a laser, and it's just colored light is what the instrument sees. It sees colored light coming off at different times. But if I just look at that data, it's just colored light at different times, and a human can't really make anything out of it. So of course we need a computer software that can take that information and make it something that we can use in some way. The way that it does that is what it comes off of, something that I would see is you kind of say it looks kind of like a graph with a bunch of hills and peaks and valleys, and we call that an electropharogram. And that is what we would look at to determine a DNA profile, because the software is going to compare the peaks and valleys and the different colors with knowns that come from the company to tell us if you see a blue peak at this time, at this size, this is going to be this. This was what the number would be for that part of the profile. If you see a red peak at this time, it's going to be this number in the profile. And that's how we end up making a table from our hills and valleys, and making a table of what that person's profile is going to be. Even if we don't know who it is, we know that that came from a person and that's their profile. And then we would do that with each item and compare them.
And so
Another quick pause. You know what sucks about the jury not being able to take notes is, I mean, we skipped through the lunch break and the coffee breaks and all, so at least the jury had breaks. But listening to this amount of witnesses and the amount of information that we've been observing, which is obviously the same as what the jury's observing, like your brain gets a little tired. And when that happens to me, then to concentrate, I start taking even more notes. So I start scribbling and taking notes and doing things just so I could stay focused. Now, what are they supposed to do? You know what I mean? That must be really hard. Damn, to just like sit there and listen. Anyway, we are listening. I think this is the final witness for the day. They finished court early, so we've only got a few minutes, like less than 10 minutes left from what I can see. So let's hear it.
I can ask, you said before you had 2 known samples. Is that the same process that you put the 2 known samples through, the one for Crystal Soria and the one for Adam Montgomery?
Exactly, yes.
So from that you've developed, or you were able to see a table of what their DNA makeup was with regards to the standards and the protocols that you would ordinarily follow in the lab. Again, like you said, we're not sequencing somebody's entire genome here.
That's correct.
And did you have a known sample for Harmony Montgomery?
I did not.
The one item you said before that you were able to but be able to discover and see that there was a profile there. Do you remember what that item was?
It was a toothbrush.
Okay. And specifically, do you remember, did you look at the toothbrush itself?
Yes.
Okay.
I believe it was a Troll's toothbrush.
It was. That was a very sad moment today during the trial to see Harmony's Troll's toothbrush, right? Forensic Fury says, agree, gee, I'm just listening and I have to take notes. I can't imagine the jury not being able to. Yeah, like my brain is full. we only have those 7 minutes of energy left, okay? And we need to take notes in order to get through it, right? Just to focus and be like, okay. Shame. I feel sorry for the jury now a little bit. Gaynor asked me, will they be able to ask questions? Well, they haven't asked any witnesses questions, so I don't think it's working like that here. I know in some states they can. We saw that in the Letitia Stuck trial, right? That was very cool. But I don't think so.
Open this up and show you what's been marked States Exhibit 66. Do you recognize that?
I recognize that to some degree, but mostly I can recognize the packaging because it has my initials and the date that I went into the bag on the outside of the package. So I can see my initials and the date that I opened it the first time and the date I opened it a second time.
So is this the Troll's toothbrush that you have?
It is.
When you put this sample, how did you collect the sample from the toothbrush?
I just cut some of the bristles off into my tube.
And from that, did you put it through the same sequence that you just described for us?
I did.
Okay. And with regards to that particular profile that you were able to see from that toothbrush, what were you able to conclude after you were looking at that profile in comparison with your 2 known profiles of Crystal Soria and Adam Montgomery?
So remember we said half of your DNA is from mom and half is from dad. So I could...
Okay, pausing there, half from mom, half from dad. Someone has just reminded me that maybe it was on like day 1 when the judge talked about the no notes thing. Maybe it meant not taking notes on the bus, like on the view. I hope that's true. I hope they can take notes. But I did ask you guys earlier as well, and you also remember hearing they can't take notes. And I'm like, can't take notes? The judge is taking a lot of notes. Maybe they can take notes and just not obviously take it with him. I would really hope so, because if I was on the jury there, I'd be like struggling if I can't doodle a bit, draw a bit, write things down, all that.
Look at that profile as compared to both Crystal's and Adam's, and I could tell what part came from Crystal and what part came from Adam, and everything lined up perfectly as if that could have been from a child made by those 2 people.
And specifically with regards to the child, could you tell what the gender of the child would be?
It was female.
At the time that you did this, did you know or not know that Crystal Soria has only had 1 biological child that's a female?
I did not know that at the time.
And with regards, did you know or did you not know that Crystal Soria only had 1 biological child with Adam Montgomery?
I didn't know that either.
With regards to making this comparison and being able to look at this, you stated before that you're able to come up with a probability or a certainty, or what's the right term to use?
We call it a probability. We would say the words are, it's more likely. It's however times more likely that it came from 2 people than as if it didn't come from those and it came from a random person.
So are you able to, or the probability, what is the probability that there is some other female out there unrelated to a child of Crystal Soria and Adam Montgomery having a matching DNA for the DNA profile that you saw on that toothbrush?
I feel like that's a statistic that maybe is possible, but I didn't run that. So I know that if I could I look at that last report that had the statistic?
If you could, please, yes. And
It's the June 29th report,
29th,
2022.
And whether
Okay, so many of you are hearing that, yeah, no notes. Crime Curious, you're in the chat. Can you please help us confirm? Is the jury allowed to take notes at all? Or is the whole trial where they are not allowed to take notes? Crime Curious is here, you guys. Crime Curious is Jennifer. She's in the courtroom every day. She's attending. And then doing study sessions afterwards, letting everyone know what it was like to be in the courtroom and studying the case as well. So thank you for being here. You said I emailed you a screenshot of Uncle Kevin confirming Kayla's oldest child, not Adam's, approximately 12 years old today. Also, there we go. No notes for the jury at all ever. My word. I can't believe that. Thank you so much. Okay, I'll have a look at that screenshot. So there is... Wonder who that dad is, huh? Okay, there's an older son that Kayla has. That part I definitely missed whenever Kayla was testifying. No notes for the jury at all, ever? And how do they look? Like shame. You know, do they not sometimes get a bit tired, overwhelmed? Like, sure, I would struggle if I couldn't take any notes. Thank you so much for being here.
in regards to page 7280, if you give up the second page of the report.
Yes. So the statistic, once I looked at the profile of the toothbrush and compared it with both Crystal and Adam, the statistic was that it was at least 100 sextillion, so that's a lot of zeros. I think
21, sound about right?
Something like that. I would have to write that down. More likely to see these genetic results if the profile of the toothbrush was a biological child of Adam Montgomery and Crystal Sorey than if it was two unrelated people.
So it's that much more likely that it's from a biological child of Adam Montgomery and Crystal Sorey than
some random people.
And that's 100 sextillion?
Yes.
So practically speaking, from looking at this, without being able to say, of course, that this is in fact Harmony Montgomery's profile, it's 100 sextillion more likely her profile than anybody else.
Right. Okay. If they have one child or one female child, then that would be my next step in saying that makes sense, right?
If they had one female child.
If they had one female child,
right.
Yes.
Which you didn't know at the time that you did this testing, right?
Correct.
Right. Your Honor, if we can approach.
Forensic Bureau said they'd have to drag me away from my notebook and pens. Yeah, me too. No notes. No, I'm not there then. I need to be able to take notes. Can you imagine it? Wow. Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to break for the day. We'll resume tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., so please be here at 8:45. I'm just going to ask you, ma'am, to stay seated. I remind you, don't discuss the case with each other or with anybody else. Don't do any independent research. Don't look up any law or terms that you've heard. Don't do any scientific research. Your verdict must be based exclusively on the evidence that you hear at this trial, not on something else that you've heard or read, or based on any conversations that you've had with anybody else. So it is your highest duty as officers of this court to make sure that you are following that obligation. Please come back tomorrow morning at 8:45 for a 9 a.m. start. Thank you very much for your time and attention today, ladies and gentlemen. Please all rise for the jurors.
Damn, I'd like give them an applause, like time and attention with no notes. What, like no Adam Montgomery in the courtroom and no notes? What kind of trial is this? Like, seriously, put him in the courtroom. Oh no, he's got rights there. Wish he was in the courtroom, and I wish the jury could take notes. Nora Beaster says, I would love to see them try to take notes away from the Grizzlies. I know, I think a lot of us have that in common, right?
Step down. Please be very careful of those wires, okay?
Here are your reports.
The reports.
Thank you, Ms. Sweeney.
You're welcome. All right, counsel. Be here at 8:45 for a 9 a.m. start. If for any reason you need to see me, please let me know earlier. I have something at 8:30, but I would move it if you needed to see me early for some reason, okay?
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
Okay. And that's day 5, everyone. So, timely manner said maybe to keep the jury focused on the witnesses instead of notepads. But the problem is that some people, need to fidget or write or do something to keep focused, So it's like making like this cookie cutter approach, like everyone's the same. Well, we all know the juries are all different, from all different backgrounds, from all different places, all that. I think notes could be helpful. Some would take notes and some wouldn't, It definitely helps me concentrate when I can. But anyway, we can't do anything about it now. They're not allowed to take notes. Shame. They're not allowed to take notes and they can't see Adam Montgomery. What is going on? Okay, so that was a busy day. There were a lot of witnesses there. My goodness. I think Anthony Bodero was one of the most memorable ones. Seeing Kayla's mother on the stand, also interesting. Heard a lot of evidence and things as well. Blue star from the law enforcement officers as well, the detectives, Brian O'Leary, Joseph Tucker, which the closed caption thought was Tucko, Mr. Tucko, Officer Neil Pentinnen, even the guy from Dunkin Donuts, the tow truck guy with Caroline will not release. No. She's like, I'm going to call him back at some point. I'm not sure why, but okay. So another busy day. Thank you so much for being here with me as we watch this trial unfold. That was day 5. If you haven't yet watched day 1, 2, 3, or 4, or this day, go and check it out. I timestamp it for you to try to make it easier to navigate. Of course, lucky you, because you can watch everything on my favorite speed, which is like 1.5. It's not to rush things. It's just because I like to listen to things fast. Even if I'm listening to a podcast, even when I'm watching Netflix, everything's like fast. I really like that. So, yes. I hope that you enjoyed the day with me, even though I know that the topic is so sad. It is devastating to think of the life that Harmony had, especially from when Adam Montgomery got full custody of her. That still makes me so mad. I mean, that is like reckless. I mean, it's like a death wish, It's terrible. So I hope that you are okay. I hope that you look after yourself, because these cases can, of course, get under your skin. For me, cases involving children are just the worst, of course. I think for many of us they are, because it's really people picking on vulnerable, defenseless little kids, and he was also picking on his dog. I mean, what a horrible person from what we've heard. So thank you so much, everyone. I don't like to go. Don't go. But we all got to get some rest, because tomorrow will be day 6 as well. Crime Curious said, I can still hear the voice of Billy in the key of Dr. Lewis. Really don't go. If Crime Curious, you are a member. So if you check our member streams, watch the outro. We have a literal song with Dr. Lewis in it that I made for our outro. Don't go. Yeah. So thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, Crime Curious, for all the research that you do. If you guys do if you like it here, bullet points, maps, notes, all of that, analysis, study time. Yeah, Crime Curious, go check her out. I like that because of the time zone. For me, it's almost midnight, right? So in the morning, when it's coffee time, then I'm listening to Crime Curious's take on the trial as well, because she's right there in the courtroom and has done a lot of research as well. Has got a website, crimecurious.com/Montgomery, with bullet points. And we love bullet points. There's a whole who's who section. So that if we're ever confused or like, how do we spell their name and who are they again? Yeah, we can find it there. So thank you so much for all your hard work and research as well. All right, everyone. I really appreciate it. May there be justice for beautiful Harmony Montgomery. Shame, man. She was always smiling. She deserved so much better. I mean, the world. So much better than the card that she got dealt on this planet. Horrible, horrible dad. I don't even like calling him dad. Horrible sperm donor. That guy who fought for custody for what? Ugh. Anyway, we know the answers. We've been there, right? It's just like, for money or for all of that. Anyway, we're not going to go there again. So we will tomorrow. I will see you tomorrow. Thank you, Crime Curious, for the screenshots. I'll have a look at those. And Grizzlies, if there's anything I could show you, I'm going to show you that tomorrow. And I will see you all again very soon. All right, make sure that you like and share, not because you like the topic, because you like the way that I present true crime. Leave your comments below as well. And I will see you tomorrow. Okay, bye. Thank you, mods.